Now we can start on tail 3, G. Webber, William Dunster. Tail 8, Ross Burnett, Mark Boyle. Tail 4, Paul Davis, Lewis McHugh. Tail 9, Gavin Robinson, Jim Burnett. Tail 5, Vincent Kenny, Scott Gillespie. Tail 7, Ryan Day, John McDermott. Tail 10, Mark Carter, Billy Snadden. Tail 6, Mark Henry, Robert Steele.
Morning, guys. Billy Snadden has the task of going head-to-head with Mark Farnsworth here at the Saltire. Series event number 4 live on Scottish Cuesports streaming. And I am Stevie Walker, the talker, taking you through today. And hopefully, I would love an underdog story. That's the way I'm made. But right now, still a few big names in there, so it's going to be a tough one. Great opening chance here. The black, I think, goes in the left middle. Uncle Fester, I don't know if you're talking about me or Snads here. The Fester brothers. It was tight. It was tight. And I've played Mark Farnsworth last night and I missed 3 blacks against them. I played Goobsy yesterday and missed 3 blacks as well on the other stream table after taking cracking finishes. It's a tough school if you don't get the black in. These guys are just so ruthless and punished every single time. I can't see any mistakes here. It will be 1-0 Mark Farnsworth, no doubt about it. The harsh reality is you can't miss against these guys. But Billy Snadden, for me, he's up there with these guys when he's on it. Absolutely bang on it. And to be fair, everything that he has gone through, he is one of my biggest inspirations in the entire planet. He is just special, special man. Yeah, I'll have to take the one to the bottom right. Just come around the back, nice and easy. As I say, he was bang on it last night, but instead, I mean, how easy is it when your opponent misses and leaves you roll-ins? It's already an easier game for the likes of Farnsworths and Boyles and Dunsters because they're so good. They're just so good at what they do. So it's not to take anything away. If you miss against these guys, you tend to get absolutely walloped. And it happened to me last night. And that's just the nature of it. You don't take your chances, you don't win these matches. And Billy Snadden had a good chance in the first. The black, I thought it was quite tight. I don't know if Craig's got the earphones on, but I remember the days when he had cameras all around the place. I don't know what he's playing at these days. No, it was definitely tight. Yeah, Billy's no missing that if he's got a clear hit at it. So here we go. Frame number 2, Mark Farnsworth, 1 in front against Billy Snadden here. Gio Edgar, Liam Dunster, Paul Davis, Lewis McCool. Paul Davis, fair play to him. Went through a rocky road yesterday, up and downs, and managed to get through to the last 16 today. Vince Kenny, Scott Gillespie. Vince was on the table next to me a couple of times yesterday and was queuing fantastic. So big shout out to Vince. He's got it all to do against Gibbsy. Mark William Henry, who is now 1 down to Robert Stephen. Ryan Davey, Johnny McDermott, Ross Fernie, Mark Boyle, Gav Robinson, Jamie Burnett and Mark Farnsworth against Billy Snadden. He's not slept in, mate. He's doing his day job now. He's sitting outside with his referee shirt on. Letting the professionals take over, mate. I think as the day goes on, he'll come in and join us. He likes to sit in here. He likes to join the talk up, do a wee bit of commentary. And that's made things a bit awkward here. You want to screw this in? Yeah, definitely a bit more awkward than it had to be. I know he'll just bounce off the bottom cushion and try and come up through the left-hand side of the table and drop the red in the right middle. He could decide to just play it easy and take the red in the top, but yeah, that's what he's done. That's probably the right shot. There's no need to be forcing. And it is. There's a bit of deja vu for me here. Mr. Black in the first frame against Mark, and then he dished the next 3 in a row, and it was 4-0 in the blink of an eye. So my fingers are crossed here that doesn't happen to Billy. Billy Snadden to step up. He's a top professional, Billy, so he won't be affected too much. You just have to dig in. He's 2-0 down here. Mark Farnsworth is looking ruthless. He's going to take a bit of stopping at this rate. Kaiser, check Kaiser. Just throwing accusations about the big accuser guy. Needs a nice kiss. Oh, he's causing that miss black at the start. And then Mark Farnsworth getting in and dishing in the second frame. Just put the pressure on Billy here. And obviously, with that pressure, you kind of need to go and take the chances. And now, Mark back at the table. He's not getting anything straightforward. Oh, what a shot. What vision. That's a touch of class. What a shot, Mark Farnsworth. See him lining it up and then goes round and plays it fantastically well. And all of a sudden, it looks like we're maybe heading in the direction of 3-0. And it will be Mark to break next. Wow. I can hear the murmurs all the way from Clacks. The entire area screaming, come on, Billy, come on. That'll do. That will do. Actually refreshing to see Mark Farnsworth miss a pot. Couple of options here, but I think it has to be red to the top right. Is he going to go top left? Try and screw between the two reds? Yeah, he wasn't playing the cannon, but he'll take it. I don't think he could unless he hammered it. He'll take it every day of the week. There should be frame to Billy here. He just needs to compose himself. Just the right angle, drift down for the black. Beautiful impression cue. Billy using the maple. Absolutely stunning piece of kit. He's stunned down the table. Controlled fantastic. And this should be one on the board. It is Mark Farnsworth to break next, however. It was almost 3-0. It's 2-1. Billy Snadden. He's got one back. Uncharacteristic miss from Mark Farnsworth. And that's opened the door. Billy, well, he just welcomed himself in. And he's taking that frame. We've got a match in our hands, guys. chances that you don't get very often against the likes of Mark. So you have to get them when you do. I hope Billy is playing to get on that yellow at the top left now. He might have to try. He's either got to try and drift through the gap between the two reds, which is not easy. I don't think he can check it enough to come right out. So downstairs he comes, play the gap. Nice and easy. Should be on. Great shot. Yellow to the middle. Needs to get out. I'm not sure it goes. I don't think it went in the first place, so he did have to kick into it. And obviously, the trick for Billy there is trying to make sure he got the cue ball out. Yeah, so very much looking like a double that Billy's going to have to play. Yeah, that would be some shot. Screw back. Nice and easy. Drift the gap. Have the yellow to the right middle. I tell you what a shot this will be if he gets this. I don't even think it's on. I'm not convinced it's on. I think that's what he has to do. I think he has to go upstairs and then try and come back down. And I can say as well, guys, obviously he slept in this morning, but he's turned up eventually.
Not at all. And you know the only reason I'm over here is because I seen my #1 fan there. The bug was asking for me. It was actually Rachel behind the bar. It says, "Who's that saying that you slept in?" And I was like, "That's my fan."
I say that when he's doing his day job of the he's
so,
sacked.
And I'm not coming over for long.
The professionals are in. No,
I'm
like
not
why
coming
not?
over for long.
This is a double act the fans want.
I don't know if you know, right? But that was an absolutely horrendous kick at Snadscote in the first frame. Aye.
Right, okay.
Aye.
Oh, what a double.
He doesn't miss he doesn't miss blacks like that.
Oh, I thought on
Thunderous
the camera it looked tight.
Aye,
right, so I thought, right, obviously he's having to just drift it in. But he's got a big kick, so
because
there you go.
And probably because he's had to drift it in, he's played it a little slow and then boom,
yep.
and then, you know, so.
Well, there you go. What a finish this is going to be. He had to play the pot kick on the two yellows at the bottom. It didn't come out. He's then had to play a double, and he's nailed the double. Not only did he nail the double, he controlled the cue ball at the same time.
It's a class act.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I think he just, what appeals to him is playing all the big names.
Aye.
He just enjoys it. Because funnily enough, I've watched the first couple of frames that Farnsworth played. All weekend he's just had a look in his eye that he's here to win this. Stevie.
I says that last night, obviously, listen, you missed 3 blacks against some of the worst guys on the planet, you're in trouble. But it was the ruthlessness. I said to him after, I went, that was just ruthless, mate. Well, now, fair enough, because he went, it was basically, I missed a black, he finished, and then it was dash, dash, dash. And then I think I won a frame, then missed another black, and then he went dash, dash, and it was kind of like, it was just bang, 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 so ruthless. And he started off that way here, and I thought, oh, here we go. Is this another miss a black? And then all of a sudden he just flies away. But
It's phenomenal.
2 crank finishes. He is. He's unbelievable. He just makes it look so easy. He's turned up with a brake cue. I'm looking at him braking, and I thought, that's a weird looking ferrule that's on it. Looks brown. So not thinking anything of it. No. And then so he's setting the balls up, and I walked over and I looked at it, and he just burst out laughing, and he went, I know, Stevie. I don't know what it is. Don't even ask. And it's actually it's a clear ferrule,
okay.
and it's Gorilla Glue that's inside it that makes it look brown. and
okay.
And he said somebody gave him a shot at it, and it's kind of been working.
Right, okay. Have you kept report it? So there is a minimum of 1 frame played in every single match, apart from Liam and Gio.
Yeah. There was actually a point where Gio decided to go to the toilet while Liam was thinking.
Yeah. Which would have been ideal for Liam, because it meant he could have thought a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. He's some boy, Liam. And as you mentioned last night about when Gio was in talking about certain shots and how they play the game, I mean, these two had a race to 50, Renzi, not so long ago. A race to 50. I mean, somebody phones me, fancy a race to 50. I don't even know what my response would be to that.
I know what my response would be. But in case there's any like kids or that listening, I'll not tell you. Good morning, Mark. Yeah, Mark, how you doing? Marie, how are you doing? Your man's playing well.
I think this is a shot. It's not easy to just... Can he just drop on the right-hand side, Renzi? Or is he going to come up and take it to the top right?
He needs a wee bit of angle, I think. That's perfect. I think he's going to pot this, go forward and go into them.
So he's had to play a kick in the last couple.
Interesting to see the pace he has to play this at, unless it plans. Aye, okay. So that's why I was interested that I'd have played that much further.
Yep.
And the reason I'd have played it much further, Stevie, is so that they definitely come out.
Aye, I'm thinking if you play it a bit further, up, maybe a wee bit of top right-hand side and push through, worst case, you might have the red to the bottom corner.
What a shot. Great shot maker.
He's going to need to make another couple.
He isn't half. Right, let's see what's going on here.
He's going to play the pot kick. Was he playing in the middle? No, surely
he's
not.
Playing it down low, but I think he's putting his... that must have went.
But you know, obviously your camera angle can be deceiving, Renzi, as you know, because how many times you come in and go, people say to you, I thought you were, and you go, no, I was the opposite side of it. Oh, you look bang on it. And obviously, you can't really tell. The camera can be so deceiving, but it looked to me like Billy was actually cueing the opposite side of that there.
It would be ideal if we had an actual cameraman and he was he had his headphones on, and while we were saying things like that, he just zoomed right in, and that's what he did at the World Snooker and things like that, you know.
But mate, that's what Craig used to do. He used to have like 4 cameras set up around there, and he would go to all the different angles.
Craig, man, get your act together.
I've already, as we started this morning, I said, listen, I don't know if he's got his earphones on, but I remember when he was so proactive, had cameras everywhere. He's, I don't know what's happened to him.
Do things need to... Haven't talked to him, and obviously we sing his praises all the time because he's different class. And he was brilliant last night. He was getting a laugh in that late last night. I think it's because we were finally finishing. He was relieved. But because of the 3 table situation that you get to watch the 3 of them, has that got something to do with the quality of the single table?
I don't know, because he always had the 3 tables. That was always his plan, get the 3 tables but have a superb quality main table. Now I would argue probably if the IPA event was here, it would have all the cameras, because that's the event that's... But I know he used to have maybe 3 cameras set up, 2 at different angles in the main one when he did these. But it's... Listen, I pester him enough when I text him and and dig him about stuff, but no. We used to talk about, there was actually there was a match in here. Let's say it was Gio and Robert. I can't remember what match it was, but there was a lot of people watching and they were saying it was one of the best streams they'd ever seen. Might have not been the Robert, it might have been one of these events.
It could have been because that was obviously single table, one night, money game, wasn't it?
I know. Yeah. But there's obviously been loads of these as well, and as I say, you used to have the 2 corner cameras set up as well, but it's changed days.
What a rub.
Oh my God.
But it was a good shot he played.
A fantastic pot.
Aye, fantastic pot. Ran out of position, dug it in. Stuart, I think it's essential. I see what you're saying there. I'm obviously... Right, essential. And it was actually good, Steve. It's harder today, obviously, because as players lose, they go.
It.
But whether it's with yourself, me, whoever it is, or even 2 players yourself. I mean, the guys were saying that Gio and Dunster were a good maybe not a good double act today because they're playing each other and taking ages, but they were certainly good in the comms together yesterday, which is... It's half the battle. If you want a wee half hour to yourself, a wee break, Stevie.
I actually need to go and listen to it. I need to actually listen and see
if they passed the audition.
No, just to see if there was like if somebody was leading and somebody was now and
with the players
and following now, actually gone into some insight now what you're thinking there on the reason for thinking that and whether the 2 of them were going down that kind of road, or if the 2 of them were just having a Liam Gio moment that was just good fun for everybody.
Okay.
And I would enjoy both.
Yeah. Maybe the guys that were listening can maybe feedback.
You know, Stuart, I'm not going to argue with you there with Gio. He turned up in my hotel room at the World Championships, came in, lay in my bed as if it was his room, and I was like, what's happening here? And then it was, listen, it was a cracking night with a great laugh and that, but it was just the way the young man with a few beers in him charged in, arm behind the head and lay back in my bed and went, Stevie boy, I love you. I was like, what a boy. He's good fun.
I've experienced that when Gio said a couple of pints. He's a good lad.
He's brilliant. Absolute brilliant. Such a talent. And I love seeing the generational pushes that we get here in Scotland, Renzi. Obviously over the next while, because of what we're involved in right now and stuff, we're going to get to see the generational talents come through everywhere else as well. But maybe yourself being involved in the youths and juniors and all these different things, to me, I'd never noticed too much until the young players in England and Wales had actually stepped up, if you know what I mean. Whereas I get to see the youngsters here push, and Gio, obviously, it's as if he's been about forever.
It's been like 4 and 5s at separate different times, and then what happens is you hit stalemate for a wee while, and then you get them again. You know, at one stage you got Gillespie, Paddy McMillan, Jason Shaw, Scott Ross. Then you got Ross Fairney, Liam Dunster,
Rooney,
Ryan Davey. They were all the age group. And now, then you got Johnny McDermott, Mark McAllister, Gio.
The Ayrshire crew.
So, you get it. And when you do get it, it's normally not just 1 or 2, it's 4 or 5. Brian Cumming, Scott Coventry.
Yep.
I mean, they were all a team together. So it is, it's, as you say, it's generational, and it's good to actually see them because they become mates for life as well.
It's
through
good
playing unders pool.
Definitely.
You know, and that's what I like to see, Stevie.
Obviously, you know, both of us are football people.
Yeah.
And as much as I would never in my life change the football upbringing I had, part of me, just a small part, wishes I had that kind of... I didn't know pool existed. I didn't know it existed. And the only thing I knew was when my dad took me to the pub at 10-year-old, I would get to play pool because it was my family's pub. That was it. I didn't know this world of pool.
That's where this place has helped so much. This place has helped Glasgow pool so much, because now there's a kids academy for starters. Charlie's just unbelievable, right? The most patient guy ever. No, kids that's never held a cue before, and all of a sudden I'm watching some kids now that I actually watched Charlie in action, right? And I seen kids that literally couldn't hold a cue, are now coming in here with their parents and like smashing their parents all over the
Aye.
place. You know, like, and I'm talking about like 8, 9, 10-year-old kids, and it's amazing watching that. But this place has been great.
Aye, fantastic. That's it needs to be accessible. We talk about it with every sport. If it's not accessible to the youths, then obviously there's not really going to be much of a future. And that's probably the reason why the under sections and now the 15s and stuff like that, even the 18, it's absolutely booming, and it's good to see. And as you say, places like this make all the difference in the world. I've seen young Stephen Allison actually asking a question about this place the other day about can you just bring the kids along. So there must be a few even for his area.
Sure.
Because obviously, first and foremost, you need committed people that are going to come and help these kids. What a finish, Billy Snadden.
Very much so. So Billy's not gone away here.
No chance.
Not intimidated whatsoever.
It's the control. The wee kick. We've actually noticed it. I've noticed it. He's played 3 kicks now, right? And although one of them he played hardish, he's not slamming them. He's trying to control them, and fantastic.
100 years. Without a shadow of a doubt, I don't even probably have to think twice about that. Jason Shaw.
Aye. You're talking just raw talent. It's
Raw talent, most talented.
He's just. I'll say it, and I'll say it probably forever. He just the Ronnie O'Sullivan of our game.
Yeah.
Just a maverick.
Is he the best player I've ever seen? No. Not this game. Right. Is he the most raw talent? Yeah. Could he have been the best? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure he had. He was such an entertainer that I'm not so sure that he could have ever screwed the nut enough to not play the entertaining shot. And he was a nutcase into the park, and so who knows? Who knows? But he's the most talented ever. Dunster's 1-0 up, by the way.
1-0, guys. Yeah. 45 minutes in.
And Gio's just broke dry.
No, sorry, 40 minutes in. You know, I'm sitting this morning, I'm saying, we're at the last 16 stage. 8, 4 and 2. Could be a quick day. Could be a mediocre time day. But there could also be one match that holds it all back.
Ryan Davey, Johnny McDermott, 1-0.
2-1 Ryan Davey.
There we go. Lewis McCool 2-1 up and Paul Davis. Louis getting to the latter stages of loads of tournaments recently.
Yeah, I said to him last night, I went, you're doing all right now, and he says, that's quite good. I says, it obviously helps when you get the draws, and I walked away from him, and he went, whoa.
He was running after me.
Jeff Geoff, you have got no idea who just walked in this building. Tam Talent.
He's here.
He's here. He is here, live. Absolutely live for your entertainment. Did you know he said to me last night?
Who, Tam?
Tam, he says, Davey, I'm going to pop down tomorrow. I've never done the comms before. I'll do a wee bit tomorrow. Right? And I said, I'm looking at him, and he said, just introduce me as the legend, Tam Talent.
I could see him looking in yesterday, and I could see he was itching. He'll not be in. No chance.
Up McAllister. Right, let's put our head on the line then, Renzi. You can see the match is on the go right now. Pick for the day. Like I always say, it's hard to see by Liam, right? But I'm going to go for because I know that's who you pick. Right, so I'm going to go for an underdog. And I'm going to go for... I'm not even an underdog. How can I be an underdog in that list? By the way, I've just clocked Mark William Henry. Kitty is 4-3 up on Robert Stephen.
Aye, that's a good game.
The home favourite.
Kitty's playing great now. He's getting good runs and all that.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to say, if Billy Snadden wins this match, I'm going for Snads.
Wow.
To just create history. But if he doesn't, I'm going Mark Farnsworth.
Love it. Love it. I was going to change today, right? But because this game's so close, right, I'm going to tap Dunster.
People say to me every single tournament, who do you think? And I go, and I always start with, well, it's hard to see by Liam. But it's just, it's mad that you've actually got yourself to a position that the names that are in these tournaments, yet when you've got to select somebody you think might win it, he's always in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be you one day, Sparky. That will be you. That was Jeff Dunn back in the 70s. And now, it's Dunster. One day, it'll be Mark McAllister we're all talking about. We did talk about you, mate. It's just, might not be the way you want it to be.
Great lad. Absolute great lad.
Just an absolute diamond. Me and Mark had a drive to the World Championships to Bradford. I don't know what that drive is, 5-6 hours, whatever it is. It felt like a 15-minute drive. It was like the most fluent conversation you've ever been involved in your life. The two of us were just away on one, and he's one. Listen, he can walk into any room and get on with people, and that's testament to the character he is. And he's a damn good pool player.
He told me about that. He didn't say it was fluent.
Stevie didn't shut up.
I'm only winding you up.
No wonder they call him the talker.
No, honestly, he's just a gem.
Aye, diamond. Ryan Davey due a win. I know what you're saying there, Stevie Slater. However, he's been winning. He just won the IPA event in the Normandy. He's won one on the ultimate scene.
That's right.
He's been in numerous finals, so he's already got a few titles this season. And he's been in even more finals, so there's no doubting that Ryan will have a chance of being there at the end. But then Johnny McDermott, newly crown pro, he's a couple of titles probably in the last year himself, and these are probably the next step for him to try and get over the line in one of these.
Agree. He was actually quite good in the comms yesterday, and we had quite a chat about things like that. And he knows there's another gear there. It was actually quite funny. He was like, I've just won that match here. He says, would you believe this, Renzi? I've just won that match here. He says, I switched my phone on, and there's about 3 or 4 people saying, Johnny, you should have done this, and you should have done this, and you should have won the match easier. And he was like, I'm just glad to be through.
Aye, that's...
We've just discounted the winner of Ross Fernie and Mark Boyle as well, and Fernie's buzzing.
Aye, he is. He was. It was funny when he was, obviously me and Johnny worked together for a wee bit. I brought him through to this neck of the woods and done my bit for him. That's as much as I can say. And then, but he would come in most days, and I would say to him, "How'd your night go?" And that, and he's like, "I hardly slept." He's like, "Up all night listening to Paul Mack tell me what I should be doing in the pool table." He's like, but I'm better than him. Why is he telling me? It was funny.
Paul's just another funny thing happened yesterday. Preston McInnes is a legend. He just says what's in his head, right? And Morgan's against Johnny, and he's like, "Do you think the big underdog has any chance of winning this match?"
Big underdog. Oh my word! How did that Cuesports doing the table?
You should have seen the Motherwell crew. They were like, "What you talk about? It's an even money game," and blah blah blah. So he ended up with egg in his face anyway.
Aye,
Preston.
Wait to see this, Renzi. We get the beauty of this playback. What's this cue ball? As it does.
And is this with the gorilla?
Yes.
Ferro and tip.
That's mad.
Right, so we have got the beauty of being able to see it back while Mark's mapping that. He's side breaking here. Oh my God, jeez. How it stayed out is because he ended up potting the ball from the height it jumped up in there. It was going into that bagger off the table. It just clipped that and back.
Unbelievable.
If he finishes these snads, he'll be absolutely sick.
The only decision Mark's really got here is reds or yellows, and both of them are decent. The yellow at the top left tells me reds are arguably better, but then the red, just below the one he's likely to pot first, into the middle, is slightly awkward as well. So, but as I mentioned to you last night, Renzi, he dropped into tiny pockets rather than kick things out. So that yellow at the top right, I mean, it flies in the top left. It's straightforward, you know what I mean? So
it's just where this red goes. Okay.
If that yellow goes through the gap to the top left, is there an argument for going up right now? He needs to take the yellow at the bottom. He needs to get out of the way.
One thing's for sure, Stevie, right? We can sit and plot this, and I would say we'll be half decent at this.
Aye.
he's one of the very best.
Yeah, he is.
If not, IPA wise, definitely anyway. The best, maybe. Right up there with Liam.
Oh,
And a wee bit older and a wee bit more experienced. He's going up for it now, mate. You're bang on right. Just needs it to grip. Aye, okay. So it's just the pace.
yeah. But
Just
I
the
mentioned
pace.
to you yesterday,
Aye.
Renzi, about there's just that extra wee ping on the cushions. And I spoke about Goobsy saying he was struggling to get the...
Uh-huh.
It's just that tiny wee bit, and they're playing it in such a way where they're thinking it's just going to take that wee skid, and instead it's just coming off that wee bit faster, and it makes for a bit more drama at our end.
Well, definitely. Paul. Oh, Paul's up. Paul's up. Do you get, Stevie's getting a bit of revenge, Paul. You gave me it stinking, mate. Stevie's my walker and he's stacking up for me. 2-0 Liam Dunster.
Listen, the other day, in fact, it was last week, and I was saying to Johnny, how is life, fatherhood and all that now, new baby in the world and everything's all fantastic. And he says, well, Stevie, I went from staying with Paul Mack and not being able to sleep, and now I'm staying with his grandson and I'm not able to sleep. So he went, that's great. Only 6 of the 16 players left in the event have won a Saltire.
Oh.
So there is 10 players vying to take a title for the first time.
Let's see if we can work out the 6 who have won one. Gibbsy's won one, hasn't he? Because he was desperate to win one.
He was desperate to get one.
He
Did
says
you
it's
know?
a major and...
Did he get one, Mark?
I don't know if it's Mark playing here. Oh, I'm not liking this.
I don't know.
That was okay. He's played it okay, but has he hit a cushion? He's not. It's a
No.
foul. It's a free shot and a visit for Billy. He's promoted one of Billy's Reds as well. This should
Yeah,
be
he's
going for all here.
killed 2 yellows and opened up a red at the same time.
Look at Mark Stato McAllister.
Mark McAllister,
I've known Mark for many, many years, and I never ever thought he was like a pool aficionado, that he would like have all the stats sat in front of him. Well done, Mark.
Mark McWikipedia.
Aye,
That'll be in the back of his new tops. The Wicker Man. Aye, guys, apparently Liam's no having the Doomsday.
Listen, he's stuck with it.
But he liked Deadly, which is
like-
mad. Deadly Dunster, and he's not happy with Doomsday.
I don't want to do him a disservice or that, but I think the punters would be probably... I like the Doom part, right? You know what I'm going to say here, don't you? Doom Lord. A Lord of Doom. Doom Lord. Because I think most people that sit and watch him are like, want him beat.
I know.
Right? And it's like Steve Davis was in the 80s. He got that good that people wanted him to lose. Even Steve Davis fans.
No, I know.
Doom Lord.
Calm down, Stevie. One step at a time. I'm sending him logos and everything.
Oh, player number 6. Craig's in with trivia. It takes a lot for Craig to get off his seat, but he's like, we don't know who player number 6 is.
It's
It's not Lewis.
Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
So, have we still got a player to get here that is one out of the 16 competitors that's in here? That has
Dr.
won a
Doom.
Saltire.
I like that. Dr. Doom.
Ross Fairley? Ross Fairley won one. Ross Fairley's
Fairney's won one, aye.
So, who's the 5 that Mark's got? Or has he got all 6?
Well, Boyle's obviously won. Farnsworth's won. Fairney's
We've
won.
got them all.
Dunster's
We've got them
won.
all. They're all there.
He's saying no.
Oh, is one of them wrong, Craig?
Gio's not won one.
Gio's not won one. Right, okay.
Gio's not won one, and Paul Davis won one.
He beat Clintley Anson in the final, okay. So that must be...
I wasn't convinced Goobsy won one, but has he? No, he hasn't. I thought that.
Ah, okay. Gav Robinson? Gav Robinson, no?
No, Jamie Burnett. He's on the list.
Rob Stephen. Rob
Robert Winman?
Stephen, of course. Craig's
No
only coming in
chance.
if it's a homie.
I don't believe it.
Rob Stevens.
He's collapsed every time I've watched him.
Can't believe it. He's won an IM and he's won one of these, Rob Stephen.
He's 5-3 down to Mark William.
And he's 5-3 down as well. Well, he doesn't care, he's already won one.
Yeah, all of the guys left in. It is Liam Boyle, Fernie Farnsworth. People are saying John McAllister. I'm sorry, guys, but he's not left in the tournament. We're talking of the 16 players left. The 16 players left. 6 have won the title.
G. Wager, reverse dash. He's on the board and he's breaking here. Lewis McCool, 3-1 up. Scott Gillespie, 5-1 up. Desperate to win one of these. Somebody was saying that earlier. Scott must be due a turn.
Well, I told him, probably a good thing to hear. I told him that Vince is playing great. I says to him, I went, listen, no, but he was Renzi. He was on the table next to me yesterday, and I was well impressed with what I was seeing. He was behind a couple of times in the matches, and he played great. And I says to Goobsy, I says, look, he's on it. I said, obviously today's a new day. Anything can happen. You can be one day flying, the next day it's a struggle, but probably one of the things that probably switches the likes of Goobsy on. Right, okay, good. He's playing well. That's fine. So will I be. And
aye,
5-1.
Things like that demotivate him. There's no doubt about it. How much does Johnny Hughes look like Tommy Robinson?
I know.
I just noticed it there. Actually, I was like, where's Tommy Robinson doing sitting aside Stan Petrov?
Well, he's absolutely desperate to win one as Scott Gillespie, and as Billy Snadden gets level.
Oh dear, look at the yellows, the Portobellos.
He giveth, he taketh away. It's mad that these matches against some of the very best, it's hard enough if you make the odd mistake, but Billy's from 2-0 down, 2 each, 3-2, 3 each, 4. He's keeping in there. You don't want to give away any kind of free frames, and it's a tough school.
See, when you look at this, see the quality of the matches, it's unbelievable. You're always going to get a couple of people slipping through and what have you. I played brilliant yesterday to get there, but the quality of the matches, Jamie Burnett, Gavin Robinson.
Kitty, Mark William Kitty Henry is 6-3 in front of home favourite Robert Stephen. And Robert, I can say, guys, has been playing fantastic. Kitty is 1 frame away from booking his place in the quarterfinals of a Saltire.
Kitty's a guy I've just been heavily impressed with of recent times.
Listen, I've always rated him, good player. He's probably just never really had that big run in the tournaments that maybe the ability that he's got has actually got him. And
he's getting the runs though, isn't he?
Fair enough, this is massive.
Farnsworth used his free shot brilliantly there. And as I say, one of the best at marking these finishes out that you can probably get.
Yeah, guys, if you can send it answers on a postcard, get to your local post box, and we will get Craig to look through your answers and get you a free piece of triangle blue chalk sent out to your door.
Yep.
He's underhit that. He's going to be totally fine, but he's underhit it by a good...
It's just about where the 8 goes. Anywhere over the right cushion.
Yep.
You know, the right side cushion. If you can get over there, I'd say that's ideal, because... it goes in the middle.
Yeah, it goes in the right middle.
Aye, it goes in the right middle. No, that's all.
5-4 Mark Farnsworth. Gav Robinson, Jamie Burnett. It's a tight affair with those two. Not sure who just won that frame.
That was Jamie Burnett. He's just put the score up. It's 3-all, yeah. And it's a very tight affair with Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle, and the Riot, Ross Fernie also. Ross had a chance in this 7th frame. Mark got that lovely.
Oh.
Mark isn't to be discounted if he, but this is Mark's practicing now, funnily enough. But if he still gets to the latter stages and he's got some pots under his belt, which undoubtedly he has to have, he'll take a bit of beating as well. Brilliant.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy that doesn't really play a lot of pool these days, apart from the big events, the tournaments, because he's up and down the country trying to create something special in the world of pool.
And there's no money games for him either, because he's just, it's only like probably Tom that would play him, you know, and Tom's playing a lot more than him now, and so where does he go? Because that was his forte, wasn't it? It really was, as well as being a habitual tournament winner.
There was supposed to be one. He was meant to be giving somebody 5-year start, wasn't he, to 25 or something, no long ago there for big money, and
what a break!
Whatever happened, has he got an opener? But
Mark's thing, obviously, the pool party. He's just brought fun to pool, hasn't he? What a cracking idea!
That's absolutely superb.
So you're going to do your thing in the finals day at that again, Stevie?
I'll be. I think the way it's going to be set up this time will be even better, Renzi. There's going to be a camera set up on myself at the commentary, so that when I'm doing my thing, people can watch that at the same time. So I'll be on
need to watch you as well as hear you, Stevie?
I'll be on the top corner of the screen, but every single player that wins a frame comes and sits down after everyone. So there's always a wee chat and there's a wee bit of difference, and it's
whether they're top players, bad players, indifferent, they're all getting
last year
a few minutes of fame.
Exactly. Last year they sat down, and it was good for people at home to get to listen, but this time they get to look and listen, which is again, and it was Mark's idea. He went, no, Stevie, he says, I want to get you on the screen. I want the players when they sit down next to you, I want that excitement, he says, because everybody was talking about the way I was jumping about mad last year. He says, so I need that out there for people to see how exciting it is, not just for the people in the crowd, but for everybody. And I'm like, that sounds good to me. That'll be excellent.
And that's soon. If it's like the 23rd of August or something
23rd,
like that.
couple of weeks.
So any of you guys out there that want just a fantastic day's entertainment, get yourselves along to that. I think there's tickets available, Stevie. Just get in touch with Mark.
Limited numbers available. So if you want tickets, go into Lola's Pool Party Facebook page and you'll get the link. But the numbers are limited. What a day. Yeah, it was Ian Alley. That's right. Ian Alley was supposed to be playing Mark. Mark was giving him a start.
Yeah. Good player. Top player, actually.
I think it was a race to 30 or something, and Mark was giving him 5 or 6 at a start.
5 at a start. Louis McCool 4-1. Robert Stevens back in it. 6-4 now. Ryan Davies at the table. He's 2-1 up. I can see in the corner of my eye here. Mark Boyle 40 up.
And is it the Mark Boyle break? It looks like it. It is.
Oh, it is. 3-1 Liam Dunster. Oh, aye. That starts breaking, well. He's every chance.
Yeah, that's arguably going to be some match, one of the most exciting matches in current times. Two players that have got potential to be two unbelievably top-end players, and that's Campbell Dunlop and Brian Cumming. Brian is obviously a great pedigree coming through the youths and juniors and stuff, and Campbell in the world of snooker, and then comes and wins the IM last week.
Yeah.
And these two are going head-to-head in a few weeks as well.
Yeah.
And I'll be on comms for that as well, as far as I'm aware anyway, but I'm looking forward to it.
This guy's everything, man.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable the talent we've got in Scotland, and it's going to be in shooters.
Unbelievable the talent we've got in this commentary box. You're at it every weekend.
That's it. I'm looking forward to that one. That's going to be something special. Two players that play the game in a very attacking fashion, so that should be a beauty for the viewers.
That will be a cracking game. That'll be a cracking game.
And if you fancy getting along, go to shooters, guys. If not, tune in. It'll be on live on that evening.
And is that a different stream company, or is it our man here?
I think it will be. I think obviously it's been set up through
Good.
Craig, he's the one that set
Excellent.
them all up everywhere. So obviously the guys have obviously got the access to do their own thing with it. But
Good.
I would assume that.
That should be.
It would-
And what's the date on that one?
Is it the 30? I don't know. End of the month anyway.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
31st or something. I don't know.
Some good games coming up.
Maybe the 30th. If I'm sure Mark McAllister's on, so he'll probably let us know.
Aye, he was pushing the boat out there.
He's trying to go top cushion and
Big
off the
Ray,
red.
yeah. He
Clearly.
was unlucky because he played a really, really good kick out. So I'm saying unlucky. It's unlucky, but obviously when he was playing the kick out, he's not 100% sure where the ball's gone, and it went kind of a safeish. The only thing with Snads is it's not really a presentable finish.
No.
And I don't think Billy will mind me saying this, but if it comes to
See if he was on
ducking and hiding
Aye.
and this and that, Mark's been there, done it, and he's probably a wee bit more streetwise than Billy when it comes to that side of the game. He's also got great yellows that can dislodge that 8 ball into play. So Snads might be forced to go.
Well, I'm looking at the red at the top right. You can get the black and the red out from that. The red next to the yellow that people might think is in a bit of trouble goes in the left middle, goes in the bottom right. Not a problem at all. He's kind of got natural connectors for it straight away, so he's decided to kick.
Okay, so that's one out. So
Yeah, the thing for me is obviously it's been natural to go into it. It went anyway, but
I can see a way, Stevie. It's just very difficult. He plays the one into the top left, leaves the angle, takes the one into the bottom right, and then he goes up and plays the pot and the wee dislodge. But it's kind of a low percentage, but it's the way. 30th. Thanks, Chris.
yeah, that was a bit of madness that night when the bottle came flying and landed on the table, Renzi. And I will be disappointed if that doesn't happen on the 30th.
Big Brian Moss.
I've heard shooters is exciting, so there better be, as long as they're plastic, guys. Don't be wrecking the boys' tables.
5-3 Mark Boyle.
Yeah, you don't stand a chance, Renzi, when there's people acting like that.
Good shot.
Yeah, it's decent.
But is it decent enough? It's a clever wee shot. Billy's just decided not to. But if Mark can see, no, he can't. I'm not sure he can get the yellow in front of the red.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
He's going to play the plant to try and do it.
because he can't even cut the yellow because it's a natural and off, so he's going to have to play it onto the yellow.
Even if he doesn't, even if this doesn't come off, there's still quite a bit of work to be done for Billy anyway. But I was quite impressed with Billy's shot there.
Yeah, just reined it in a wee
Yeah,
bit.
he did.
Decided, you know what, I'll live to fight another day just for now. And Liam Dunster 3-1 up against Gio.
3-1 up and at the table.
Lewis McCool 4, Paul Davis 1. It's going the way of Big Louie.
Vince Kenny has pegged the frame back against Scott Gillespie.
Yeah, this
Stop the
frame
bleeding.
at 5-2 has been going for quite a while. So has Vince get back maybe 5 minutes ago? At least. So Scott's obviously decided to slow it down a wee touch. Vince is at the table. He's just sat down and Scott has stepped up. So must be a little bit of a tactical battle going on there just now.
As there is on the table, well, we're commentating on. Bart's just played a little touch shot there. I'm not sure, Billy, that's the right shot. I wonder if it's Billy's scared about here, because I think if he plays down the table, he's definitely leaving Mark a chance. Whereas if he plays the red, it's closest to the bag, and maybe tries to get in behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
It's more preventative.
Well, the thing for me, I know if he doesn't get right in behind, so Mark will have the yellow to the top, and then he can work his way down and use the yellow over the middle to try and kick the black. But it could be last, and there's no guarantees.
Now that's his worry. I think if Snads comes down table just now, he's definitely leaving Mark. Mark's setting up for the kick out here.
No, that's exactly
in various areas. He's got the ball over the middle to kick the 8 ball. He's got the ball to the left corner to kick the 8 ball. And Snads knows it, to be fair.
So, cheers, Stu. Scott Higgins thinks that the red goes in off the yellow in the middle, but I don't think he can play it.
It's a good spot for Scott Higgins.
The double.
So he's playing downstairs. What's he doing with his cue ball now? Right, he's trying to stop the kick. Nah, don't like it, Billy. Didn't like it, mate.
It's
he can play this controlled as well.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to smash this.
It's something I refer to sometimes as a kind of nothing shot because
Yeah.
there's no real substance in it. But as you say,
I think it was I think he tried to prevent
yeah, I know, but that's
such a high risk shot to try and get the red in front of the yellow to stop him from playing this shot that he's just about to play.
Such a huge window for error and only a small window for getting that shot right. And we'll see if it turns out as a stroke of genius.
Deadly, Doomsday, Doomlord, whatever you want to call the guy.
Reaper.
The Reaper. It's just went 4-1 up. Gio just looks like uncomfortable over there. Great shot. Great shot, actually. Yeah. Could have been better. Yeah. Has he got a pot? Yeah, he's got the one down at the bottom left at the very least.
He's on the one to the top.
Yeah.
Top right.
It's what's after that is the issue, Stevie.
Well, I think he can drop it in, run towards the red, and he's got the yellow to the left middle. So, I think he's had a little shake of the head because the black's not landed in the heart of the table. But I mean, a moment ago it was stone dead.
If he gets it right, it's where it is just now. He'll be able to put that black in the middle or the bottom. So, I'm sure he'll be.
Oh, he's played that terrible. Wow.
That's very, very unlike Mark Farnsworth. Oh, it's such a vital stage. Such a vital stage. Try to be too perfect, possibly. Yeah. Who are we?
I know.
It's easy in here. I was talking to Johnny about that yesterday. How sometimes you can be hypercritical in here.
No, that's the thing. But
it's hard for you because you've got to go out and play after it.
No, exactly.
It's not for me.
For me, that's one of the moments where I probably use the phrase bag weight. Take the red out of the equation completely. Yeah. Just drop it in. And then, but we spoke about it yesterday. There's certain shots I feel that you need to get your cue through. And then there's other shots where...
What a clever shot.
Genius.
Clever.
So, you know straight away the pace he's played it at, he's meant it.
Yeah.
There's not even any doubt.
A clever shot to me, and unless say, right, Billy, okay, I'm just now... very, very old school. I'm not finishing it. I'm going to make it as hard for you to finish it as possible. However, I still think it's a really good opportunity because I don't think he stopped it for doubling.
No, see,
I don't even think he needs to kick it out, Stevie.
No.
He could, but he doesn't need to.
If he was going to kick it, he can probably do it now.
Yeah. 5-1 Louis McCool.
And Robert Stephen has been put to the sword. Mark William Henry, Kitty, is in the last 8. Congratulations, mate. You're doing something right to get the kind of run that you've got in these type of events. He is our first player, Renzi, to grace the last 8 of the tournament.
Brilliant. Brilliant, Kitty. Absolutely brilliant.
And for his wonderful craftsmanship, is he going to play the winner of this match? It looks as if he is. Yeah, he must be, yep. Yeah, he is. He's going to play the winner of this one. So I think in that, obviously, the great man that's on the wall used to scream about not leaving plants to last. This is obviously one that can't really go wrong, but...
This is different.
I think...
Now he's got a choice to make. Haha. See, that puts the cat amongst the pigeons, because now he can kick it out or else just slide round off to and leave the double. I think he's still playing for the double. Oh, Billy. He didn't set out to play. I'd be interesting to ask Billy, actually, if he had set out to leave an angle on that last one to kick it out.
I think... in my head, I was thinking it's probably always going to be the double.
He might have to still double this, but in at the top right.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a choice.
Unless he can get it to super grip here and get the pot in, but he's flirting me. Oh, he thinks he can. Is he playing the double in the top right?
Billy Snadden.
Aye, that's such a hard shot.
Yeah, tough. It's one of the...
He missed the pot thick because he was trying to stop getting in off.
It's one of the don't like the gift horse in the mouth thing, and he's went, wait a minute, I'm natural here to kick this.
Aye, I get it. I totally get it.
And on the flip side, as you say, maybe that's exactly what he was thinking, but he could have...
I wonder what he set out for though, Stevie.
Yeah.
I wonder if he set out to play that, because if that's the case, there's no issue.
No, I know. For me...
It's falling on it and then saying, you know...
I just felt that the time to kick it was off the first shot. And if you don't get it, then you just, right, let's just play in the double and take the medicine, so to speak.
Cracking pot.
Yeah. He had one or two of them throughout a couple of these matches I was watching yesterday where the big moment, black maybe over the bag or just any kind of mistake, and he's ruthless.
Do you think he'll
Absolutely
come off
ruthless.
too here, Stevie?
Yeah, I think that yellow will begin in the right middle. No, he's playing it. He likes this shot. I think he's going to check up the side. Yep.
Aye,
He
too.
did
Aye,
that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was talking about me too. He's just got all the shots, Mark.
He likes that shot.
That'll be like 1 and 2 frames for Mark because he blew the finish, and then obviously Billy's giving him that chance.
He's on the hill. Mark Farnsworth 1 away, and I can't help but think that there was an opportunity here for Billy Snadden to maybe get Mark Farnsworth out of here. But it's easier said than done, and it's very easy sitting here.
Yeah, for sure. Scott Gillespie 5-2 up and Vincent Kenny, so that's...
Yeah, that frame's still going on.
Liam's 4-2 up.
Vince at the table. I'll keep you posted on that. Gav Robinson, Jamie Burnett. That is a tight affair. 4-all, Burnett at the table. A fantastic chance, I would actually argue.
And Boyle's got a tough finish against Ross Fairley, who's not going away either. Mark's trying to stretch.
Yeah, I would argue it's going to be 5-4 Jamie Burnett in a few moments.
I wouldn't argue with you, but I just think it's definitely going to be 5-4 in a few minutes. Barring an almighty kick here.
Well, Billy Snadden. He's only one Mark Farnsworth dry break away from potentially winning the match, but he needs 3 big frames.
Billy's changed breaks, I think. It's down the side there.
And it's not gone to plan.
I think it's red, Stevie. I think he plays the yellow into the red right away, and this could be all she wrote. Don't know why he's... Oh, maybe he can't see the plant.
I think he can see the plant. I don't think I think it's that red that he's thinking is a problem, because it doesn't look like it goes anywhere.
It goes to the top left.
Yeah, for argument's sake.
I'm
Maybe not
again,
easy
I
to
wish I
get
could-
there.
So do you think, obviously you're now much more experienced than I am here, right? But yeah, he can get the plant. Right, good spot, Stevie. Right, okay, so that's the red he's worried about. I wonder if he comes back and kicks into the yellow. He tried to.
Oh, he's opened it
goes.
up.
Oh,
He's
wow.
opened it up well.
Wow, what a shot. This is done.
That was all about pace there. And he looked at the red to the bottom left. He looked at it indifferent, but he's obviously felt that the right shot.
Yeah, this looks over, Stevie.
Yeah, it looks
High quality match this has been.
very much like Billy Snadden. Saltire event is going to come to an end, but he's more than showed the level that he still plays at.
Billy can
It's
still play
incredible.
the very, very highest level. Good shot, Mark.
And these are the moments when he comes to life, when he sees that finish line, and a lot of people get that little bit more nervy when they get to that stage. For me, Mark Farnsworth looks like he's always in a hurry to go over the line.
Yeah, closing matches out. He's been there, done it. I think I'd go. I'd be interesting to see what he does. I'd go for the one next to the black next to, yeah, absolutely. So I think this is. If he takes that one now and then plays the one downstairs, it's absolute like throw-ins. Leaves the one top right, and then he can play the 8-ball in various places. Yeah, he's just coming round minding his work here. He might even. I'd come downstairs now, I think, Stevie.
I think it's looking to me like he's going to leave that red to last.
Okay. I don't mind that either.
Well, top right, middle left, top right, and then.
My only worry with there was that controlling that. But Mark's obviously
no, I know.
got the fight in a string. But obviously, I know this table's playing super fast. So could you imagine if that they just nipped in behind the other red there?
Aye, yep. It's just good to watch, Renzi.
Yeah.
That kind of control and just the way he goes about his business. It's obviously your Boyles and Dunsters and all these guys that are serial winners. It's great to have them crossing the border in the first place for these events. And I know we'll have them again next week in even more numbers.
Yeah.
As we're in the Players' Lounge for the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. But Mark Farnsworth does not cross the border to go away empty-handed. And right now, he's going to take a bit of storm.
Wow. He's got a little fortunate there, Stevie. I understand. Funnily enough, see when he played the one in the middle, what he wanted to do is he wanted to be up better on it so that he could come in past the 8-ball.
Exactly.
Left himself a wee bit of work to do. Tried to go round off 2 cushions there with the right-hand side. Only had the one potted this year with him. I don't know why he needs to do his pot this. Aye, and now he's got to cue a ball in.
Yeah. And that's in that situation as well. Do you know, I remember I mentioned a shot that Jeff had played one of the days and I went, I don't even know how he got there. Similarities, not exactly like that. It was more or less a shot that was dead straight, but the way he's hammered forward and the cue ball came back and down, and I'm like, how did he get the ball to go like that? And it's only over the last while getting a feel for certain shots and seeing obviously the players and the way they play them and stuff. I actually thought Mark was going to go top cushion with a touch of left and come past the black on the inside there because of where he landed.
Aye.
I didn't think he'd landed exactly where he would have liked.
He always wanted to be inside, that's
exactly.
for sure, but that's probably why I'd have went the other way.
Yeah.
But, okay, there we have it.
So Mark Farnsworth does beat Billy Snadden, but Billy, great competitor. He is going to be heading home now. But what a Saltire event it's been for Billy.
Unbelievable. I'll keep it going for you now. I'm going to see if Mark maybe join you here and get a little chat about that match. And I'll talk to you guys in a bit. I'm just going to get out for a wee while, do my duties.
Yeah.
Watch it. What did you say? Watch it. No, Stevie. Are we going to do my duties?
Renzi's duty is to sit in front of a big screen. Lucky for me, I've got one inside here. Yeah, so obviously the other stream tables are on just now, but Renzi's going to see if he can get Mark in for a couple of minutes. We'll get a wee chat about how he's feeling and coming up to these events and what have you. But cheers, everyone. I mean, almost 300 people on a Sunday morning watching that match. That is the Billy Snadden effect for me, and Mark Farnsworth being the player and legend that he is, there is no doubt. No, it's no surprise to me, I should say, that level of numbers watching that match there. So, cheers every single person for tuning in. Mark Farnsworth will play Mark William Henry, who has had some run so far this week. He's in the quarterfinals. Well, there is still matches ongoing. Vince Kenny 5-3 behind against Goobsy now. Ryan Davey 4, Johnny McDermott 3. So those matches, the winners of them will play each other. Gio 4-2 down against Liam. And the winner of that will play the winner of Ross Fernie and Mark Boyle. It is unbelievable what's going on in here right now. We'll be back shortly, guys. We will be back shortly. And if we get Mark, we'll pop in the next few minutes. As I say, guys, obviously the other stream tables are on the go. I think we're getting Mark. I think he's going to pop round. I think so anyway. Some of the scores just now still on the go. Ross Fernie's got one back against Mark Boyle. So it is all happening. And he is going to pop in for a wee minute. The ruthless Mark Farnsworth. Just push a wee button, mate.
Yeah, really enjoyed that match.
Billy's he's obviously had a lot of hard times over the last while on that, and we often say that it's a surprise the level that he just keeps playing at and keeps pushing, and it was a good match.
Yeah, I've never really spoken to him before, but obviously I'm well aware of his abilities, you know, over the years, and had a bit crack with him afterwards. And he said he's been going through health problems and stuff like that. But you watch him play, and he's still like you can tell he hasn't played like the pool, the break. I'm not one to comment on the break, to be fair, but that's probably the only bit of the game that lets him down a little bit. But his technique, he delivers a white beautifully. He times the ball really, really well.
Yeah, I actually mentioned your break cue, that you mentioned the break there, and I was telling Renzi about, I said I thought it was like a brown ferrule that was on it. I said, and then it's like Gorilla Glue or something that's got the clear ferrule, but you've had a bit of a break where the cue balls went up, hit the table, came back in, but you're actually breaking really good when you keep the cue ball on the table.
Yeah, I went to the cut break. I went to the cut break a while ago now because I just have this mental block breaking from the top ball. I played like a lot of snooker, and I try to push the white through further, but I get this mental block saying stop, and I just can't. Physically, I can practice and reasonably all right, a bit more match. Not just the pressure, the more importance, and I just get this mental block from the top ball, and I went to cut break. I feel really confident with it, but in the last few weeks, it's just I've seemed to hit the wall a little bit, and I got to the stage a few weeks ago when I was cut break, and I felt really, really confident. I could hit them hard, I could hit them soft. I felt as if I could control the pack really, really well. And then the last few weeks has just been like the whites came off the table there. I'm going in off and stuff like that. But like you say, a lot of it's down. But the better you time them, the better you hit them, the more chance you've got. People who say that break's all about looks, completely just talking absolute load of rubbish. The better you hit them, the more chance you've got. But that match, I thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, I'm enjoying competing. Billy, obviously, it was a good match. I don't think there's been many mistakes. But even when he came back at us, you know, you want to try and push on and try to do everything to win the frame, you know. So I enjoyed it.
I like that when you mentioned the break being. People talk about Mark Boyle's cut break and Tom's smash down the middle and all these different elements that you get to the break. I think it was Lee Shepherd was in one of the last events, and he was saying, "Listen, I don't care what anybody says. It's just blind luck.
No,
if you hit them good, you might."
Mark didn't wake up one day and have like one of the best breaks in the play. I mean, obviously, I know he's dedicated to snooker over the years, but you can tell he's put a lot of time. And Tom's got a fantastic break, but Tom uses, because he's such a big lad, he leans in. I've never seen anybody like Jack Whelan's probably. I think he's got the most natural break out of everybody because he's such a big lad. But he falls into the shot, but he goes down like dead straight. And if you try to copy that, you're a million. But he seems to he doesn't even hit them hard. He's that big a lad. He just controls it. He doesn't even swing his arm through it. It's just he's that big a lad. He just falls into the shot, like when he's delivering the cue ball, and he just goes through in a straight line, and so he doesn't even have to hit them hard, and he just gets that much power. Tom obviously leans into them a bit more, but they don't just get that overnight.
No,
of course. At the end of the day, the people who just whack them fine if they can get lucky. It's the same when you go in a cluster of balls. You don't deserve to get on one if you've got no control of it. It's the same as a break, like Mark Boyle, fantastic. Even Liam's got he gets that middle ball. Nearly every time, do you know what I mean? But it's not like an overnight thing. It's controlled. You're not guaranteed, but it gives you more chance.
That's a thing that Liam probably the one that you can talk about more, where you obviously work on that. You don't just, as you say, wake up and all of a sudden you're timing it so good that you almost get that ball in the middle every single time. But he doesn't hit them overly hard, Liam. He's just worked a break that kind of works for him.
Yeah, he times them really well. Like you say, he doesn't like absolutely burst them wide open, but obviously he times them really well. If he doesn't get that ball into the centre pocket, there's still quite a few balls travelling. So he's got a lot of chance of getting one. But again, you go back to people who's put the time in. Going back to Gareth Potts, I know he doesn't play a ball anymore, but he's where he's actually lifting the white ball off the tail and stuff like that. But it's you put practice in, and if you put the time in, you get the reward sometimes, you know. But some people are just very. They think it's down to luck, and they're just obviously the tunnel vision with it. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, there is an art to it, and you generally find the better players have put the more time in on the game itself, not just the break.
See, I find that you'll probably, maybe even in this building, there might be 100 brake cues that have went through everybody's hands, and it's like, it's got to be the cue. It must be, maybe need a different tip. I'll need to do it. But no, I don't know how many people in here actually go and work at their brake. And it's the biggest shot these days.
It's the same in practice, you know. Obviously with the club we've got back at home, you know, you see some people practice and they do the same things wrong day in, day out, you know what I mean? Obviously, at the end of the day, don't get us wrong, I make a lot of mistakes day in, day out as well, but you know what your mistakes are, you try to rectify them the next time you work on it, and obviously if you've got weaknesses in the game, that's what you work on. You see some players, even really, really good players, and they just refuse to accept the negatives, and they don't, like the break and stuff like that, and they're not going to improve. It's the same as this handicap malarkey and comfort zones and stuff like that. They just refuse to, they want to push themselves to the next level, do you know what I mean? And even now, obviously, I like playing, but if I make mistakes, I'm my own biggest critic. You want to try and improve. You want to play the perfect match. I know it's virtually impossible all the time, but then you see people, some players who dedicate the time, and you see the improvement in them as well, which is what it's all about.
I'll see that handicap. I'm a big advocate for, if you want to get good at the game, you need to play the best players. If you want to learn, you need to put in the time, and that's just. But I don't know what it's like for you down your way. I know you've got your place and stuff like that, but there's so many events these days that's eliminating the top guys. You aren't allowed to play. It's category B. I've never understood it. I probably never will, but
I'm amazed. The club we've obviously it's thriving at the moment. Don't get us wrong. There's loads of local money matches, events. People are practicing day in, day out. You go in sometimes like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All the tables are taken and stuff like that. So you can't fault the buzz for it. But it's just, I think this mentality. It's not just obviously in the northeast, whatever. It's throughout the country. But I'm still amazed. I come to these events, you know, and I use them as obviously like practice. And don't get us wrong, it's a great event. But obviously with the Grand Prix next week, with the IPA, you know, so it's just good to get in that match environment. But the entries you get up here and the interest is just, I don't think, there's nowhere in England gets that sort of, obviously where there's no handicaps. You've got obviously Mark and Liam turn up every week, every event. Then you've got sometimes obviously John McAllister's here, Clinton Jansen comes regular. Myself obviously, so it's a decent standard, and you still fill the tournament every event. So it's huge that. It's mental, because you look at obviously the good, and I think that's a little bit of a downfall of pool players that's around this generation. That they've never had that learning curve where they've been going to events where they've been getting smashed around the room like I did, like Mikhail did. Obviously, that general Rona McCarthy, you got smashed around the room when you were young off the better players of the day. And you went home with your tail between your legs,
exactly.
and you had to practice. And you went to the next event, you might be getting smashed around the room again. But you think to yourself, it's the same when you went in the local club. Putting the money on the side of the table or the chalk on the board and stuff. You know, you had to learn how not to lose. You know, whereas I think some of the younger players, for all the talent they've got, I think sometimes it's just a little bit, I'm not saying missing, they're just having that education with the other side of the game, you know, which I think it's so important.
Oh, that's probably the apprenticeship type thing as you talk about. You've got to get in there, take the hard knocks, work hard to improve, and maybe there's obviously cracking players that come through. We see the kind of conveyor belt in Scotland. There's always a generational kind of 4 or 5 real good ones, and then another 4 or 5, and but the category thing for me, I believe probably over the next while that might slow down, because too many people are getting used to playing people at their own level, so there might only be the odd one that breaks through.
I think if you go back to like you're saying there, I think because if you look at the better players in not just Scotland and England in general, I think you look at the better players, the majority of them are over probably 40. You've got like obviously Mark Boyle, do you know what I mean? Gareth Hibbert in the IPA, you know what I mean? There's a lot of players, and they've got that education where they know. Even myself, when I'm playing some matches, I go for some finishes because your confidence of that. I sit down if I've missed it. I want to punch myself in the face, because I think, so why on earth have I went for that? When the better percentage shot is just to roll a ball over the pocket or just wait. But it is difficult when you've
of course
got you know you can get them in practice 7, 8, 9 out of 10. It's difficult to play the percentage shot, which you should do all the time, you know. But the amount of times I've said, I think, why on earth have I went for that finish? Obviously, you get them; it's happy days. But when you mess them up, you think you're a fool. But that's part of the game.
Do you think? I mean, probably since I started doing the commentary and sitting in front of the screen, especially with all you pro guys at the IPA and stuff, and yourself, Gareth, Clint, Mark, whatever it is, and I've mentioned to loads of people, even the kind of lower down pros, there's very rarely, and I know it's a 30-second shot clock, but there's not very many kind of tactical frames that you tend to push the boat out a bit. And is that because it's on the stream, or is it the 30-second shot clock, or is that just sometimes you get caught up in it?
I've never been a positive of the shot clock, to be honest, but it's sort of, you need it because of the spectator's point of view. So I think 30 seconds is a bit tight. The 15 seconds of other organisations just an absolute farce.
Yeah.
I think 30 seconds is quite tight, but I just think sometimes it takes it away from what pool's all about as well, you know, because don't get on, everybody wants to see the crash bang wallop and some of the finishes you get when the white ball's flying off the lampshades and stuff like that, and it is good to watch, but that's not proper pool, you know.
No, I know.
I think the shot clock sometimes takes it away, that thought process, but like you say, you can't. I've been criticised a lot in the past of the shot clock. I'll take my time. Sometimes I use it as a bit of a tactic. If you're playing somebody who's just running around the table like a headless chicken, sometimes you take that a little bit extra just to kick them out the rhythm. And it's part and parcel of the game, you know. But I think the 30-second shot clock, you get on with the game. But I think the only negative is you lose some of the, because I watch some frames between like two old pros, as it were. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes it's fascinating to watch. It's not like a chess match. You don't really get that sort of the black balls, but you get some position where the balls are there in scrappy frames. The black's dead, a couple of balls are safe, but they're very, very clever. And it's one shot. It's not like one shot ahead. Some of the old pros or whatever, the old tactical players, they think they're 3-4 shots ahead. Obviously, even in a tactical frame, think, well, if I do this, it leads to that. And it's good to see that thought process. And I think with the shot clock, that eliminates a lot of that, you know, because you don't get time to think of the bigger picture. But like you say, I think the shot clock has had a massive positive in the game, so you can't. I'm not being wholly critical of it, you know. So, but there's a flip side to it, isn't there?
Well, that's the funny thing. Like these events here, we don't have the shot clock in play. Although black ball rules is 60 seconds and what have you, there'll be loads of people, loads of viewers saying, "Oh, this is a nightmare. It's taking long." And I'll use the words purist for the purist. Getting to watch some of these, it could be someone in total control in a frame, and getting to see someone with that kind of tactical ability to turn the frame on its head and eventually. We don't see enough of it these days.
Yeah, even that match with Billy, there was one frame it ended up a little bit scrappy, and I thoroughly enjoyed that frame because I worked hard to control it, to get control back. I kicked it, which I hate going into a cluster when there's no control of it. So I sort of weighed my options up, and I thought I'll play the one in the left centre to go into the cluster. I thought the white can't go in, the black can't go in. The scrappy where they are, I'm hoping for the best, but that's sort of like, I hear people say, "Oh, I'm unlucky I didn't get on one." It's a complete opposite. You're lucky if you get on one because you're just leaving it down to chance. And
no, that's that.
I was a little bit unfortunate that the black went dead again. So I've worked hard to win to get control of the frame again, and I've went and played a crazy shot and something myself. I'm just so frustrated because that's the sort of frame where you work hard to get in control, and then you make a mistake. It's frustrating, you know. Like, don't get us wrong, like the crash bang wallop, it is good to watch, and it's good to take a good finish out. But when you work hard in a tactical frame like that gives you just as much reward. And I think from a spectator's point of view, people who know the game and understand what's happening, I think that's half the battle as well. Obviously, like a lot of the spectators probably don't see the tactical side of it, and they just think people's playing negative and boring, and they don't really get that. A lot of players are trying to create something out of that negative frame.
That's probably a big part when we're in the world now where most of the TV stuff is on, as you say, a kind of absurd shot clock. Oh, we've got the 30 seconds, and it's very attack-minded. Even if you've got a tactical frame, generally that tactical frame's still getting played at quite a pace where you maybe an extra 30 seconds, you might find something a wee bit better. But the game is played at such a pace on TV. No many people in the new generation watching really understand the way pool really was.
Don't get us wrong, it is the black ball rules and the rules. The only rule out which I've always disagreed is the break shot, the break rule, having 2 shots free table off the break. I totally disagree with that. I think it should be one shot ball in hand. But apart from that, the rules are so attacked. So you've got to attack. You can't go into a game and think, I'm just going to block pockets, I'm going to play negative, because you just get blew off the table, you know. So you've got to attack. But there's that element where it is good when the balls go safe. You're more interested in the football, aren't you?
I'm just having a glance, mate.
No, but there's 2 sides to the game, and I try to get the lads back home saying that like it's you see a B game, but it's not really a B game. It's that throw process.
The game,
it's percentages shot, so it doesn't matter even if it's an attacking frame. Sometimes it's time to pull the reins in, block the pocket, leave the white safe, even if you're in attack mode. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and again, you play the play, not the balls, you know. So if you, depending on who your opponent is, you choose a shot to that's what it is. You're playing opponents. Not as if you're playing darts, you're hitting darts at the ball. Do you know what I mean? You've got to weigh the options up.
I like that, because that's probably something that gets that term, the B game. Like, he's got a good B game as well. If he doesn't get the finish, he can hang in there, and you think that's just the game. It's not an A game, a B game. If there's got to be more than one way to skin a cat. At the end of the day, it's about winning the frame.
Yeah, I think the biggest example going back to the Scottish lads is Liam. He probably, no disrespect him, but he's probably not the most talented outright potter on the tour, but he's without a shadow of a doubt the most battle hardened, the hardest player to beat, you know, because like you say, he uses even his break. If he's not fancying it, he's not playing well, the table isn't playing well, he'll go back to that tap break, and he knows he's just in the frame. Or if it comes to like you can say, he used the time a lot, you know, but he can't play on the shot clock. But a lot of the tactical, a lot of the time factor, it's basically using it to his advantage. Which, don't get when people come back to sportsmanship and all that, I do get that to a certain extent, but he just uses the rules to his advantage. You know, he's so hard to beat. And at the end of the day, I'm not saying I enjoy Liam watching him play, because sometimes it's like pulling teeth, but he's just so hard to beat, you know, and that's what it's all about.
No, you've got to respect the fact that I think the game when he played Jake in Glasgow, Jake had 6 breaking dishes in the match and a cracking monster finish when Liam had touched the black over the top bag, and just to beat him in that final, he's had to break and dish 6 times on his own break, and he said after it, he went, I've now figured out how you beat Liam, you just have to dish every frame. Yeah, and that's testament to the player he is. Yeah,
because Jake's he's a fantastic player himself. He's probably hasn't had the results that his talent deserves. Maybe he's a little bit of self-doubt and stuff like that, but I watched that final and it was a fantastic match. But like you say, he's having to pull pretty big, even though he broke really well. Some of the finishes had to pull, I'm not saying they weren't there, but he's had to work hard, you know, and fair play to him. He kept himself together and took a big finish on the deciding, deserved to win. But that obviously shows the standard you've got to play at against somebody like Liam, who's not going to give you many on a plate. You play some players, and you maybe get 2 or 3 handed to you, which is it's basically like a handicap at times, you know. So it's hard if you've got to work for every frame.
Coming to these events, then, Mark, obviously the Saltire, because you've supported this. I mean, you travel up as much as you can, and you came and you've competed with some of the best players in Scotland. A lot of players that maybe aren't known down south because they don't go and play in the IPA and stuff like that. But there's a lot of talent and a lot of good players that can obviously upset you on their day. But perfect preparation for next week's IPA.
Yeah, I like the fact it stays at 7 as well. As you get a bit older and stuff, you want them longer races, you know, to give you that little bit of a cushion, you know. But I'm saying first to 7s, you do play times that shorter race, but I think 7's a good balance. And like you say, they come in, there's no handicaps, you know what I mean? But like, there's no fear as well. There's some of the younger lads come in, they're just popping balls off the lampshades and they give you a good game because they're playing better players regular. They sort of they get stuck in, you know. But no, you can't fault these 2 venues up here, to be honest. Obviously, I'm good friends with Paul and the McGoldricks. I think it's without a shadow of a doubt the best venue in the UK. And not just the tables, it's just the environment, and you get looked after, you know. And even obviously Santa's venue plays, but the tables are always pristine, you know. So you come, you know you're going to get match practice, decent conditions. So it's a perfect setup.
It's good, obviously. The players that are travelling up next week, I know the tables are getting all done Monday, Tuesday time, and players as well, so it's going to be immaculate. They're never easy to win these events, never mind obviously the IPA next week, where I think Paul said there's maybe 30 odd pros coming up as well, so should be some event. And obviously this is getting to the latter stage. You play Mark William Henry, he's an underdog here, he's a good player, very good Scottish player, doesn't probably get the results that he would have liked in the past, but he's in a bit of a good run. That should be a tough match for you.
I don't actually know, Mark, to be honest. Like I say, there's that many players, and I try to come to as many Saltire events as I can, but like you say, there's that many players in, sometimes you don't, you know. But he's done fantastic at the quarterfinal. I'm looking forward to the match, you know.
He's beat Robert Stevens 7-3 there.
I thought it must have been a quick match, actually. I looked up the score when they were there, one minute. I didn't even see what the score was in run. I just happened to glance at it, and obviously the match wasn't there, so I was like, that must have been relatively quick. But Robert's been playing really well, so that's a result in itself, you know. So
he's this year's been a bit. He struggled a wee bit. There's been a lot going on in Robert's life, and then this year Paul had said to him, "Listen, go and knuckle down, stick in, and let's see how far it can go." And he has been playing well. He's been putting in the time, so that's a good result, and it should be a good match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. Like I say, it's like I'm enjoying playing against. I'm putting a bit of time in back home, doing the odd challenge match. It gives you, just tries to get your match shot, but then it also, because you've put a bit of time in, you care a bit more, so you get into the matches and like you enjoy the scrap a little bit as well. It's all nice, well and good if you win 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, but if you go behind, I'm enjoying trying to dig in a little bit as well. You know, sometimes it doesn't come off, but at the end of the day, I'm enjoying it at the moment.
That's a good insight, because there's a lot of people, including myself right now. Mark Boyle, who's not really getting much practice time, he's turning up to the events and he's basically saying, well, I'm just hoping for the best, but when you're putting a bit of time in, you don't want that time to be wasted, so you're getting in there and fighting for every frame.
Yeah, I think with Mark, it's just he's got that much going on, but not just that. I had a big crackling down wheels at the Welsh Grand Prix, and I think he's just struggling with his eyes at the moment.
Yeah.
They're getting the right glasses, and he's still competing when he says sometimes it's just a blur. Do you know what I mean? It's like so it shows what a talent he is. That he's still a handful, even when sometimes he probably can't see the ball.
It's incredible.
But yeah, like I say, the event next week, it's the same down wheels like Paul Bushnell. But it was in the middle of nowhere. Don't get us wrong, it was a nightmare to get there once you were there. Especially, I've never known anybody like it, even including Scotland. The Welsh lads, they were there supporting. Even if you were playing a Welsh lad, they were still supporting you. Do you know what I mean? So it's good to get the events at different places, and like for spectators who probably don't.
No, that's true.
The Scottish lads obviously got the Saltire, there's that RJM, so there's a lot of events.
Yeah, we've got loads up here.
I think down Wales, it's not very often they get events, but it was well supported. And it was a great venue to play at, even though Marshy got dead lucky.
Yeah,
I'm still on over that.
He was. There was actually a few people, and they would come up. I had the odd person say to me, "Are you Walker the Talker?" And I'm going, "Yeah, that's me." And they're saying, "I hope you guys keep coming back here because we love coming and watching." And that's probably the thing we don't see maybe enough of. Locals that go, we're kind of spoiled up here. So this maybe gets took for granted because people can come in every day of the week, and as you say, with the IMs and the Saltires and the West of Scotland tours and stuff. And it's mostly the guys like your Goobsies and everybody's here. We're maybe, but down there, as you say, middle of nowhere, they don't get to see the very best very often. And
I think pool in general, I'm not sure the exact figures, but it's one of the most participant sports.
I think it's the biggest Cuesports participation-wise.
But it's difficult to sell it to the general public, you know. There's a loads of, every year there's stuff with the IPA and how do we make it where, because you've got two events. One's the Saturday night, which I think the professional event should be the prestige on the Saturday night, but then you've got the Sunday, which obviously people want to get home. Sometimes they've been there since the Thursday. They want to get home to their family and work and whatever else. So it's difficult to keep that arena full. But then again, the viewers on the page, on the YouTube, is always fantastic on the Sundays. It's difficult because there's nobody there.
No, that's it.
It's catch-22, isn't it? It's people. They're not going to sit and watch. They're not going to pay to go and watch pool and stuff like that. But they are interested in it. So
that's a good point because. Even the final just in the Normandy, I think there was 3 people or 4 people, and there was I think Rob Wilson and his wife and that were still left over. But I'm kind of going, right, for the few people that's left, give them a round of applause. But as you say, there was obviously a good few thousand tuned in late in that Sunday night, and at the end of the day, if there's nobody watching at home, then it's just a kind of everyday tournament then that you've got. So that's a big part of it as well, where you've got 50 people in there. The thousands watching at home that's a big thing.
Yeah, I think it's helped my game a little bit because you sort of go into like when you're practicing, there's nothing, and not so much just playing for a little bit of money or whatever else. But if you're just in a club, nobody watching, you sort of go into you don't not so much not caring. Do you know what I mean? You go on autopilot a little bit, you know, and it probably over time you don't realise the weaknesses that's creeping into your game because you're not giving every shot or every frame the full concentration, you know. So I've been playing a few challenge matches back home, giving head starts away and stuff like that. It keeps you not so much interested, but just keeps you on the ball a little bit, you know. I think that shows when you come to matches themselves that instead of going, I'm going to go for that, and it cuts out the silly mistakes as well, you know. So I think it's but like you say, I've played in loads of finals in the IPA on the Sunday, and you go into the room and obviously it's a big event, you know, and there's nobody left there, but then you know in the back of your mind that there's quite a few watching, you've got friends and whatever else, so that gives you that little bit buzz because it creates that bit of exposure as well, you know. So you want to, and don't get us wrong, I think the experience side of things, a lot of players that get on there and without the experience it's difficult, and people think, oh, how's he missed that, how's he done that, but until you're in that environment with a 30-second shot clock, it's difficult. Until you've been there, it's difficult to criticise players who haven't. You know what I mean? Because it does create that bit of pressure. You know,
it's that's absolutely brilliant to hear that, because I have actually wondered, sitting there myself, maybe in the chair, waiting to maybe do an interview, and over the last maybe year and a half, and I'll be looking and going, there's 4 people. I think at the World Championships, the doubles that were left, and there was only me and young Bobby George, and Bobby's sitting there eating a big bag of crisps so loud, and I'm sitting next to him. I went, Bobby, but it was only us that was there was nobody else. But you tend to forget that you're still playing in front of thousands of people, and I didn't even think myself that, do you as a player sit there and go, right, there might be nobody here, but there's thousands watching, so I need to tune in.
It was funny. I think it was at the Newcastle event, and I was playing a semi-final. I think it was Lee Anderson from Blackpool, so we're playing the semi-final on. Wasn't on the stream table. I think it was there might have been a secondary stream table, and there was literally nobody left in the room, you know. So it was on stream. It was a semi-final. And I could hear Bron, the Queen of Pool, she was like nattering on at the top. Obviously, doing nothing intentional. I had to go over and say, like, can you keep it down a little bit? Because there's nobody in the room. That's the only thing you could hear. You know, and that's when it comes to, like, when you play money matches and stuff, there's a great, and people think, oh, the noise and stuff like that. But it all sort of, like, goes into one. But when there's nobody in the room, you hear everything, you know. So it is difficult.
Last week, the IM finals were in here, and myself and Renzi were in here doing commentary for it. And there was music playing in the background, but on the Sunday night, there was basically 3 members of staff and us 2. The music went off, and there was still maybe half an hour left in the game, and all you could hear was me and Renzi. And I ended up taking one of the earphones off to hear how loud I was. And I said to the Campbell Dunlop won it, and I said to him, could you hear every word we were saying? And he said at the start it was okay, but then all of a sudden we could hear everything. But it was when the music went off in the venue, and it's so hard when you get to that stage, because you don't want us in here whispering, because you want that excitement for the viewers at home, because there's nobody left in the building. But it's tough.
Yeah, it is. Like you say, there's both sides, and when you're playing, you want noise, music, and whatever else. When it's deathly silent and you hear the odd noise, that's worse than sometimes when there's people shouting, even if they're calling your names and stuff.
No, exactly.
I've had plenty of that over the years, but sort of absolutely deathly, and you hear one voice, that's sometimes worse than 100. Do you know what I mean? It's weird.
It's weird. It is weird because the tiniest pin. Renzi says to me, Steve, you could hear a pin drop in here. I says, the thing is, never mind the pin, they can hear us. And Campbell actually said at one point, if you've got any more tips, guys, and shouted over, and I'm going, oh no, they can hear every word. But as you say, with Bron, and even if there's only a couple of people there, I think this is perfect. This is absolutely brilliant to set up in here, is having the booth and stuff.
Yeah, it's like sitting in Sky Sports.
Yeah,
there's that many screens.
It's incredible. And obviously when we're at the IPA events, we try and get the commentary in a place that's out the way so nobody can hear anything. I remember in Newcastle, you did it with me, but we were just behind the table. Yeah. And it wasn't ideal, but there was no really anywhere else at the racecourse we could go. But it's just the nature of it sometimes.
Yeah, we're like going back to Sky Lounge again. We're a bit tight for space, you know. We've been trying to like improve the streaming side of things, but it's very, very basic. I had a bit crack with Craig yesterday, and he just went on one, and he started talking language, which honestly he might as well have been talking like Spanish or something. He started getting on about all these terms and stuff like that, and I looked at him like, I didn't have a clue what he was on about, but it shows it's not a 2-minute job, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's educate the people, and that's what they provide the settings for great events.
No, well, he comes in here and he'll move the mouse and it goes to every screen, and I'm going, how is he doing that? How is it? And however he interconnects it all and however it all works, it's exceptional, and it's good to have. Players is obviously one of the places we're going to be there next week. That's been a bit awkward in the past for the commentary, because you're kind of at the bar area, you hear everybody getting drinks and talk. I don't know what the plan is tomorrow. I know they've been considering getting like a pop-up type temporary one that can go around the corner, and then when they take it down, take it away again, and something like that might work on certain nights. But
yeah, it's different for club events. So, like the hotel events, you've got a bit more space. It's a business. It's a 7-day-a-week business, isn't it? At the end of the day, so I think Murphy's in Doncaster, they've got a private like comedy box. It was an old-fashioned club, and they've converted, and it's a fantastic setup down there. You know, they've got the comedy box sort of thing. But for a normal club to provide that, it's space. You haven't got the space.
No,
this
exactly.
Is ideal here, because obviously it's huge. Like you say, the hotel events is different, isn't it? You've got that extra space to be able to plan.
No, exactly.
So anything like that, it's just a bonus at the Grand Prix events, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Grand Prix is obviously next week. The draws are out. Do you know who you play?
I've never even looked at the draw, to be honest.
No.
I've never looked. I know I play the Friday afternoon. Somebody said that, but I've never even looked. I think I might play the winner of a match before. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
I play Jake Dillon Newlove at 5 o'clock, I think so. But obviously I'll be there for the start to open up the commentary and TV stuff. But it should be a good weekend. Yeah. I think there's just over 80. I think obviously they were talking about the fact that the Welsh was only last month, and they just didn't have a chance to spread it out enough, and it's tough to fill these events right after each other. But 80 runners, 30 odd pros, should be some event, Mark.
Yeah, hopefully I don't get a puncher next week.
No, I know, mate. I know. It's been at least it was only a puncture. But no, well done, mate. You play Kitty next. That should be a good match. So good luck, mate.
Thanks very much, man.
Cheers,
Appreciate
Mark.
it.
What a guy. Cheers for talking to us. Cheers, legend. So, guys, obviously we're going to be back very soon with the next match on the mainstream table. I'm going to go and find out what that might be, but there's a couple of results still to come. So, massive thanks to Mark Farnsworth for coming in and talking to us there. What a guy. What a brilliant guy. Back soon, guys. Swiftly back, guys. Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster. Listening to Mark Farnsworth talk about the ins and outs of the game of pool was absolutely fantastic, and it was going to be one of the ones just come in for a couple of seconds and talk about the match, but before he came in, they had basically said, well, there's no match on, Stevie, I don't mind coming in for a wee blur. So that was absolutely fantastic and much appreciated. It's good to get the insight of guys as good as Mark, and he's a cracking guy into the bargain. Oh, absolutely brilliant. And obviously, he's still in the tournament. He's on table 7 against Mark William Hendry, Kitty. So, big appreciation to Mark Farnsworth there. And he did. He's obviously been struggling for the... Not struggling, but trying to get himself some kind of cash-type games, giving starts and stuff in his local club. But I think the big money matches... as far as I remember, he was supposed to be going to Ireland to play Carol O'Donoghue, and I think that's happening. So I'll double check that one, guys. I didn't really notice it at the start, but I can confirm that. I'll have a wee chat. But I think some of the guys on here might know, but I think Mark Farnsworth might be playing against Carol O'Donoghue. You can double check that. I think that's the boy that Fernie had a double header with, so I'll keep you posted on that. Dropped on it. He's got a bit of a shot to play. Two Scottish greats going head to head here. Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle. And no doubt we will have Alan Reynolds back later on. He is out tuning into a different kind of ball game. All the way. They don't call him Mr. Magic for no reason. This black for an opening frame lead for Mark Boyle. Lewis McCool, Jamie Burnett is underway on one of our other stream tables. Mark Farnsworth and Mark William Henry, Kitty. That is not kicked off yet, but it will be soon. Because Scott Gillespie and Vince Kenny is all over. It did go to a decider. And I'm not sure who has got over the line because they haven't flicked the button yet. But I did mention that Vince was playing fantastic stuff yesterday, and I said to Scott earlier, Scott was 5-1 up in that match. And Vince has managed to get back to 6-all. Both of them having a little chat. Nobody has gone near the Q score. Now it's in. Now it has gone through. Scott Gillespie versus Ryan Davey will be on table 9, our other stream table. So stream tables are Lewis McCool or Jamie Burnett, Scott Gillespie, Ryan Davey. And the main table we have two of Scotland's giants, Liam Dunster and Mark Boyle. So guys, welcome if you're just tuning in. And if you've been on all day so far, thank you very much. And hopefully we can keep you guys all day entertained with the talent we've got on show. Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle, Lewis McCool, Jamie Burnett, Scott Gillespie, Ryan Davey, Mark Farnsworth, Mark William Henry. Jamie Burnett had a little chat with me just in between before this match had started. And he was telling me that his match against Gav Robinson was really harsh on Gav. Jamie won that match in a decider. He said to me that Gav Robinson, who won the lag, broke dry 7 times. And he actually said, Stevie, he didn't miss a ball. He didn't play one single bad shot. And he's lost the match. He said he didn't deserve it. Gav Robinson deserved to win the match. It was exactly what Jamie Burnett said. And I have to hand it to him, the sincerity of how he mentioned it. Yeah, it's just, that's the way the game is at times. You have your moments. Gav was telling me yesterday that he was having a huge problem with his brake. I think in his opening match, he had 7 dry brakes. And then in his second match, he had 5 dry brakes. He's winning the lag, and he's just not getting the balls down in the chance. So but his misfortune has given the opportunity to his opponent, and Jamie Burnett came through that, and he's against Lewis McCool, the IPA #1 amateur so far this year, closely followed by David Compton. And young Brian Cumming, the young Scotsman, is in there as well. There's obviously loads of guys up near the top end that are quality players, and we're going to see them next week on the IPA in Falkirk, the Scottish Grand Prix. So please tune in next week for that. We have a lot to do today before we even get to next week. A lot of pool to be played. Some serious talent on show. Will we have an underdog story? Well, one of the guys has maybe won before take the title once again. Good afternoon, Bomber. Cheers, Dave McLaren. Everyone zoned in. It is absolutely fantastic to have you. So I wonder if the red Mark's closest to right now could possibly be his last ball. I know he's been walking around the table and having a look at different things, but I haven't. I was looking at some of the other tables as matches are getting started, and so is he maybe thinking left middle, right middle? Does he then go upstairs? I think it's going from the one closest to the right middle. Yeah, so he's gone too far. Or did he decide to go too far and play to the one on the top right? Because he could then have... Yeah, it's still awkward for me. And drop this in and then take the red to the bottom left, and then he's got the red to the top left, and the one over the middle last, thin cut, come back across. It's not straightforward. You would have your house on Mark getting these. But he does have to mind his work a bit. Okay, he's Landed not too bad. Might have to play a delicate little screw shot towards the yellow and just... The only issue with that is he wouldn't want to be going too far. Yeah, it needs to be slightly on the low side as we see the screen. It's not easy, that's for sure. Let's see what he's going to play. Just cushion the yellow. Or he could come through the gap. Right, okay. I don't think it's worked out terribly bad. You seen where he was looking to go. If that red goes in the bottom right, he might be okay, but Mark's still got a shot to play here. Can he get his entire cue through past the black to cue the red in? I think he might just be about to. Yeah, he could just get his cue through. He's taking these out absolutely brilliantly. These have not been easy. He's had to mind his work a bit. He's had a few kind of awkward positional shots to play. He's on a red to the right middle. Just a little stun across. Yeah, took his medicine. It was obviously slightly higher than maybe the camera had showed, so he didn't want to gamble too much in powering that in, so just a little drag through. And he's got a black to go 2 frames in front against Liam Dunster. Two-0 Mark Boyle. Liam Dunster to break. Frame number 3. He needs a big one. Andy Neal, good afternoon. As mentioned there, it was a tidy finish from Mark. He did have to mind his work a bit. It was slightly awkward. Now, yellow ball stand out straight away. Definitely not standout pattern right away. Yellow to the top right, and possibly the one that's in the centre of the table. That's the one he's going to go for. Just maybe stun on and off the left-hand cushion. And then he'll have the yellow in the centre of the table to the bottom right. And from there, if he gets those two, which I fancy him to do, he should then work his way down the table. And it'll take care of itself from there, but these first two shots, extremely awkward. Two absolutely huge shots, so oh, he's missed it. Oh, he's missed it. The tables, brand new Supreme winner tables, only recently, in over a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago at the most, and I think a week and a half, yeah, middle of last week, start of last week, whatever it was, but this is, it's probably testament to the way the new tables are. Paul was saying yesterday that a lot of the players were telling him that they're playing that little bit tighter, and I can testify to that. One or two shots along the rail, right along the cushion, you think you've nailed it, and next thing you know, it's still sitting on the edge. They most definitely are, but that from Liam was not easy. As I say, the first two shots were going to be his most awkward. He was bridging over, digging down. And it's ended up leading to an uncharacteristic miss, but as I say, it wasn't easy. So he's given Mark a chance to go 3-0 in front here. And I'm pretty sure Mark, although he'll be delighted, he'll be slightly surprised that his next visit wasn't at 2-1. Ryan Davey on a finish against Scott Gillespie on one of our other stream tables. Jamie Burnett has snookered himself on his last yellow on his attempt to finish against Lewis McCool. I will keep you updated. Mark Farnsworth won, Mark William Henry won, and Kitty, who beat Robert Stephen, asked Robert about the match, and Robert had mentioned that he's like, listen, Kitty played great, he says, and he says the worst part about the match though was his break didn't go exactly as he would have liked. And the break's huge. We just heard Mark Farnsworth in here talking about it and how people work on it and stuff. So it was a great insight having Mr. Farnsworth in, filling us in with how he sees things. And then into the bargain, we've also got, well, we've got the 4 games all on now. Yeah, I was looking there. I thought one match was still to go on, but I'm slightly wrong because they've all started. It was the Mark Farnsworth and Mark William Henry match we were waiting for. So, yeah, it's a huge, huge part of the game these days is the break shot. But people work on it, people work at it, people perfect it. You got Liam and Mark Boyle, brilliant at the old cut break, and you get the odd person. I think Gio does a cut break as well, fantastically well. And then I heard that one or two players that were playing last, I think, was it maybe John McAllister was playing Gio? And Craig had mentioned that he had said there's no point in me even lifting my cue up because Gio's just going to cut break and finish. I think John's one of the advocates for taking away the cut break. I don't understand, if it was such a big weapon, why is everyone not doing it? It's not as easy as people think, and because the likes of Mark, who's just went 3-0 in front, And Liam, Gio, etc. are as good as they are at timing that ball and working on it. So I'm not having that it's a huge advantage. I think there's a few guys who want to, I think Mark mentioned Jack Whalen and Tom Cousins, who have got exceptional front ball breaks. Gareth Potts. So listen, these guys didn't wake up, as Mark Farnsworth said, they didn't wake up one morning and just be able to break unbelievably well. Well, let's see the Mark Boyle break in action. It's 3-0. It's 1-1 between Lewis McCull and Jamie Burnett. Ryan Davies 1-0 in front against Scott Gillespie, and Ryan's at the table, so we'll keep you all updated as that goes on. From here, Liam at the table again, but nothing straightforward. He's not coming to the table with huge chances. He's having to... He's looking to see where he can put the cue ball at. I'm not seeing anything standing out. Red to the top left, top right, sorry, from where we're looking. Yes, probably as awkward as it could have been for a first visit here for Liam. Ryan Davey on a finish right now against Scott Gillespie, and Lewis McCool on a finish. When I say on a finish, it's really awkward. But he's at the table against Jamie Burnett. So what's Liam's thinking here? Red to the top right. Something that Liam has worked on over the last number of months is that long potting. I know he had a session with McGoldrick's very own Elliot Sanderson, and that is his forte, to work on the mechanics of how you stand and step into the shot and control it. And Liam, as far as I was led to believe, was absolutely blown away with those fundamentals. We all know the way Liam works, so he has obviously taken that and worked at it. That was a fantastic red to get things opened up here. Still a bit of work. Now, it looks like he was maybe just checking to see if the red went... Oh, he's playing the double. He's playing the double. He's bang on it, so... It is understandable why he did. He had a look to see if it passed the yellow to the bottom earlier on. But it was one of the moments he was not going to look the gift horse in the mouth. I have to 100% agree with that. It really makes no sense to me, certain players, especially top players, shouting about banning a cup break. And I think about, there only really is a handful of guys at the very top of the game that do it. Mark Farnsworth been cup breaking this week because, as he mentioned, for anyone that was listening, he said that he's been struggling to let the cue go when he's doing the front ball break. There's been maybe a case of the yips. He's just not been able to deliver it, so he's ended up going to the cup break. Sometimes the cue ball goes off the table, sometimes it goes in off and what have you, or it's dry, but he feels like he's timing it a bit better. It's I don't understand it. It's obviously everyone's got their own weapons in their arsenal, and if these guys are half decent at doing the cut break, but as you say, I think Gav cut breaks. Gav Robinson, if I'm right, does the cut break, but he's had 7 dry breaks against Jamie Burnett. It was on the other stream table, and he had 12 yesterday in his first 2 matches. So, yeah, I totally agree. Sharp eye, 100%. This very Liam Dunster-like break. Finish. So precise from the first shot. Making sure his routine is all absolutely spot on. Just a couple of drop-ins. And it will be 3-1 Mark Boyle here. We all know Liam. He won't go away. We mentioned the match against Jake Dillon-Newlove not so long ago. And Jake had 6 breaking dishes in that match. And it still wasn't, it wasn't enough for Liam to play against someone 6 breaking dishes and a monster finish. That's what it takes to beat Liam. That's what it takes to take Liam all the way and get the result against him, because he doesn't go away. It's 3-1 here. You can rest assured. Mark Boyle will know that Liam is not going anywhere. Sebastian Coleridge, all the way from South Africa, an absolute legend. Always tuning in, always giving his support. Good to have you on every single time. What a guy, and it is so much appreciated. Yeah, I actually asked Liam not so long ago, because I felt that he was hitting the break. Although he doesn't hit it mega hard, I felt he was hitting it a bit harder than he normally would. Liam's break would normally be quite controlled, try and get the yellow that he makes contact with into the left middle. However, he has changed it ever so slightly. For what reason, I'm not 100% sure. Liam would maybe say, I think I've asked him before actually, and he said that he didn't realise he had changed anything. So, yeah, I think subconsciously these things just sometimes happen. So yellow towards the middle. That is the Liam Dunster break. But here we go. Sharp eye. Exactly as you've just said. This is what can happen. So Liam, his intent is to get the yellow into the left middle. Sometimes he'll get the wing ball in the bottom right corner. However, you only have to look. There's no guarantee. You might get a ball, but there's no guarantee you'll get an opportunity. And in this situation, that has been the case. Yeah, you will see. Well, I can't actually, for the life of me, remember if Liam. I mean, there's times he'll break from the left and the right. He does change from side to side. For the amount of time, I mean, I've known Liam since he was a kid. They came into the same Scotland men's B team as me, probably, I don't know, maybe it could have been 10, 12, maybe even longer, maybe about, yeah, probably about 10, 12 years ago, maybe a wee touch longer. We'd probably have to confirm that, but he was in my Scotland team anyway, and from a young age, I think Liam was only maybe 17, something like that. He was only young anyway, himself, Davy Rooney, Ross Fernie, and he's always kind of broken from that, the side that he was at the moment there. However, he did then start kind of fluttering with the changes left and right and stuff like that. But Liam's break hasn't been very consistent over the last while. We spoke about it at the Normandy Hotel guys at the IPA, and it's been super inconsistent. But it's also been one of his biggest weapons over the years, and I think one of the biggest issues you get when you start to tinker with it a bit, a lot of the time it doesn't get better, and probably for Liam, he's unlucky there. He's got a good break, the balls have opened up well, and he's not had a chance, so it's hard. It's a hard thing to kind of get right all the time. But I mean, if Liam's breaking in good fashion, then you're obviously up against it. That goes for Mark Boyle as well, who's got one of the greatest weapons in world pool. His cup break is just unbelievable. So yeah, it's a tough balancing act, but it's a huge shot in the game. I know Liam's worked at his break in the past. I don't know what kind of time he puts into it now. I know Mark used to work on his break. It's maybe just second nature now, but for me, you don't walk into too many clubs and see players working on their break. And then at the end of the weekend, when they've played in a tournament, they'll say things like, my break let me down. Yeah, I don't understand stuff like that. If you play the game of football and you're not great at dribbling, then you need to work on dribbling. If you're in boxing and your right hook isn't working great, well, you need to work on your right hook. And I think that's where we have these issues in the world of pool. I think the red under the yellow goes from that side. Just can he get there? Yeah, a little bit of run inside there just to hold the cue ball. Just has to mind the way he gets out here. If he can go one cushion and directly up, maybe the line of where we would set the balls up. Is he maybe coming two cushions? Yeah, he is coming through into the gap. His preference would have been the one over the top right corner. Is he on it? As soon as it started to travel, he didn't want to go too far. He was never going to land on the red to the middle at that pace. Oh, he is bang on it. He's down quick. Wants the ball to the... Well, he wanted the ball to the middle. He's totally fine here. Yeah, that's standard. 7 breaking dishes out of 8. It's like Jake Dillon-Newlove had 6 out of 7 against Liam, and one of the best finishes I've ever saw. And he only beat Liam 7-6, and Liam's break was not working for him. Listen, he's the ultimate competitor. It's hard to see. Every time we walk into these tournaments, now we've got Mark Farnsworth here this weekend, John McAllister, Gav Robinson, Robert Stephen, obviously Boyle, Dunster, Fernie, all the usual suspects, Scott Gillespie. And we're always saying, who do you fancy? And Liam's is probably one of the first names that gets mentioned every single time, but he's 4-1 down here. And it has to be said, his break not working for him. And Mark Boyle will be absolutely delighted that it isn't. And what was really good was listening to Mark Farnsworth earlier there. He mentioned that every now and again he actually, as much as he hates playing against it, and he said he'll not go out his way to always watch Liam, he says, but he's one of the best players that you're going to get at doing all sides of the game. And he mentioned that every now and again he actually enjoys when Liam pulls out the tap break, because it's more like, for the purist, getting to see that side of pool that you don't get to watch as much as we would all like. And I know everybody in the world right now is all going, no, Stevie, it's breaking dish, but every now and again, just for the purist, I don't mind a tactical battle. Right now, 4-1, Mark Boyle. It's the Mark Boyle break. It's going to be dry, guys, but the black ball is going to fall, and he'll get to do it all over again. Early Sunday afternoon with all the football and stuff going on. We still have around 250 people tuning in concurrently. Massive thank you from everyone at the Belhaven Brewery Scottish Saltire event, series number 4. Series event number 4. We're in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, and that is coupled up with the Players Lounge. Our sponsors at Onboard Sportswear, Coors Light, and RJM Sports. Massive thanks to all of you watching. It is absolutely fantastic. Stevie Walker, the talker, here till the very end, when we will crown Series Event 4 champion. Around about probably 7 o'clock, I would imagine. So we have got a long day. Now, not the worst break you're ever going to get. Red. I think the red just to the left of the black will go in the left middle and the right middle, so it goes in both pockets. So there really is only one major shot to play, and it's for the black. I think everything kind of works itself out here for Mark. Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth. Oh, Mark Farnsworth has spoken of like Liam playing 2 and 3 shots ahead, and he mentioned that some of the old guys maybe down his way that play in the Sky Lounge where Mark, I think it's Mark's club, and he actually loves seeing that these old school players just getting the tactical kind of side of the pool game back out. And he's like, Stevie, I love that side of it. Every now and again, obviously, you get to appreciate the way players think. You can be well up against it in a frame, and 4 or 5 shots later, it's been turned on its head. And I think Liam's obviously been coached by Alan Reynolds for a number of years, and Renzi is part of that old school thinking group. But he's also very much about the pre-shot routine, the pattern play, and how to go about the finish. He's not just how to hang in there when you need to. There's just a kind of all-round style to his game, but there's not much flashy about it. That's not the Renzi book of coaching. Obviously, he's helped so many talents in Scottish pool. You're seeing the success of Morgan McInnes, young Preston, Kieran Kay. He's helped guys like myself through the years. Renzi's not the kind of guy. We played in a lot of teams together. He just makes you feel 10 feet tall. So it's no surprise to me the success Liam's had. But you know what? You can have as good a coach as you want if you're not willing to put the work in. And Liam, he's just second to none when it comes to that. Second to absolute nobody about the effort that he put into the game, even from well before getting involved in what he does right now to this day. I mentioned it earlier, guys. He had Gio came up to the club in Rosyth, and they played a race to 50. A race to 50. Imagine that goes all the way to a 49-49 decider. Absolutely. Imagine there's a few tactical frames in that. It's just absolutely nuts. Does Mark decide to take the one over the pocket here? Or does he leave that to last? That's the question. That's the only question. I mean, he can take the one to the top and just stun down. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. It's a more Mark Boyle-like shot. It's going to be 5-1. To be fair to Liam, apart from the yellow that he missed to the top right corner, the chances haven't exactly been straightforward. The one thing I would say is he's breaking the last frame when he landed awkward amongst the reds at the top right. Maybe he could have just slid off the ball and just left Mark in that awkward position, but Liam's maybe thinking that then Mark's just going to leave him in there and then back and forth. So I do understand the fact that he decided to go for the long kind of jabbed red, but it was not an easy shot. So 5-1. Let's get some scores for you guys. Mark Farnsworth 3, Mark William Henry, known as Kitty up here in Scotland, 1. Lewis McCool 1, Jamie Burnett 3, Scott Gillespie 0, Ryan Davey 3. And as you already know, it's 5-1 here on our main table. Now, if it stays the way it is, our semi-final would be Farnsworth. Let me see the way it would work out. Yeah, it would be Mark Farnsworth and Ryan Davey. It would be Jamie Burnett and Mark Boyle if the ones in the lead were to go all the way. But there is a lot of pool still to be played here, guys. Don't go anywhere. So Liam, control the cue ball better this time. So more than likely, yellows, but he's looking to see where the line is to take the yellow to the bottom left. It's just to the left of the reds. I think if the red close to the black spot actually had some kind of pocket, he would have taken reds in a heartbeat here, but there is work to be done on both sets. So 5-1 down against Mark Boyle. You are playing no miss pool. Got to make it happen. There's no real margin for error now, because any mistake here and Mark Boyle's on the hill. Brilliant shot, Liam. It's 4-1, Jamie Burnett and Lewis up against it in that one. As I say, he's been by far and away the top amateur in the UK so far this year in the IPA, and he's absolutely flying. And most likely, guys, going to be mixing with the pros next year. And he's been trying to do work on his temperament. I have to say. Both of us have had some issues in the past. And it's quite funny, there's times I've gone to Lewis and I'll kind of tell him that he needs to screw the nut, get his act together and just concentrate on the pool, and he'll say to me, he kind of looks at me funny, but then he'll come and say the same to me. If I've kind of thrown my arms in the air and not happy with something, and he'll come and tell me that I need to get myself together. And it's actually quite funny that it seems to be easier to tell someone else what they have to do, but then doing it on your own is very, very tough. But listen, he's 4-1 down. I don't know if Jamie's put the score up. It was 3-1, and Jamie won that last frame. So it's on the Q score saying 3, but I'm pretty sure it's 4. Keep you posted. But guys, Ryan Davey, if you're watching the other table, has just nailed an unbelievable black against Scott Gillespie. It's 4 frames to 0. Scott had missed his last red, left it over the pocket, and Ryan's taken a finish. He's got lucky. He almost went in off the 2 jaws of the pocket and came out to the bottom right jaw and then nailed the long black. Absolutely world class, the black. Rode his luck a bit, but it's 4-0. Mark Farnsworth 3, Mark William Henry 2. Kitty sticking in there. Fantastic positional stuff from Liam here. He says just bring it back to roughly where it is right now. Just as good. Just a little kind of stun off the side cushion, flick aside, up towards the top, anywhere but straight. Anywhere but straight. You might actually see Liam play 2 cushions to make sure he gets that slight angle. Scott Gillespie at the table. He's just broken off in that last one, and he's on a finish that you would argue Scott should be getting. So you'll be looking to get one on the board. Yeah, so Liam did. I think if he misses the red there, the red has taken the pace off the cue ball. He's probably about another half a ball out. And he's just pushing it in and playing the black to the left. Now he might have to screw this in and just get himself over to the left-hand cushion and then cut the black back. We'll see what he's thinking, because he's most definitely not in a position to push through. I don't think anyway. Maybe he can push it with some run inside and go 2 cushions, but it looks... We will find out. Massive shot in the context of any match, but 5-1 down to one of your travel buddies, good friend, an ultimate competitor. But that's the shot I thought Liam would play. Just bring it back towards the left and play the cut back. I don't blame him for that. Just widens the angle. And you can see where the cue balls ended up. He didn't have much of an angle at all, and that was him screwing off the cushion. So yeah, he does get them. Well done, Liam Dunster. It's 5-2. Five frames to 2. He won't go away without a fight. That is the Liam Dunster we all know. So, guys, maybe I'm struggling to understand what's happening in the Jamie Burnett-Lewis McCool game. I am I'm not 100% sure now, but I was sure that Jamie was 3-1 up. That was on the screen. And then I watched him take a finish. That should have been 4. But it's now saying 3-2 as Lewis just taking a finish there. Yeah, something I missed there, but obviously as Lewis goes and puts his score up, I think you would notice that. Yeah, it is 4-2. Lewis has noticed it now. Maybe someone's listening to me. I don't know. Yeah, they've realised. I think they can hear me. They're at the table just outside from where the booth is. So, yeah, I think the guys could hear the talker there. There it is, 4-2, Jamie Burnett. Yeah, I think the simplicity of how Liam Dunster plays sharp eye is what's the most... It's the most effective probably style of pool, in the sense of keeping it simple, where we can watch some of the best players in the world and they've just got that bit of magic and that bit of flashiness. But Liam, for me, has got he's got some of the best imagination for shots in the game. The thing for me is that it might not seem that way to a lot of people because he plays them so perfect, so they don't look flashy, they don't look like he's done something out of the ordinary type thing. It's just he does it so good, and it's the simplicity of how he does it. It's just exceptional, absolutely exceptional. There's that Mark Boyle break. Does it come with a chance? Yellow to the right middle. I think he can get through the gap. He's having a look at it now. If he can't, then it's a bit more difficult than he would like. But if it does go back, he's got a good chance. Maybe that's telling us it doesn't go by. Yeah, totally agree. Bring back Michael Jackson as well. Elvis and everyone, why not? Maybe get Mark Boyle to come in and commentate on his own game here. Come on, Mark, tell us what you're doing next. Yeah, it's obviously not possible to get through the gap, so here he goes on the one to the bottom left, which is not straightforward, bridging over. He's having to lean his body over the yellows at the same time. Yeah, it's awkward. Is there a chance for Liam to maybe get a sniff here if Mark makes a mistake? It's the yellows not standing out. Don't think there's an opener on the reds. He's obviously convinced of the red to the bottom, having to kind of go sideways because of the yellows at the top. Thin cut back, losing control of the cue ball, and that's what can happen. But the likelihood is Liam is going to end up kind of welded in between the yellow and the top cushion. Yeah, Mark, I was actually looking at that plant on the reds. I'm assuming that it didn't go. I've got the kind of playback on the screen next to me, and I can see Mark playing this yellow again, but it must not have been on, because I would have assumed he would have played it. It didn't look far away right enough. The plant did not look a million miles out. Yeah, I mean, the yellow that is just above the black spot obviously did go to the top right-hand corner, the green bag as you would call it. I think 5-2, he's maybe not wanting to overly take a risk and try and make sure, and obviously in this situation, he's put himself huge favourite in the frame. Probably, he is obviously favourite in the match, 5-2 ahead, but Liam Dunster, I don't care how far ahead you are, you just cannot count this man out. Liam will be thinking here, can he either pot something or leave it safe-ish? That's the tough part. Even if he goes one cushion and just touches the red next to the black, would there be anything really safe on the table? Slightly awkward for Mark, but maybe a bit of that imagination. I've had some good times with Liam in the comms, and every time he sits, he seems to come up with some of the maddest shots, and that's a good flick. I tell you what, that's a fantastic shot. That is an absolutely brilliant shot from Liam there. If he catches that full, the cue ball probably goes up towards the line on the left-hand side, and Mark's got a chance. He's played it unbelievably well. I'm not thinking of playing the yellow off the yellow to the top left, but Liam has played such a good shot. To be fair, I don't think Mark's got a choice here. There's not much on the table safe. And Liam Dunster's about. Mark Farnsworth 5-2 in front against Mark William Hendry. Bruce McCool 2, Jamie Burnett 5, Scott Gillespie 2, Ryan Davey 4. It is the Belhaven Brewery Saltire Scottish Series Event 4 from McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, the UK's premier sports bar. Of that, there is no doubt. Supreme Winner Tables, Strachan 861, Simon Ice Cloth, Aramith Pro Cups, Coors Light, Onboard Sportswear, RJM Sports. And as always, the Saltire events between McGoldrick's and the Players' Lounge. Two fantastic venues in central Scotland. If you're ever in the area, you should definitely pop in. Mark taking his time here, and rightly so. Massive, massive shot in the grand scheme of things. So he's going to play safe. Is he going to maybe play the double to the right middle? Just a nice styled safety shot in such a way, just leaving Liam some awkward queuing. He's going to have to bridge over the yellow. The type of Chinese snooker. Mark deciding there wasn't enough reward in the risk. You know, it's not actually a bad shot if Liam leaves the cue ball. Not far from where the red is. Won't leave Mark much of an opportunity. Well, Mark opting against going in the last visit. However, he's given Liam a chance to get a bit of control. Big shot now for Mark Boyle. He's 5-2 in front. You do not want to give Liam any gifts. Although he did have a chance. It wasn't an easy chance, Mark, so he opted to play safe. And then Liam has played a cracking shot. So simple but so effective. Just sliding the red down the cushion. And he's not giving Mark Boyle any major opportunity here to go for a finish. But the likelihood is Liam will have one next. Mark looking at maybe sliding off the yellow and bringing it in behind the red at the bottom left. Needs to watch the red that the yellow's going to go towards. He's not hit a cushion. It is a foul. Now, if he landed that, Liam would have still had the chance to play the red in off the red into the middle and then kind of go from there. It's uncharacteristic of Mark Boyle, however. That was the effectiveness of the shot that Liam played, just sliding the red down the cushion. Mark Farnsworth 6, Mark William Henry 2. So the man from the northeast of England heading into our semi-final. Jamie Burnett, Mark Boyle and Ryan Davey all in front in their matches. Ryan Davey has played a good shot to try and find a little gap, but he found it too good, so he might be letting Scott back in. It's 4-2 in that one to Ryan. So Liam Dunster. Red balls stand between him and 5-3. I think we're not a million miles away. Probably in the next match, semi-final, although he is our on-field referee, Alan Reynolds. It'll be good to have Renzi in again, because the football will be finished. Get his priorities right. But he will referee when he gets asked on the 1 or 2 occasions that it happens. Easiest job in the world. Easiest job in the world to be a tournament referee. You sit there all day and do the odd call, honestly. So I have to say that is not perfect from Liam. He has landed in a very awkward position. Does he take the red he's closest to? He's going to take the one over the middle. Yeah, the yellow was always in play. He might have been better dropping that in and just playing the plant. Yeah, Liam, can he get through the gap between the black and the red and maybe cut the red into the right middle pocket? I don't know if he can. I don't think he can. I only see a plant after that. In fact, he's got the cut back into the bottom left, as we're looking at the table. Yeah, he's just standing in a bit of a statuesque position. He's now moving. But Liam is at a loss at what to do here. I mean, he's got very limited options. If he can get through the gap, maybe that red goes. He's losing the cue ball. Needs a bit of luck. Liam doesn't play the game that way. He's also got a crazy plant, offset plant, and then there's the cut back into the bottom left. There's not really much else. Well, Liam, what are you thinking, son? And there is no shot clock in play, and to be fair, it's a massive shot that he's got to play, so... Although black ball rules are a 60-second shot clock, it's not overly enforced, but a referee can go and speed you up in a time like this. I don't think Mark will be too worried. He's 5-2 in front, and Liam is in a bit of trouble here, so he's looking at the plant to the right middle. Yeah, Scottish Cuesports live streaming. Craig Anderson deserves a lot of credit for what he's done. think just getting better and better and better all the time. And like I said, guys, the football is finished and are on. I mean, he's not even doing his job. There's players taking 10 minutes a shot and Renzi's too busy watching the football.
Who's taking 10 minutes a shot?
Oh, and that is why he took 10 minutes. No, it wasn't 10 minutes, maybe about 3. But he was in a bit of trouble.
Yep.
He made a couple of kind of positional errors and he put himself in all kinds of...
Nearly, Stevie, nearly slipped out there, didn't it?
He put himself in all kinds of trouble and he's ended up playing the cutback plant. Listen, he didn't have too many options. He only had a couple, but...
I've been watching a wee bit of this.
Brilliant. Liam's break's not been going great and he's had a couple of misses that you're not used to seeing.
He's never beaten, no, Stevie. That's the thing. He's just never, ever beat until that last Blackstone and the fight stopped, pretty much.
He did take his time over that shot, but I will give him it. He's took his time and he's played a worldie. And all of a sudden, it's going to be 5-3. And it really was starting to look like it was going to be 6-2 Mark Boyle. So
I think I've had enough. No, I'm going to get the balls for table 7, so that's what it's done. I'll be back shortly.
Right, mate. Oh, yeah, Mark Farnsworth has beaten Mark William Henry 7 frames to 3. Renzi going to do his day job for a minute. Somebody else has beat him to it. Craig Anderson, not messing about. He's not just a streamer. He's also
a steamer.
Table cleaner.
Aye, he's got that. That's him. Aye, he's away. So all the rest of the matches today are going to be on the stream table, Stevie?
Yes, they are.
Chances are this will possibly be the Scott Gillespie Ryan Davey game will probably be the last game on table 9, and so there's a table separating both semi-finals.
This frame, obviously, that while Liam's setting up, Renzi, I can point to the Scott Gillespie Ryan Davey table. Ryan was on a finish. He had a red to the right middle pocket as we look at the screen. Yellow just outside the black, and he just drifted. The shot was to play down and just drift through a gap, but he overcooked it and left an ultra thin red. And all of a sudden, it looks like Scott maybe has a chance to go and get that and get back within 1.
I don't think Scott's been at his best all day, but you know he takes a bit of beating. Oh, he's playing.
Oh, wow.
Well, do you see what I'm saying, mate? He's not been at his best. Oh, he's got free shot. So
we are sitting here absolutely flabbergasted.
I would have been flabbergasted there. Right, okay. Oh, is this a green with you, Stevie?
Oh, there's plenty of...
What's happening?
But the thing is, you know what was great? I had one of the best players in the world of pool sitting next to me, and it wasn't just a 2-minute. We sat in here for a good 10, and everybody was loving it. It was fantastic. We were going over all sorts of stuff. Myself and Mark Farnsworth.
Brilliant.
And Mark, he said, listen, I might not watch Liam a lot, he says, but I can assure you, when I do, I love him as a player. He says he doesn't make many mistakes. He keeps it very simple. He says, and he's got... That's something a bit different where a lot of players, regardless of how the match is going, will just continue to keep doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result. He says Liam will change it up.
Yeah.
He'll slow down. He'll tap the pack. He'll maybe waste some time. He'll be... He said people call it gamesmanship. He says Liam's just really good at it. And, yeah, he picked them up in a great way.
He also puts the yellow at the front sometimes, the red at the front other times.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's like he's things aren't going his way, so just change the colours about, and that might work. And it's mad, but it's incredible.
Oh, so is it Liam's pace that people are getting perturbed about again?
Yeah, listen, he's like I just mentioned there, he took a long while over that shot.
Yeah.
But in the end, he's ended up playing a phenomenal shot that won him the frame.
Yeah.
Now, yes, black ball rules are 60 seconds. Yes, arguably, if you could have technically walked over to the table and said, you're going to have to play a shot or it's going to be a foul, that would have been well within reason. But you've also mentioned that in certain moments, you like to just let them get on with it, because it can be a huge moment in any. I mean, I get what people are saying. If they had a 30-second shot clock, what would they have played?
I like to, I get that. I like to average shot them before putting them on the clock. I think we had that discussion last week. So, I mean, players shouldn't be playing. They should not be taking 3 minutes a shot. It's that simple.
No,
right?
I know.
It's not, because it's not the rules. One every now and again, fair enough. I get it. He's not the only one that bends the rules that way as well.
No, of course.
But he's just got a bad reputation. He's so good, and because he's not flamboyant, because he doesn't play as quick, doesn't mean to say that if he played quicker, would people like him more because he plays all the best shots, and he makes it. He never has anything really difficult because he's so good with the cue ball. As I say, it's Davis of the 80s. People started like Davis at the start, and then they started turning against him because he started winning everything. So
I think that I was sitting in here, obviously, as you know, while you were out watching the football. I mean, refereeing, and I was, and I said, listen, he's actually got a great imagination, and it's just because the shots he plays them in such a way where they maybe don't look as flashy and as flamboyant as people would, because the cue ball might not be flying all over, but there's certain little kick shots and flick shots that he plays so controlled that they're absolutely incredible, and it might not be to everybody's liking. Everybody might want it. Probably for the people that aren't happy about it, maybe going and watching exhibitions is more their kind of thing. But Mark Farnsworth, actually, he doesn't like the 30-second shot clock. He thinks it's too quick. He said to us in here, he went, and he said in the 15 seconds that another mob used, he went, that's just embarrassing. He said, in the world of pool, that's nonsense. He says, because our game, he said, we're taking away what our game was about. It was about a bit of critical thinking thrown in with some amazing potting and shot making, he says, but it was a mixture of everything, he says, and we're going away with that. He says, and I get a lot of people that might want to watch the breaking dish and all this kind of stuff. He says, but every now and again, he went, I just love to see a tactical battle where players have to play specific shots to hang in and fight and turn the frame on its head. He went, to me, Stevie, that's refreshing. Yeah. And that's coming from one of the best that's played the game.
And that is refreshing. That was a cracking shot he just played.
Well, there you go. That's the imagination I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's
of course it was.
There's a lot of guys
Innovative
right now.
shots he plays.
There's a lot of people right now thinking, just try and dig into it and screw off the yellow and control it. No, he's just used that little bit, and he plays it in such a way where it doesn't look as flashy as maybe others would like to see, but just so controlled, and all of a sudden it's 5-4.
How's the numbers been today, Stephen?
Unbelievable, mate.
people enjoying the Saltire Tour then?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I remember when I switched on for the first match and there was 14 ready to go as I muttered my first words.
Okay.
And we have been 250 to well over 300 constantly. And the thing is, this is a Sunday afternoon littered with football right now.
Yeah.
And the numbers are pretty decent for this time.
What's not to like about the last 8 or no semi-finals? That's two random guys that are getting a bit excited as well. Must have been listening to the commentary.
Yeah, a couple of fruitcakes. Might need to calm themselves down because that could have been someone on a black there in a huge tournament.
Oh, it'd have been fun.
Tell you what, if it was me, it'd have been in a bit of bother.
Oh, I think Rachel's coming over to have a quick word and telling it to calm down. Okay, so all of a sudden this becomes a massive, massive, massive break for Mark Boyle. Mark Farnsworth is awaiting the winner of Scott Gillespie, Ryan Davey. Would I be right there, Stevie?
Yes, that is the case. And Lewis McCool.
Brilliant break. He's got a chance.
I'm going to give Lewis his props because although he didn't lose the head, he had a moment. a Lewis moment. And although the guys can't see our table, I actually had a wee 2 minutes about the conversations that me and him have had with each other, giving each other advice, and then can't take it, and kind of hanging it was...
well, he's hanging on then.
Exactly that, and it's 5 frames all.
That's been the most fun. Obviously, everybody knows what I was doing there when I was having my wee break, right? But I was watching that match, and it's played in the best of spirits. They're having a wee laugh and things like that. A lot of mutual respect. They're good to watch, both of these guys. They're all good to watch, so he's just different. Yeah.
And there's the legend, Billy Snadden. What a weekend at the Saltire after every... I mean, you're just totally inspiring. I know we say it over and over and over, but Mark Farnsworth came in and sat down, and he said, I don't know Billy, like, say personally, he says, but I know how good a player he is.
Aye.
He said, and I had a good chat with him there just after the game with a wee bit, he says, and finding out that he's had numerous serious health issues and stuff like that. He's like, that's absolutely amazing. He says, but you could see how good a player he was. He said, but his break probably let him down. That was about great words that he about such a good guy and such a good player.
Remember we were talking earlier about team players and things like that as well. I had the pleasure of playing in the seniors team with Billy Snadden, and he's just a brilliant teammate as well. Just an absolutely brilliant teammate.
Class act, on and off. There's probably he's one of the guys you find it hard to find any major issues with him, and obviously he's got one major issue.
Yeah.
He's the opposite side of Glasgow for us, but
oh, Billy, if you're listening in, when you were celebrating yesterday and that get chopped off, mate, I did want to say something to you, but I've been there, done it, and wore the t-shirt, and I daren't. But I did have a wee snigger to myself when that wee offside goal kicked in. Oh, he loves it. That's another big passion of his as well.
Yeah, what a guy. Love seeing the debate raging on the chat function. all you guys. Listen, I suppose, do you know what, Renzi? I think we might have just nailed it here. Liam Marmite Dunster.
Okay. No alliteration at all, however, but still, Marmite. Nah.
People say you either love it or you hate it.
Nah. I don't think he's got enough loves to Is that it's not dislike. That's the wrong terminology.
No, I'm talking about as in pool terms, where you love watching him. But you know what? He's not having Doomsday, but he's not getting a choice.
He's not getting a choice. Stevie, you're the guy that talks all the time. So if you keep saying it, that's exactly. Just the way it is.
Liam Doomsday Dunster.
He'll come in every now and again. He'll complain about it. He'll do a wee bit in here, which he's been brand new doing.
Brilliant.
And these guys were saying he was quite funny yesterday as well. That's good. He might boycott the comms if you keep calling him Doomsday.
Yeah, I know. Well, I just thought it was funny when he came in. He went, well, I quite like one that somebody said, Deadly Dunster. And I was like...
Yeah, brilliant.
Well done, Boyle.
Brilliant.
Just stops the charge from Liam there at the right time, because you know what Liam's like. He doesn't go anywhere, but Mark needed that one just to stem the flow a bit. From 5-1, all of a sudden it was 5-4. Oh, big frame. Oh, I've just read that. Am I bothered? And all I seen was that. What's her name? Am I bothered? Am I bothered? Is it Catherine?
Catherine Tate, is it?
Catherine Tate.
No, is it? No, it is Catherine Tate. Yeah.
Am I bothered? Am I bothered? Do I look bothered? Oh, wow.
Aye, no bothered.
Here we go. Liam Dunster, 6-4 down. Needs a big one. Spanner Austin.
Is that
As
Charlie Shaw?
always, what a guy.
Is that the legendary Charlie Shaw it's on?
It is.
Your two favourites are still in, Charlie.
It is Charlie, the cue ball, Shaw ball, the boomster, the boozer, the madman, the doorman. Jason's da.
Dunster has
Wow.
unbelievably dry. Look at the yellows.
Do you know it's mad? We've spoke about his break. He's been speaking about it being his Achilles heel in the last while, and it's incredible to think of the things he still keeps winning. But he mentioned in the match against Jake where he's been broken dish 6 times, and he said my break was killing me there. Yet he still only lost 7-6 to 6 breaking dishes.
Yeah.
He's tinkered here and there, and a couple of the guys that are on watching had mentioned that he won the World Championship breaking from the other side.
Yeah.
And he had 7 out of 8 breaking dishes in it and stuff like that. But I'd actually mentioned to him, I think a couple of weeks ago, I said, I noticed that you changed it up slightly. You started hitting them a bit harder. And they went, did I? Didn't realise. But I could see that he was putting a little bit more in it. But he didn't even think. And I'd said, was there a reason for it? And he went, well, I didn't think I'd done it. So who knows? But it seemed to work. And
Well, I need to go back and practice it, because I tell you what, if Mark makes this first pot, which he should, I don't think he'll get another shot in this tournament. Yeah.
Well, Mark Farnsworth spoke about the break when he sat down with me, and he said, listen, Stevie, there's people don't just wake up in the morning and they become great at breaking. He says Mark Boyle didn't wake up one morning they could break. Tom Cousins, Jack Whelan, he was speaking about the different breaks in the game. He said Liam getting that yellow ball towards the middle and sometimes the wing ball, he went, it didn't happen by chance. He's like, where are they worked on it for hours and hours or days and days? He went, but it didn't just happen. And but I mentioned not so long ago
I agree with him, Stevie.
We don't get better at stuff just because it happens.
Yeah.
You need to
work at it.
Exactly. And it's that thing you said to me about the doubles. I wonder if there's a thing you can do to improve how you play a double. And you just, and I looked at you as if, right, okay, practice them. But
it's
it
true,
is,
isn't it?
it
It's
is
just
so
like,
true. It's so basic and simple. How do you get
spend
better
an
at it?
hour on the table yourself, just stack doubles up, and
I know.
if you keep on missing them a certain way, you just change the way you hit them in that. So, are you going to be super confident at them? No. But how you'll get confident at them is by getting them the percentage of the time. I just think that's so obvious. But maybe that's what sometimes it's the obvious. It needs to be explained to say,
No,
you know what? Right, okay.
And that's where, when I hear people, I've said it a few times, every player that walks out the building, if I said to them, how did you go today? Most of them will mention their break or the run of the ball. But most of them will say the break. Yet, you don't hear too many people say, yeah, my break was killing me, I'm going to go and work on it this week. You don't hear that. It's just, the world was against me, it was luck. But Mark Farnsworth does not believe it's luck. He's like, it's no luck. He said it might be luck how you land, or he says, but timing it and creaming that break and getting an opportunity to revisit the table because you've got a ball, he went, that's no luck.
I like that. I like that philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I like the philosophy is it means he's going to be hard on himself all the time. I didn't break great. That's down to me not breaking great.
Yeah.
It's not, I was unlucky, I went in off, I get kicked in off. Right? So he's eliminating that factor, and then he's going to, a lot of people get the best out in themselves when they blame themselves more. And that appears to be the way Mark Farnsworth is doing it.
See, the thing, like, obviously the break shot, a lot of people will put down to luck whether you get a good chance or not, right? And that's fine, because there's 15 balls plus a cue ball flying all over the place. But Gav Robinson this weekend, Jamie Burnett told me in his match that he just played in the last 16, Gav had 7 dry breaks. Yeah. Yesterday, I spoke to Gav, and out his first 2 matches where he played a race to 7, then the race to 5 on the loser's side, he had 12. His actual 12 breaks were dry. Is it one of the, you're banging your head into the wall and expecting it not to be sore? You're going to need to change something.
Aye,
and
absolutely.
Liam will do something simple like
Of
change
course
the
he will.
colours. A slight tinker here and there, and that's where I don't know if people they end up going, my break's not working, so they get a new break cue. And it's not the queue, it's you.
A lot of you students in the crew as well. You know what's coming here.
If anybody's looking for it.
Aye. No, the break queues, let's be honest, still kidding aside, there to preserve your own queues for your own tip. Mark Boyle just played a brilliant shot through you out there while we were.
Yeah, he did. I was wondering if he was going to play the up and down and try and play the gap.
Does the 8 ball go to the middle right? I think it
Yes,
does.
it flies in.
So he's going to come over one, hit the second cushion. He's absolutely perfect. Mark Boyle's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's just taken out arguably the best black ball player on the planet.
Yeah, and probably tournament favourite, Doomsday Dunster, is having a Doom-style day on his own. It's Mr. Magic Boyle, who is our next semi-finalist. And he'll play the winner of Lewis McCool and Jamie Burnett. And there is 2 matches still going on the other stream tables right now, guys. But for the 350 on here, this one is over.
Yeah. So if you want a little watch without listening to us, slip over to table 8 or table 9. Jamie Burnett and Louis McCool are 8, and Scott the Lesbian, Ryan Davey on 9. We'll be back with one of the semi-finals very, very soon. Okay. We have our last four. And they are, in no particular order, Scott Gillespie, Mark Farnsworth, Mark Boyle, and Jamie Burnett. It's been stacked from the start, and it's still stacked at the end, as you would fully expect. The match that we have for your viewing pleasure is Mark Boyle, Jamie Burnett. And here we go, with a Mark Boyle side break. Oofed. What a start. Oh, they will be switching on now, Stevie. That is a for sure. What a cracking starting break. Reds look nice. One little issue is the one that's closest to the yellow mid-table. Apart from that, pretty straightforward. I had to laugh at the very last comment before we took the wee break there. Of that he has a routine to put his towel away. Some things just make you laugh out loud, and that did. Remember, the semi-finals are races to 8. Well, taking a little time here to work out his pattern and his route. So, probably because of that red, Mark's decided to go yellows. Is he putting this in off the red, or is he sliding it straight up into the top right corner? Oh, he's putting it in off the red. Yeah, perfect.
What a semi-final lineup, Renzier.
I just said that at the start, Stevie. It's been stacked from the very start today, and as we get to the last four, you wouldn't expect anything else.
Well, Jamie Burnett feels lucky to be in here, so he thinks he's got a free swing because he felt Gav Robinson was by far and away the better player in that match. He didn't deserve to lose, but he had 7 dry breaks, and that was the difference. He was cruising against Lewis, and then it looked like Lewis's head was gone, but all of a sudden Lewis fights back and it ends up pushing it kind of all the way. Ryan Davey was looking like he was in cruise control against Scott Gillespie, but as competitors go, there's no many up there that are ahead of Scott. And Mark Farnsworth, Mark Boyle, I mean, it's just these two guys probably don't need much of an introduction, and they're at opposite sides. Could we get that legendary final with those two? Or with the two guys from the Lanarkshire area end up in the final?
Yeah, these are all the questions that are just about to be answered in the next hour or so. Scott Gillespie's fought really hard today. But it's also good seeing this guy back at the business end of the tournament.
So, after the match against Liam, I went out and obviously it wasn't to go and hunt him down, but we ended up crossing paths and we sat and had a wee chat for about half an hour there, kind of thing, maybe 20 minutes. And I said, mate, you're looking not too bad. Couple of wee wobblers here and there. And he said, Stevie, I am doubting every shot I play. I don't feel like I'm bang on it. He went, but I'm still in, and I don't know how.
That's a typical Mark response, to be honest with you. Nobody doubts himself quite like Mark. I think everyone of us believes in him.
Exactly.
Apart from himself, he's some man, isn't he?
Obviously, when you're no putting in the time range, listen, he's after a weekend now, yesterday playing his way into it and stuff, so he's going to be probably as good as anybody. However, that wee tiny bit of extra sharpness you get for putting in the hours and stuff like that and working hard. What was that? Carry on again.
There's a couple of lads just leaving the now.
Stay two fruit bats, isn't it?
It's not as if they're young guys either.
No, I know.
They're kind of mid-40s and they're just, they're up with them.
Yeah, I would do, honestly, how you doing, guys? What you up to? Oh, we just got out yesterday. That's what I'm expecting.
Aye.
It's been 15 years.
Aye.
I mean, they went in, there was nothing like this in their main street. They've come back to Rutherglen and it's...
And that's not even prison, Stevie, start with. That's the Lynn ball asylum.
Oh, that's insane. That's it. That's the thing for me. Mark Boyle he's at the business end. He's in front, obviously, in the semi-final right now, but he doesn't feel like he's anywhere near where he should be or where he could be if he had the time.
He's got
It's just insane.
I nearly said something that was really... I had to really think about what I was going to say there. Okay. So, what he does do, though, is he has a incredible, powerful thing going for him. And that is his break. And I think he breaks better than Jamie. Stevie, I really, really do.
Yeah.
Is that a bug again? Did you vote in the poll there, Bug?
Must have been the lamp pole. Oh, that's a post. The bugs. They're the sockster. The rocking sock. Buzzing for Trophy Day in May. Easter Road, the high bees are flying.
Oh, are they running at the moment? They're playing at the moment?
I don't know.
They must be, because they were playing in Europe on Thursday, so they'll be playing just now. They must be running.
Playing at the Partick Thistle right now. For Hull.
Any chance, guys? We're trying to concentrate in the pool here. So, now that the half 12 games out the road, we can fully concentrate on this, so let's not be talking about other teams.
Nice. No, it really is all go in the world of sport right now, which is fantastic for us, and it never stops in the world of pool because we go from here to the Players' Lounge next week for the IPA Scottish Grand Prix. 100 mile an hour, just the way we like it.
Yeah. And the owner of the establishment, backer of a couple of the players, and one of the CEO of Saltire, Mr. Stephen Allison, is over there in conversation just now. Obviously, anybody that knows Santa will know him and Mark have had a hell of a journey together. Money games and sponsorship and this and that, so it's good to see him here. One, supporting his tournament, and secondly, backing his guy.
Yeah.
I also think he's got a little interest in Scott Gillespie.
Yeah, well, Scott has recently been added as one of the team under EBS.
And these two guys are a frame up, so he could be here to the very end.
Yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal end to the day regardless. Which two of this fantastic four will be in the final? You're going to have to stay tuned, guys, to find out. Unless you pop on Cuesports later, of course, but we would love you to stay here live.
That's just about perfect. This is good because the angle Mark's got here, Stevie, he obviously wants to get in off 2 cushions and play the one into the bottom right. But see if he gets it a little low and a little heavy, he can then take the one into the left middle and then play the one into the bottom right. So it's there's just nothing for short here.
Perfect.
Is he? I think he's short.
I think he's all right. I think he just dropped this in.
And use the red.
I think he'll just drift past the red.
Oh, okay.
I think he's all right. I think he can just drop this in and then he'll have a choice of whether he wants to take.
As well.
Yeah, he can just drop this in, take the black in the top. I think he's overhit that. I don't think he had to play it that hard.
Aye. He'll just come round off the cushions.
Yeah, that's it. He'll have 2 of them in the same bag. But I think maybe he was always planning this. Maybe he didn't want to dice with just dropping it. He wanted to get his cue through the ball, and spoke about that yesterday.
He's played that nicely.
So,
yeah,
there was definitely a method there for Mark.
Okay. Quick fire Mark Boyle, 2-0. And he has... Oh, I nearly had to be out there.
We always had a VAR intervention there. But yeah, EBS, what does it stand for?
I think that
stands for Stay Back for Your Toilet, my man. Elite Billiard Supplies, and it's very close to where we're sitting right now, Renzi.
Just down the stairs.
Just downstairs.
Unit 12.
Unit 12.
Of the Rutherglen Exchange. And there was somebody in earlier on.
Formerly known as the Rutherglen Arcade.
Arcade, that's exactly what it is. There was somebody in earlier actually getting kitted out for next weekend. So I think they bought a Saltire top and the underlayer for the Saltire top.
Oh, well,
and
there you go.
a glove.
Oh, he's an off.
Oh, dear.
And a glove.
That ever popular gloves nowadays. That
yeah, I mean, I was. It was never something that I really. I mean, I wasn't against them. Didn't really make any difference to me. But the issue I had was, over a certain amount of time, I just felt like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's maybe the wood's different these days, but I felt like I was constantly having to use the damp corner of a cloth to wipe my cue down, then dry it and play. You'd get 4 or 5 frames and then you're back to it again. And I don't know what the reason is for that. I don't remember previous decades of having to do that over and over and over. I don't know, but one day I tried a glove and it felt absolutely nuts. And I was like, this does not feel right at all. I whipped it off, left it. I then tried it again, whipped it off, left it. But gradually, and now, well, obviously I don't pick up a cloth to clean my cue anymore now in the middle of a match and stuff like that. And it doesn't actually feel like I've got anything on my hand. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't get in my way. It's just, but it did take a bit of getting used to it, Renzi.
Are you a glove wearer?
I wear one now, yes.
Aye, okay.
But it's only recent. You're only talking in the last few months.
Right, okay.
And it took a bit of getting there. And as I say, I was just fed up of walking about with a soaking wet towel, having to keep my... but it was never... I argued the case. Morgan McInnes had said to me that he felt at one point that he wouldn't have won the things he won if he didn't wear a glove, because...
That's amazing.
He said, obviously, in the situation, if maybe he was playing a shot and there was a sticky field, whatever it was, we were talking, I think it was down in Bridlington, and we had the conversation, and I said, no, come on, if you would win it. And he says, no, he went, I'm not saying I wasn't good enough. He says, I just feel that there might have been a shot that, just a discomfort, I'm down on it, no feeling right, the stickiness, whatever it might be, and I end up making a mistake because I'm not comfortable, whereas I didn't have to second guess any of that. And I was like, well, fair enough, because if at the end, we know both that it's a lot of the mental side of the game is just as important as the rest.
And whatever floats your boat, to be honest. That's very interesting. As I say, for me, I like to actually feel the grain in the cue, but everybody's different. I can understand why people would not like that and they want it to be as smooth as possible. Jamie's just played a really good shot there while we were chatting.
Yeah, the issue he was always going to have was the black was tied up at the top right and the red at the bottom right, so how he brought both of them into play, and he's done it well. done it very well indeed, because it should be a frame on the board for Jamie
Yeah.
from this situation.
Jamie's not making mistakes for here, that's for sure. Jamie wouldn't mind the cue ball where it is just now after this shot. He could swing round.
Yeah.
But obviously, with being from the world of snooker, possibly, I see where he's looking just now. He'll probably then pot this and then just like screw on and off the cushion or to the side cushion.
Yeah, you can just.
No, he's playing mine. Maybe, aye, good, fair enough. And now he just like slides past it. Round off 2, possibly 3 cushions. That's cushion 1, cushion 2, cushion 3. Perfect. Great guy to sit and talk to about the game and that. He's got so much respect. And Jamie's played snooker at the very highest level, right? But he has great respect for the sport.
Yeah, he does.
And wee shots like that there, using the natural lines to get round, that's respecting the sport. That's learning about the sport. In fact, it's quite funny actually, because both these guys were like top snooker players.
True.
You know, but they both love this game. They're both really, really good at it. If they weren't, they wouldn't be in the semi-final of the Saltire.
No, but that's if you talk to these two, and like Jamie was talking to me earlier, and he said, "Look, Stevie, see against these guys." He was talking like basically to us, having a conversation, and he's talking about the match with Gav and how he's like, "Listen," he's like, "I would argue Gav's better than me." He's like, "He's an IPA pro. I'm not a pro." He says he's a class act. He's won major pool tournaments. He went, "I know I've won some." He says, "But." He's like, right now, he says, that's where I would put it. He says, and he played better than me. He deserved to win. He didn't because he's break. And with that, he says, but against these guys, Stevie, he says, guys like me and you, and I'm looking at him and thinking, you're doing yourself a bit of disservice. Not in the sense of throwing names in a similar bracket, just in the, maybe not realising how good or the damage that he's done himself, the titles that he's won.
That's classy though, isn't it?
But it's just, that's who he is. And he puts that, and he said, he went, listen, everybody in here, he went, we can all break and dish, we can all take out a finish, we can all run the finishes good. He says, but he said, I put it down to unforced error, Stevie. He says, and I know you made a few yesterday yourself. He says, these guys don't make that many. So see, when you get a chance for the break, or they dry break, you need to make sure you... And
I think he's bang on.
He is, he's just... But that's the class of the man as well.
Oh, no, he is a class act. He's actually funny as well, Jamie.
Oh, he's hilarious.
He's really good.
Absolutely hilarious.
This is interesting because he's actually the most difficult yellow he's actually on just now. He's also got a nice angle on the one at middle to dislodge a bad one, but he can do it from here.
Screwing in, try and catch the red on the inside.
Oh, brilliant.
That'll do.
And he's
That'll do lovely.
I can't. The only problem is...
No.
Oh, no, he's okay. Oh, no, he's not. Oh. So now he needs to pot this. He needs to use the red. He needs to go on the one to the left middle, but he needs to bring the other two into play. Can't see him slowing down, that's for sure.
Scott Gillespie, 3 Mark Farnsworth now.
What's the Scottish pool guy saying?
Scott is at the table.
So he is. Aye. Well, we're commenting here.
Yeah, listen, I work obviously in the building trade. I know it might sound mad, but when you consider we're using woods to make these cues, these beautiful cues that we get from all these phenomenal cue makers, but I see it in the building trade that it's not the same standard anymore. It doesn't get the same seal of approval from the people above. It only gets a shorter shelf life, and rather than certain houses getting a 50-year guarantee, it's only 25 now and stuff, and you think people are getting 25 and whatever it is year mortgages and stuff, but the wood is not the same. And as Jamie's saying there, Scottish pool guys saying, the wood just isn't the same. And obviously with things in decline, the standard, and maybe that's a huge part of how the cues are these days. I don't know the answer, Renzi, but I do think there's something in it.
I think it's weird, right? And I don't want to... I really like Scottish pool guy, to be honest with you. He's got some really, really good points. I think the modern day wood's better.
Right, okay.
The most of the cues used to get made with a wood called Old English Ash. So for starters, if you look at some old cues, the arrows aren't in a line. And by the way, the wood's beautiful. All
that's
English
not
ash.
the wood. That's the makers. That's the people.
No, that's ash.
Aye, no, I'm not. Oh, Jamie.
You can see how Jamie's distraught at that, and he just, yeah.
I just don't think they had the same skill.
Oh, that I agree. That I agree. I think but I also think the some of the old cues, they're beautiful. The skill involved in making them, very, very good, right? But people weren't as pernickety back then.
No,
people didn't say, I want 4 straight arrows.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I know, but that's them picking the cut of the wood. That's obviously, again, but right now, there's no doubt you only need to look at a bit of timber, a bit of maybe 4x2, and you look at the lines on it, and if you go back 25 years, there's maybe 30 lines on it that show that the way the tree's been growing, and now there's maybe only 5. It's getting overly expunged and growing, and it's the same way every wood, because we're using them at such a vast rate. I'm not saying the wood's not good. I just don't remember in all my years of playing before that I had a sticky hand as much as I have done
Sure.
in the last while, and I think
maybe it's the way cues are finished.
maybe that's maybe even something, because there seems to be so many of these cue balms and oils and stuff that everybody seems to be inventing their own, and I wonder what they're using. Are they getting into the kitchen cupboard and coming out with stuff and putting a little scent in it and saying, I've just invented... I don't know, Renzi, because I don't know the process. But they can't all be scientists coming up with these fancy cue balms.
Yeah, but what's also telling is the guy we're commentating on just now, who's just about to make it 3-1, I may add, right? He said that cue forever.
Mm-hmm.
Forever, right? So he's had the cue 20 odd years.
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't wear a glove 20 years ago. You wouldn't have got away with wearing a glove in Glasgow 20 years ago.
No, I know.
Right? But in all seriousness, but he must think it's beneficial to him.
No, do you know there was a period he was in the IPA in Coventry. I think it was last year. And I was watching him. I think I was doing the comms.
Yeah.
And I'm watching him. There's something just not right. I mean, it just doesn't look right. It doesn't look the same. Maybe he's just. And do you know, it was weird because I was thinking that there was something wrong with the way he was playing. He wasn't cueing right. He didn't have a glove on, and it looked weird because he had one on for so long. I went out and I said to him, "I noticed you're not wearing a glove, mate." And he said, "The glove I had, Stevie, couple of washes too much." And it just wasn't really sitting right, he says, and I've not been able to find another glove that fits like that. He went, so I've ended up playing without one. He went, but it feels mad. He went, but until I find another glove that fits the same, he went, I won't wear one. Crazy.
For guys at that level, with the amount of shekels it's in the game nowadays, right, what a break. What a break. Man, that cube was jumping and...
jumping the cube off the cut break. Wow.
See if you find a glove you like, I'm going out and buying 2 more or 3 more.
Well, there's me with the Legends.
If I like a tip, I'm going to buy... Yeah.
Well, I've got a Legends HD Gen 2 medium, and underneath my Ottoman bed, there is about 5 tubs of 3 tips, and it's because I'm worried that something changes in the future.
And it can.
And all of a sudden.
And it can.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Absolutely
spot on. And that is, if that's so important to you, you do not leave that a chance.
Well, Mark's plotting his way and probably should go 4-1 up. Scott Gillespie's 4-0 up in the second semi-final. Mark Farnsworth's broke. He's got a couple of balls left and he really needs to get this. I'm sure he will.
Yeah, Goobsy's rode his luck a wee bit, and he's not exactly been shouting for the rooftops about the way he's been playing, but here he is, 4-0 up in the semi-final. I think that just about tells you everything you need to know about that guy.
It was unreal. We'll take a bit he's a great front runner as well. Just a great player full stop, but he's bullish when he's in front. Saying that, I'm saying that he lost a 5-1 lead and went 6-5 down to Vince earlier, so interesting.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I spoke to Goobs about it and I mentioned to you, Vince had been playing great this weekend and big up to him. And to be 5-1 down to Goobsy, a lot of players, a lot of guys, no matter the level you play at, can be forgiven for kind of not throwing the towel, but accepting defeat. And no, Vince Kenny showing that little bit of class and digging in, and all of a sudden he goes and rhymes off 5 in a row to go 6-5 up. But Gibbsy's managed to get through, and then against Ryan, he was on the ropes for most of that match, and he's got through. And here he is, 4-1 up in the semi-final. And he is yet to win a Saltire event. Is this going to be the unlikeliest win where he's been staring at defeat so many times?
It certainly looks as if he's going to be going 5-1 up, because those Reds look magnificent. No disrespect to obviously two guys that helped us out with comms over the weekend, and just different class. You know the way I feel about that Liam, and I just think he's magnificent, right? And obviously Ryan Davey, who's the form horse, if you want to call it that. But these semi-finals are, look, if they've been gone 30 minutes.
No, I know.
They're like five frames in each. They're not messing about, these guys. No,
and as you say, never in a million years, because they two guys are just,
they're
unreal talents. It's just that's the game. And we spoke, it could have been 18 months ago, and talking about different things, and I've probably came off a bad defeating message. It's probably been something like that, and that was the usual after I've skited a queue across a room. But and you spoke about Ryan Davey and his pre-shot, and you say, Stevie, I think he's got the best pre-shot routine in the game.
Yeah,
he's just so detailed in it, and the way he goes about it, and working out his eventualities and stuff. And I think the boy's class. And Liam, I mean, you're probably going to run out of words for these two over the next 10-15 years, because what's to stop them? But Mark Farnsworth spoke about the fact that
it takes somebody good to beat them. That's the thing.
That's it. And you need to play at your optimal best to beat them, Renzi. You really do. Mark Farnsworth mentioned that right now he's like, Stevie, I'm not saying that there's no top young guys out there. He says there's obviously a bunch, he says, and there's obviously some in their 30s and what have you. He says, but most of them are in their 30s and a lot are in their 40s. He says, and Gareth Hibbert, for instance, in his 50s.
Unreal.
He says that he went number of years ago, you talk about obviously guys like maybe Jason and Gibbsy and stuff, and they were coming through in their 20s and they were winning a lot of stuff, and Liam and etc. Ryan and Rooney, and Rooney obviously won the European Championship. They've all had big things, but I think Mark's maybe talking about that longevity and the certain. And he's like, he says there's so much talent coming through. He says, but he said he blames the categories for the lack of serial winners coming through right now. That's really taking all them out of stride. Somebody that's just coming out and nowhere. And he's dead against all that. He said, listen, it's good for the club, but it keeps the place busy.
Categories in regards to age, or categories with regards
of levels.
Yeah.
He doesn't like handicaps. He's like, you see, they'll do it for practice against people if they want to start. He's like, I don't believe it should be in any tournament. He's like, somebody saying you're not allowed in this one.
That's detrimental to the progress of rising stars. Then.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said our apprenticeship growing up was having to go and get scalped week
I'm
after
going to have
week
to
after
listen
week.
back to that, because I like Mark a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's very intelligent. I think we should try and get him in with some more, to be honest. But he's playing all the time.
No, I know.
Very rarely, it's. But definitely IPA wise, we try and encourage him down. But Mark's so clever. He chills out so often,
There was a couple of people who wrote this as a fantastic listen, because it ended up less about his match and more about everyday pool life.
Aye.
And it was excellent. It took me 15 minutes and it was class.
A great podcast guest.
100%.
Yeah.
The thing for me, the thinking was in there next to the snooker tables, cameras on. Could even be downstairs next to the pool tables, or just that bit of space, and having someone like Mark.
He's played so many money games. He's not shied away from anybody.
No, it could be
played them all.
Boyle, Farnsworth and Hibbert.
Yeah.
Those three sitting, and we're just having a blather for a wee hour about all things Cuesports in life. Just how good would that be?
Yeah, brilliant.
So we're not far away from that, Randy. The boys at Bulletproof Studios, we've already done we're wee bit of chatting about what we're thinking, and they're happy to come to me wherever I am. So we're working all the details out right now. So guys,
Oh,
stay tuned because it's coming.
Yeah, stay tuned.
It is coming.
It's growing arms and legs, guys. The game's only getting bigger and better with more prize structure. And look at Jamie right under the cosh, still attacking the balls. Playing plants controlled that only us mortals would dream of playing. His mate on the other table while Jamie's doing this has played a loose positional shot on the 8 ball. But he has.
Brilliant,
Yeah,
Jamie.
brilliant. Just brilliant. Watching
Absolutely
both of these
brilliant.
matches. We've got the luxury of being able to commentate on this, watch the other match while that's happening. Gillespie's 5-1 up. Jamie's back in it at 4-2. But here we go.
It is all business. And Mark Farnsworth with that mad, ferruled, Gorilla Glue clear break cue is going to have to pull something out of the bag, Renzi.
See these 4 guys though. I mean, Gillespie's 5-1. He's going to take a wee bit of beating. Don't get me wrong, it's first to 8 this time, right? And Gillespie's break is, when he's timing it good, it's enormous, right?
His first break against me yesterday, it was one of the, you go, oh, but nothing went.
But Mark Boyle's, out the 4 of them, Mark Boyle's got the best break.
Oh,
The most consistent
he's
break.
one of the best breaks
Yeah.
in the entire world of pool.
Yeah,
And I would say he's got the best cut break in the world of pool.
aye. We've given them the big build up here. The fight's coming off the table and he's dry here.
I just don't know how that's so hard.
He's dry, isn't he?
But look at, the red to the top left.
That's
yeah,
a break.
but he's robbed.
Oh, listen, everything. One hit the knuckle in the middle, one hit the knuckle at the bottom right, one hit the knuckle up left, then come down and nearly went down.
It looked like one rolled the middle pocket as well. It's just, yeah.
It's Jamie has starter pot. Can he put the red up to the top left?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
wow.
yellow rolled the middle. It's
Everything nearly went there.
I think he's maybe just mapping it out. If that red doesn't go, it's terribly unlucky. Is it touching maybe, Renzi? Maybe he can't play it.
If that red doesn't go, it's what does he do? There's just no hiding place, is there? That's the issue he has. If that red doesn't go, he'd have to try and double it or something like that, because I can't see any hiding place that when he leave Marker a chance. Gillespie's potting again on the other table. I'm sure you guys are sitting
Yeah.
at home watching one game on YouTube, watching the other on your screens. Gillespie slowed down a wee bit. Now, there we go, Jamie. He seems to be playing a wee bit of left-hand side to maybe swerve it in. That's okay.
Yeah,
I
that's,
thought it no issue. No major issue at all.
so his main bit of work now is the bottom red.
Yeah.
He's only got a smallish window. Probably between the red and the left middle pocket is about his line. But then the yellows are in play at the bottom. It's not.
So the auto connect for that one, Stevie, is obviously the one to the right middle.
Yeah.
It's came a bit far there.
I think he'll leave the one close to the right middle.
So
I've got a feeling he'll maybe go the two maybe pop the red in the bottom, nestle on the yellows, drop that in for the black.
Yeah, so what Stevie's saying, and I think he's bang on, is he's going to play the red into the bottom right second last, the red into the right centre last. So if that's the case, he's going through for the one upstairs here.
Yep.
Yeah. Aye.
And we could have been doing with another couple of inches there.
I think he's fine, Stevie.
Well, he might, yeah. He might have to take the
another
red
couple
long.
of inches, or getting the brakes on and stop him a couple of inches.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to take the red long now.
Either that or screw on and off the cush. One thing with Jamie, he'll not mind taking the red long.
No.
There's no issue with that. So he's came a bit straight on it, Steve. Is
Yeah,
that what you're
that's it,
saying?
yeah.
Right, okay.
See, obviously he's looking at the angle of dropping it in, but then he's got such a small window to play into. I think someone.
I like it. I like what he's looking at, Stevie. Okay, but what I don't like is the chances of maybe hitting the yellow is the red to the middle's closest to. Aye, yes.
I think a player of Jamie's calibre and the kind of pedigree he has in the world of snooker, he should just be bringing this cue ball back a couple of inches and taking that red to the bottom left. Just a little run through, a couple of inches, and then they take care of themselves. But
his worry is over hitting it or under
course.
hitting it, and then he can't connect to the ball he needs to. So that's why he's taking so much time on this one.
yeah, and the problem with even playing it into the middle, as you say, Renzi, it's if he's cutting it into the middle from there, he's then going to have to go maybe bottom cushion and then play towards the yellows just above the line on the right hand side,
Yep.
and there's a lot of ifs and buts. But he has to commit and he has to get them.
He's going forward anyway. I think that's okay. I think that's pretty good.
If he can bag weight this, it's a shot I like, but not a lot of the top guys.
Just needs to find the wind. I don't know if he'll bag weight it or try and come down
No,
off the cushion
yeah.
and back up, but see, it's much more difficult than it should have been. As you say, Steve, it was you mentioned, his window's tiny now.
Yeah.
Aye, he doesn't like it at all.
It's if he goes bottom cushion, it's in the hands of the gods for me. But what option does he have? This is the option.
Oh my God, he's
And
shy.
he's-
He's shy. He's got.
Yeah. So
He's fortunate though, because he's got the one at the right middle.
that was a big worry for me because he couldn't even.
Yeah.
The window was just far too small, I think, for. I think if he watches this back, I don't know if he's that type of guy. I think he'd be watching this and going, why have I not just pulled that cue ball back and then just taken that red in the bottom left? Especially him. There's a lot of players that I could forgive, but no Jamie. Jamie's a...
What a result. What a result. The fact that it goes to the opposite bag, we didn't even see it.
The only thing I'm going to say is, why is he not closer?
Aye, what's the angle? Having the angle's good, to be honest with you.
Yeah, two cushions and straight out for the black.
If he watches us back, he'll be like,
Oh, Jamie.
oh, no, Jamie. Aye. Now, a lot to be said for what you said then, because he doesn't need to slow roll it if he gets a bit closer.
No, it's. I just thought we're getting to see it here. Yeah, I just think he's.
Yeah.
Listen, it's as we've mentioned a million times. It's easy. It's easy sitting here, but he'll be kicking himself. I think it's the shot previously into the left middle that was the big issue, and how he's gone about it.
I like now that his window was bigger than what we thought. He was still playing for the one he missed there.
Of course he was, but
the fact that
he had a second prize.
Aye,
But you know what's funny,
fallback.
Renzi? He actually gave himself a little bit of a. So we know what he was playing on, but then it's maybe it didn't. How many times does it dawn on you late? I'm not saying that he didn't know, but It's one of the. It's one of them that stands out to me where one or two shots before's ended up kind of the major issue, and all of a sudden, well, Mark's tried to get into them there. This might not be away from Jamie just yet.
Especially when not being particularly great on any pot. Wonder if Mark can nick this in the middle, and I don't know. It's not a great snooker, just touching the yellow down here. He's leading on one cushion, the blacks. Blacks sitting isolated up there. Is that Soko it's on? What's he asking you, Stevie?
No, when we were talking about having enough of certain things, when Soko needed a tip on his cue, and I says, listen, I've got tips there, I can't see by them, you're welcome to. So he got one put on, and he's absolutely loves it. He's like, the tips are best tips I've ever used, kind of thing, and that's what he wrote there, best tips. I asked a question, Renzi. I just said, I wish I could get a tip that just felt like the best elk you've ever had, and the guy behind the Legend stuff had ended up sending me a wee message and said, listen, send me your address and I'll send you a wee trial pack. And I went, oh, well, okay. And then I was like, no, that's a bit of me.
And would you...
I was trying every tip under the sun,
Were you commentating at the time when you were asking these questions?
No, it was on one of the pool pages on Facebook.
That's a hell of a nice of the guy.
So I ended up and I tried it, and it was just a soft, medium and hard in it. And then, yeah, it's just, I've no looked back because I had...
And now you're promoting this guy's tips.
No deliberately, it's
on
just
all your live streams.
I'm not getting anything out of it, but it's just...
Legends tip guy, let's get in touch here. This is Stevie the talk. I'll be your agent here, Stevie. Oh my God, this is going out to thousands.
For me, I just wanted a good press tip. It could have been anything. Somebody could have sent me anything under the sun or said to me, try this, and I'd have been and got it. And it ended up... That's just a good press tip, and if that's what you like, if you like layered and stuff like that, there's loads of amazing choices. In fact, some of the best looking ones right now, depending on what colours you like, are the EBS ones. They're mad.
As I say, everybody's different. Layered.
You've got the Dennis the Menace. You've got the St Mun tap. You've got there's also it's just
the big guy that's fitting the majority of them now. Especially with the other two fitters being out the country.
Big happy face.
Big happy. He's not like them to do, that's for sure.
No, it's I actually got it was Dennis the Menace, Beetlejuice, and what was it I had? Bumblebee. Dennis the Menace, Beetlejuice, Bumblebee. What's the blue one? I had another one for that.
Right, okay.
Oh, I had them. I wrote them the other day, but I'll need to go back and look.
And Santa was raging because Elliot was calling them licorice all sorts. And it was Santa's sourced them, obviously. So he was none too happy with Elliot.
Kale Pat has switched to titanium, ferrule and Kamui tip and has not looked back. And there was the thing for me, Renzi, the fact that Mark didn't get that kick.
He didn't want to play it.
Because they're obviously having that over the bag. Mark he knew fine well that Jamie had a kind of rolling up and down, but long black, not easy.
Oh, that's so un-Jamie like. So un-Jamie like. And look, that's even worse. The fact that Mark can just now pop these two balls off the cushion downstairs, and if he decides to, I mean, Mark could finish this, I've no doubt.
It's your chauffeur for the WDBS events.
I know who K-Part is.
Right.
Aye. And what did he say? He's changed
Just
to...
said he's went to a titanium.
But nobody really cares about what K-Part's doing. It's... There's players we're talking about here, Dave. Come on. No, with all respect, he's very talented at snooker, the big man. Very, very talented.
I see that. I'm obviously always keep him up to date on all the online posts and stuff like that. And yeah, seems to be doing Some fantastic stuff in the old snooker scene. In fact, that reminds me of a place in Parkhead, snooker scene, mind that?
Aye, that was that.
This is where obviously these names come from. It's amazing, isn't it?
Aye, that's exactly where it's came from. I think it was a magazine called that back in the 80s. The chauffeur. Hey, the big guy, to be fair, see if I'm ever stuck anywhere after hours, if you know what I mean. I'll like, Dave, I'm stuck in the Dunfermline bus station. All the buses are finished. I'll come and get you.
Aye.
Dave, I'm just coming back from Petticoat Bay. The last bus isn't taking me back home. I'll come and get you. So aye, he is. He's a legend.
Ah, that's class. Oh. Well, this frame has took a bit of a twist and a turn.
It would just be like Jamie to cut this in after missing an easier one.
Exactly what I was thinking. I was actually imagining the black just flying into the top left corner and thinking you go down and nail something like this and then miss the last one. I didn't think the last one was easy. It was just off straight, and they can be annoying, those shots, but is he playing a double?
He's playing it looks like it.
It's getting in.
It's trebled.
It's in.
Aye, okay. So see, Mark, I had an idea Mark would have played the shot he played there, right? Because you don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. You don't want to knock back the finish. But Mark could have quite easily played the two that balls down the bottom, just opened them up, left the fight down there, and then Jamie's got to he's got to try a low percentage fluke, if you want to call it that.
No, that's it. I mean, anywhere in the right hand side of the table, those two yellows are out. Right hand side, even if Jamie can see an edge, doesn't matter. If he total snookers him, what's Jamie going to do? Go two cushions and nestle in behind it? I mean, what's the percentage of that? Really low. And then, as you say, fluking it. Well, you've just handed him a wee bit of a invitation to smash it as hard as he could, and then there you go.
Sorry you're breaking up. Dave's he's trying to have a bit of fun there.
Yeah, I sense the sarcasm
he's not the funniest
on those words.
No, it's not.
He's asking you to repeat the
Plays
great words.
He plays.
Listen, I think his ego's taking a bit of a boost in
it's
here.
not. He's hard of hearing, Dave. Right, so it's
Right.
right. Oh, he plays that card brilliantly.
Oh, he's good at that.
Don't you, Dave? Don't you?
Well, I know I say this quite a lot, but you normally get punished more than once. And this is the break-off. He's at the table. The yellow balls are sticking out like a giant sore thumb to me. He might decide to play the plant first.
I like the plant, Stevie. I really do. I like the plant because it gets rid of a couple of little obstacles there. The only slight issue with the plant is where the red's actually going after it.
Yeah.
It'd be great if you could play the plant, pull back, and then play the one at the top left.
Yeah, exactly.
But the only thing is where the red's gone. That's okay. That's actually okay. He'll come back upstairs for that. He's going to plot downstairs first. Gillespie's 5-2 up, guys, for anybody needs kept up to date with that.
Well, the good thing I'm seeing here is the yellow directly in the centre of the table. That's basically his auto connector.
Yeah.
Obviously to get back upstairs. Now, this is it seems quite straightforward to me. I mean, you can just drift through the gap between the two reds towards the black, and he's just...
That's perfect, Steve.
Yeah, I think he's actually...
As
He's seen it earlier, Andy. He's seen it really early.
Super early.
Yeah.
And Ferry's point just now is exactly where he wants it. So, and you've seen it early as well. It's the wee flick aside. Oh, he's come inside. Okay.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going a lot closer to the red there, so he's... I mean, I thought it was natural to just flick through. However...
He's okay here if he keeps the cue ball wide.
Yeah.
And when I mean wide, I'm talking about maybe even wider for the 8 ball, isn't it?
Yeah, just past the yellow on the right-hand side here.
Yeah, wide. No, I needed it wide. So if he would have played that with right-hand side...
Yeah, exactly, Matt.
And he was... So see the same line, see if you were to move the cue ball on the same line it's on just now, wide of the 8, he's on it.
Yeah, 100%.
And now he's going to play He's good at these trebles though. He goes for the double. You've just seen in the last frame. Oh, he's playing the... Did he try it in the middle? Aye, Jamie's tried that in the middle, hasn't he? So I wonder if Mark learns for the last time that he won't push the boat out. Aye. So Jamie tried to play for kind of be narrow one there. And
Yeah, it's,
he'll be kicking himself.
that's the... Again, I'll go back to the ball into the bottom left. He's checked it so much that he's actually came inside the red down here, probably by about 2 or 3 inches. He wasn't even close, but the line he was looking at was close, probably closer to where the yellow is right now on the table.
It's also hard when you're in here,
Yeah.
Stevie, right? Because I was talking to Ryan yesterday. Because there was a finish Ryan played last week, I think we were commentating on this. I would definitely leave that one in there to last because it's a bigger window, but whatever it may be. And Ryan says, I couldn't leave it then because I had to play a pot. You obviously didn't see how straight it was on a particular pot.
Yep.
That might be the same scenario. That I thought he could flick between the 2 reds to get on the one in the middle there, and he's came the other side of it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's a good job Mark's played. That's a good shot. He's developed.
He would have liked it to be touching, but that's being greedy.
Gibbsy's at 8 ball away from going 6-2 up on Mark Farnsworth. Six to Gibbsy.
6 frames to 2. 2 away. Is he going for the thin cut back here? Oh, he is.
He's made that. As he snookered himself behind the red. He's a little unfortunate. Great shot he's made. Now.
Yeah, it's... But that's the... Oh, he's down quick.
Oh, it's having
Off it.
Yeah. I won't make any mistakes this time, that's for sure.
I would be disappointed. I think Jamie, this really should have been... That's a big chain. that just
Crystal
took my
Palace
chain
fan.
of thought away there. Yeah, I mean, he'll be kicking himself. It should be 4-all here. But as you say, just looking at these reds, I think Charlie would be quite comfortable at getting the kids in the academy to finish these.
Aye, possibly.
However, it's not as simple as that when you're in the heat of battle.
You must have seen the kids in the academy then, because they're class, aye, so
brilliant.
they'd get in.
Absolutely brilliant. Every time they pot a ball, Charlie gives them a certificate. Oh, it's fantastic.
And obviously, they play really quick, because
Oh.
Charlie wouldn't have it any other way.
And see if any of them get a fluke. Oh, he takes them outside, puts them in the corner and gives them into
They
trouble.
have to apologise. And they have to say the Lord's Prayer. Aye, it's...
Stand in the corner and ask for some penance.
Okay, so Mark is going 5-3 up. That's a penalty.
Oh, yes, it is.
Anybody that's watching the football, that is a penalty. There's no way that's not going to be a penalty because his arms outstretched, even though he's needing it for leverage. It's an awful penalty, you know,
Yeah,
because anybody
it's-
that's ever played the game, right? But in the eyes of the law, it's a penalty. It's as simple and straightforward as that. Why the referee's not already at the monitor is beyond belief. What is he doing?
Giving a corner?
That's unreal. That's just mad.
That is
Unreal.
absolutely insanity.
Absolutely unreal. How is that? His arms outstretched. It's a penalty. It's
Why
a
is the
simple-
referee not going to the monitor?
He's not been nasty.
I know, it's nonsense. Mark Boyle's famous break about to come.
So I think obviously that it's not the Premier League, it's the Charity Shield. But what they are doing is they're saying, no, we're the biggest league in the world. We'll just make our own rules up.
It's kind of that way, yeah.
That is.
It's a decent,
perfect, yeah.
it's a decent split.
It's actually perfect as well, just to pot this yellow and nudge the bad red away, and then everything's easy.
Well, you know what they're like at Sky, maybe they asked for a controversial moment to talk about all week on Sky Sports, so I think we've got it now.
Yeah. Especially at this stage in the game, and Crystal Palace, they just equalised, so it's... Nobody's looking like equalising here though, because it's 6-2 Scott Gillespie and it's 5-3 Mark Boyle. Mark Boyle looks all but... Oh.
Farnsworth. He'd have been sickened there, Renzi. He's nailed the yellow in the bottom, but it rolled the pocket about 3 times before getting soaked down. But it is a chance for him to get back within 3. But Scott in a comfortable, commanding position right now. And obviously, Mark Boyle at the table, 5-3 in front. He didn't get the kick exactly how he would have liked. Still there.
But they're all still available. But for me, it's only just plotting what ball you take to get on the 8 ball. Mark knows he's not super sharp and he's taking a wee bit longer than normal, and I like that. So the one beside the red looks problematic.
Yeah, I think you'll play on it right now. Just screw through the gap and take it into the left middle.
That's excellent. Excellent cue ball. Good spot, but excellent cue ball. Mark Farnsworth's an 8 away from getting another one on board. If he gets it, he'll be 6-3 down. He has.
Yeah, 6-3. Goobsy to break.
And Mark Boyle is 4 pots away from going 6-3 up as well. We shout out how Mark Boyle's doing this to the continued sponsorship, I think for the 3rd year in a row, from Belhaven Breweries. Big supporter of the Saltire series of events. We are in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Rutherglen, and the outskirts of Glasgow, but we call it Glasgow nonetheless.
Yeah, well, at one point in time, Rutherglen was part of Glasgow.
And now we're running at history lesson. Come on then, Stevie.
And then they redrew the lines like they've done a few times.
Yep.
It's actually funny that they do stuff like that. Obviously, you look further afield to some of the places that were part of the Glasgow overspills as well. And but yeah, Glasgow was a lot further afield. There was obviously one point in time, and I mean it's a long time now, right enough. The town of Paisley came under Glasgow. Long time ago now. And
well, that upset all of Paisley guys, wasn't it?
It was, I think all these kind of places were actual just Glasgow overspills until they all got their own kind of, I mean, East Kilbrides and Cumbernaulds, and they're all their own areas, and I think it comes down to the way the councils and stuff work and that kind of stuff, and looking after certain areas. So they they redraw the lines quite a lot. It's strange, but it
So
seems to be the way of the world.
So now pretty much it's called Glasgow and surrounding areas, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
No.
Glasgow and the West.
This was always going to be about the shot to get him good on the 8 ball.
Yeah. You mentioned it after the first shot.
Yeah, I think he's still okay, but he wouldn't mind the cue ball pretty much where it is just now. But he won't be able to do that because he needs to move the red here. Oh, I didn't expect that.
Run inside off the red.
Okay, so listen, I just did not expect that, but I'll tell you what, it is a cracking shot. A cracking shot.
You don't. I'm looking at it, and it doesn't even look possible, that shot, because he's having to bring the cue ball back
shot.
To then go forward.
Your word, that's just great imagination. He just knows exactly. He's maybe a little unfortunate where the red's landed, because that might block him from getting a good shot. Or if the red's not there, he's definitely getting round there and he's got a shot at it. That red that maybe prevents him from getting good on it. Not good on it. It might get in the road of the cue ball. It might snooker him. That's the words I'm looking for.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll decide to take his medicine here.
No, he looks as if he's loading it up the side. He's trying to go the gap. No, he's outside. Aye, you're right again, Stevie. That was the way to not take a chance.
Yeah. He's just saying to himself, just get a shot. How many times do you say, I wish I just had a shot? Why don't I just give myself a shot? These guys seem to give themselves a shot more than be greedy.
Mark is one of the best I've seen at this shot, but you've got to really trust the table the way he plays it.
Yeah, because he kind of glides it and he kind of just cues through. It's like a kind of drag type shot the way he plays it. Quite delicate.
He glides it is a great description, but you need to have total faith in the table.
It's a huge moment. Like a 6-3. There's a big gap heading to 8. Yeah, all the way.
Just like that. As I say, I don't think I've ever seen anybody better playing that shot.
It's like, it's hard to describe. Obviously, we're saying but it's just nice and easy.
I don't like playing them like that, because just in case the table turns or anything like that. But I understand why it gives him every chance. I'd probably play that a little harder, to be honest. But he's more at the pace he plays him at. It's more chance of getting in off the left knuckle or the right knuckle, sliding it in like that. And as I say, I fancied them strongly for it.
Well, you know, the tables have been playing pretty tight. I know they're in now, best part of 2 weeks.
Davey Markey was telling me that as well. Stevie, he thought the tables were playing pretty tight.
I said,
and he liked it. He liked it. You know, it's a good test.
Not just the fact that they are in a couple of weeks, and I know they're a brand new Supreme winner. I know there's new ones. The prototypes are out there getting tested now and stuff like that. So who knows what the future looks like with Supreme. It's great that we've obviously got this kind of, especially with the IPA and stuff, but obviously Paul and Santa and the stuff that they do with Supreme. But we've got brand new Supremes here, and I actually questioned yesterday off Paul. I says, is it maybe this version of them is just a slight different cut? And he went, I don't know, Stevie. He says, but what I will say is a few people have mentioned to me that they're playing really tight. He went, but I'm not playing, so I don't know.
Well, that's interesting.
And I says, well,
it's maybe a question you've got to ask Supreme.
No, that's it. And it's just, but it's now very often on any kind of function there'll be somebody saying that's shocking, that should never have went in. There's not been many, if any, of those moments. There's been one or two where there's been messages to people saying, cannot believe that didn't drop there, you absolutely nailed it. And that kind of gives you the idea of how tight that they're playing.
Okay. Mark Farnsworth ain't gone away. He's just broken dished, or reverse dished, rather. 6-4 now. Jamie on a dish. He needs to get this to be 6-4 as well. Has he brought that yellow out enough? Is there a pocket for it?
Right middle, maybe.
That's what he's looking at just now.
I understand he was trying to just kind of flick the yellow out. He didn't want to be putting the yellow on the side cushion, so totally understand the way Jamie played that there. It just did not. He ended up just kind of pushing the red between the two of them. It never came out at all, but
I can still see a way out for Jamie.
yeah, definitely.
But he probably needs to play the one into the bottom left, and then the yellow that's closest to the 8 ball into the same bottom left. Then he needs to leave an angle to get around off 2 cushions in behind the ball in the middle. I can't really see any other route. Or alternately, you could just go. He tried to go over and kick that out. Or did he play for there? Two cushions across.
I think he was hoping that he could get on it, and I think he's just beat. Unless he can cut it back.
I think he's on it, but I think he needs to come round off. But 1-2 cushions. In fact, he's fine. He's actually played that.
No. That's. I think he would have loved to have been another. On the cushion would have been great.
If he avoids the red here, he's minted. No, he's kicked right into it. He's still fine. Still fine.
Good shot, Jamie Burnett.
Yeah. What a brave shot that was. 1, 2, checked it up past the black. What a shot.
Oh, it's okay.
Better. That was better longer than shorter. Did you play these 1 or 2 cushions, Stevie?
2.
Yeah, just like that.
And it's funny because I used to play that 1 cushion, and it's a long time ago. And at the counties, I missed a pot playing like that to come out 1 cushion for, just say the black. I think it was a black, and I missed it. And Billy Henderson, as soon as I walked off, and I've kind of left it right in the jaws of the pocket, and he's just said to me, "What are you doing? You're trying to just dolly that and 1 cushion and up. Get your cue on it, off 2." And then I was kind of like, yeah, but obviously me back then, I bought, and then that shot just becomes kind of second nature now. Just it takes a little bit of pace off the cue ball as well, and plus you can
hit it harder because
exactly.
The second cushion's killing it.
So yeah, and Jamie played it perfect. Good finish. Needed to play a big shot. He played it. And it ended up.
So it's like tennis.
Yeah.
6-4, 6-4.
Yeah, and Jamie back within 2. And Mark Farnsworth also back within 2.
I've just looked at my phone and got a message for Dave. If you need picked up from Dalgety Bay, I'm not in Dalgety Bay, Dave. I was referencing the last time you got me from Dalgety Bay. Just holler, mate. I've done my practice. No, I'm in Glasgow, Dave. On the outskirts of Glasgow, where I am going to stay this evening. Real fun in Shettleston early doors this morning. But that's for another day. Mark Boyle set them up. Very important break. He's 6-4 to the good. As is Scott Gillespie. Scott Gillespie has a pretty straightforward finish to get on the hill. Will Mark Boyle have the same fate after his break? Oh man. Oh man. Mark's starting to go dry. And that's the last thing the world he wants to be doing against this guy.
you do not want to let someone like Jamie Burnett gather a head of steam. Like I say, there's a lot of guys that are very good, Renzi, and they've been about the block, they've played the game for numerous years, but having real pedigree in Cuesports is something that Jamie's got. And the last thing Mark will want to do is allow him to get a little bit of a run going.
Yeah. Okay, so the only issue I see here, Stevie, is the one upstairs.
Yeah. I mean, I would be thinking he might try and play on it now, but does he come up just towards the line, just below the yellow?
I think it needs to... Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Me thinking that was...
He needs to pretty much just pot this. Don't overly try and get the
Yeah.
bite exactly where you want, but just make it.
Don't
That's
be-
exactly what he's done.
Don't be greedy.
That's exactly what he's done. Yeah.
I think he's unlucky because the gap that he's gone through, the black, the red, the yellow, all the way, any flick.
I think he played the shot the right way.
Yeah, of course, just go and pot the ball.
I think now again, he's either going to cut it into the left middle or play the double.
Yeah, so it looks like left middle standing out. It's just a case
The,
of
see
a
if he
cannon.
plays the double though, if he plays the double he's out because he'll be able to stop the fight where the red is.
Yeah, where the red is, and take the red to the top right
Where's
next.
the left middle? It's a positional shot, but I mean, it's Jamie Burnett for talk about here. Well, I can get this into the left. I can play this in the left middle. I didn't see that. He cut that.
Oh, were you thinking cutting
Aye.
this one back?
That's
No,
what-
but this was the problem. And again, he's not on anything.
Right, okay. So that's interesting. I really would wonder for Gibbsy would have did there, for Mark
Liam.
Boyle would have did there, and
Even
yeah,
Mark.
definitely for Liam would have did there. Maybe Rido.
I think, do you know, over
I think
the...
they'd have played the double and stop because they weren't then. It's not careless, it no careering, but
Cross double.
I think he can pot it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. A little bit,
And by the way, he's on the bad one just now.
yeah, a little bit of splash on the cue ball there.
I played it with a wee touch aside, didn't he?
But the big issue, obviously, was always going to be getting on the top ball, as you said right for the start. He's got on it early. Just go and pot the ball. Sometimes all you can do is pot the ball. That'll stick with me forever. And then, no, but it will. It's just one of the things, and it will. But, and I've said it to numerous people now in this year.
Yeah.
I was trying to, and it's like, and I use that turn of phrase because it makes sense. And sometimes that is all you can do. It's,
Jamie
it's,
does that better than anybody.
yeah, exactly. And he's.
That's why he gets such good results. Because I think admittedly he'd say, well, I'm not the best with the cue ball,
Yeah.
I'm not. Right, but he's a fantastic single ball potter, and then he just says, right, I'll get that, and chances are I might be on the next one, and I'll try my best. And you know, he sacrificed it there for position, just right on cue.
Do you know what I was going to say as well? I can see him being absolutely perfect on the red to the right middle.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to
Yeah.
go the three cushions
Yeah.
and land on it perfect to the right middle, and he's
Mad
pulled
that
out
in it
to-
exactly while you're talking about it.
he's pulled out here, and he knew the minute the cue ball
Yeah.
left his tip.
Yeah. Funnily enough, that shot there, the decelerate shot, or deaccelerate as Jamie calls it, right? We had a discussion about that literally half an hour ago before he just started this match. We were talking about certain players and their cue actions and this and that. Scott Gillespie's 7-4 up. He's on the hill.
Matt Farnsworth is too long in the tooth to let it go just yet. He's at the table. He's got a chance to at least get back within two. But it is going the way of the Lark Hall Scotsman, who, known as Goobsy, hasn't won a Saltire event. So this is huge for him. He's on the hill with a chance
sure,
of a place in the final. These are events that Scott has referred to many times as pools majors.
It's huge for... now, I'm going to say something that's really weird here, right? I would say 2 Hall of Famers now in Scotland, right? 2 guys that I had my top 8, but no problem, right? Mark Boyle and Scott Gillespie. But they've not been in the winner's circle recently. You know, the more consistent guys recently in Scotland have been Ryan Davey and Morgan McInnes and Liam Dunster.
Yep.
Possibly even Gio Egger.
Yeah, Gio, definitely.
So the 2 Algians are showing they've still got it today.
Yeah, it's
so
funny.
far anyway.
It's funny because obviously probably in 2023 was the year Morgan came of age, and obviously winning back-to-back Scottish titles, Scottish #1 and stuff like that. And then Gio, who, as I mentioned, is my player of 2024, and some of the things that kid had done. But in 2025, I'm kind of standing back looking at the standouts, and as you say, probably the 2 that stand out for me in Scotland is, I know the form guide and stuff that they've won, it is, but it's who's won the most? Is it Liam?
Oh, the other thing.
Well, he won the first 2 Saltires.
Oh, you talking about this season?
I'm talking about 2025.
Sorry, I thought you talked
I
about
would have
general,
said Morgan.
right, okay.
Morgan was probably 2023's standout player, and then in 2024 for me was Gio.
Yeah.
But in 2025, we're in August, and I'm just wondering, I think it's got to be Liam.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's got to be Liam Dunster in the year of 2025. Obviously the IPA Pro events, and
Liam never messages in or that, does he?
not very often, no, but there might be the odd time that you might get a...
Because he'll tell you everything. Probably he'll have that stacked to hand.
He won the first 2 Saltires and then lost the final of the third. Just insane. He won the Pro and beating Morgan in the final and the Normandy, and then get beaten the final of the Open. I mean, it's just
6 dishes to beat him.
Yeah, it's just not even like. Generally, if he does get beat, most of the time it's a final. Obviously, different case this weekend, but a lot of the time to beat him, you've got to do something pretty special, and generally it's in a final. So, yeah, I think in 2025, so far has been the year of Liam Dunster.
The year of the year of the, what is it called?
Doomsday Dunster.
The year of the Doomsday.
So Mark Boyle is on the hill. Scott Gillespie is on the hill. Does it matter? Not until you're over the hill. So right now, Mark Farnsworth's at the table. And I tell you what, Scott Gillespie will come to the table with a chance.
I can't wait to tell Scott and Mark that you've called them over the hill. Done. Also runs. No users.
Ah, they're over the hill, man. All the youngsters have just got too much respect for them. See, once that respect disappears, that's them done.
I'll tell them about it.
Some young upstart. Come on, William Wallace Jr. Get tore in, son.
Oh, every ball's threatened. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear.
So, is this the moment for Mr. Magic and Scott Gillespie, both of them on a finish with a chance to win their respective matches, 8 frames to 4 in the Belhaven Brewery Scottish Saltire Series Event 4, live on Scottish Cuesports streaming. Craig Anderson gives us it all, but it's Alan Reynolds and Walker the Talker, and this is fantastic.
I think Mark might play the plant here. Red onto yellow, get on the yellows, take the one at the right middle, and then just polish them all off. Gets rid of that annoying hanging ball situation. But he's also can't get much. Oh, he can't get much better on the ball at the left middle he's on just now. I'm loving Mark taking that extra bit of time on his first visit. Is he on? Is he off? Ooh. A good save.
Yeah, it is taking a bit of time, but
That just tells me how much he means to Mark as well. He is playing the plant.
yeah, but I think to put it in context,
Okay,
today,
he's not taking the Reds. No way is he taking the Reds. He's just played that great though, hasn't he?
maybe he is, because that's a plant.
Oh, is it? Okay.
He might have decided to take
Yeah.
Reds and
Yeah.
have the red above
Played
the
the shot
black.
in such a way that even if it doesn't go, he knows he's going to finish the yellows.
Yeah.
But if it does go in, then they're equally as good on Reds.
Yeah, he's now, because he's played that shot thinking, right, worst case scenario, I'm going to take the yellows and finish them.
Yeah.
Now that both of them have gotten in,
Aye.
he's now going,
Aye.
right, now, what balls do I actually
Yeah.
take? So the yellow above the middle, he doesn't like that into the middle, so it's top left. He's not got the full bag at the bottom right. And there's obviously a bit of traffic between those yellows and that, so that might have had to be maybe have to be last ball for the black. I can see the argument for both.
Gillespie's in the final.
Reds are probably standing out to me.
That's a magnificent performance.
Congratulations, Scott Gillespie, who sends Mark Farnsworth down to the northeast of England. And we will see Mark again next week. He always comes and supports these kind of events.
Right, an absolute magnificent performance for Scott Gillespie. Okay, I like the shot that Mark's played there. Yes, so I do. I'm going to try and get Scott a few words, if I can, once he's finished his chat with Mark. Might even get a wee quick chat with both before the final.
Yeah, I mean, why the ever not?
Cracking penalty, wasn't it? Just, yeah. Okay, I love that. I think he's going to go bottom, middle. I think he go bottom, then left, middle, and then the 8 ball in the bag that he's going to play the yellow into just now.
Yeah, as arguably good as he is, arguably one of the best to ever hold a cue.
Unbearably slow.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going over the eventualities, and you can't argue with that. It's never easy at any stage, never mind on the hill to get over the line. And you have to bear in mind, this is a man that only really gets his cue out when there's a tournament these days, because there's so much going on in life.
He's a bit straight here, but I still think he's okay because he can punch it back. He's fine. This is done. This is done because he could even punch it back to where the yellow is just now, then cut that yellow and go off the top cushion. And Crystal Palace have won the Charity Shield. And I like the fact that they have, because that looked a penalty to me. That they were. That's a magnificent achievement for them.
Right, so pushing through to take the yellow up.
Wow.
Even better.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he likes the yellow to the middle. I think it's too high. So
Okay.
I don't think he could really, let's say,
Okay.
pinch it back, drop up.
Yeah.
So
he's just dropping this. I don't think he'll try and punch across, will he? But is he happy to just go forward and play this into the top left, then the last yellow into the bottom left? It seems him playing a big execution, punchy, stunny. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still got to mind his work a wee bit, because although it looks natural, he needs to punch it a bit just to make sure he gets the cue ball out. Does the black go in the bottom left? I'm not 100% convinced. A commentator's eye would say yes, but he's only won it in the bottom. Right.
That's exactly how I thought he would play it, but I think he's came a little far.
Yeah, that's. I think he's pushed it wider than it had to be, and I think he was worried that he couldn't get out as far as he. He's going to have to drop
this. Did he not play it about hard? No.
Onto the knuckle, arguably. But then again, that's that shot where you're saying trusting so much to the... And that's the Mark Boyle shot, right enough, but...
So just as well that bottle bank was getting emptied there just before Mark had that shot.
I know.
You could probably hear that back home. Who am I blaming for that? Like Tony. Just as well it was there, double 16. Perfect.
Yeah, he had to just cushion the knuckle. Couldn't afford to run towards the pocket and take it any chances. So it's going to be, if this black is down, an all-Scottish final. And it's Mark Boyle and Scott Gillespie, two of Scotland's greats, going head-to-head, Renzi.
I might get them in. We'll see what happens. I'm going to go and brush the table anyway, Steve. If I can get them in for a quick...
There's no major issue.
2 minutes each, fair enough. So you stay put, Stevie, and let me go and do my stuff.
Well, it is Mark Boyle who will go head-to-head with Scott Gillespie, and what a final it promises to be, and it'll be coming up probably in the next 5 minutes. Oh, depends if the two guys need a few moments just to compose themselves. Scott going for his first Saltire victory. And Mark, who's had a couple of them. And Renzi, true to his word, he has managed to get Scott to pop his head in. Is that it on? He's on. That's it.
Hello.
Well done, mate. That looked... we've got the luxury of having the second screen here, and the guys that are watching at home don't get to really see that there, but that was a more Scott Gillespie type performance, I would say, in that one.
Aye, well, the thing is, Stevie, we always had the match earlier on in the tournament, and I mean, always no offence to anybody I've played in that, but I've struggled all weekend. I've not played good. People have let me off, but I found a way. Like Vinny earlier on in the last 16, he had a very good chance. Like 99 times out of 100, he takes it at 6-5 up, and he's missed it. I've took away a good finish in the last frame. And then against Ryan Davey, went down early doors, but I grinded. That'll do.
Both will do.
And I get back in the match and I managed to pull through. And then against Farnsworth, that's the best I've played. I think that was kind of really no missed pull with the both of us. Bar Mark missed the last frame there, but he was up against it all day. And I played really well against Farnsworth there.
Aye, so I'd say to Renzi, obviously we had a conversation about the fact that sometimes that's what happens. You might not play great, but you get through. Your opponents throw in a miss. You maybe get a second bite you didn't expect. Whatever it takes to get through. You can't really affect what your opponent does. You can only do what you can do, and if it keeps getting you through the rounds, is there ever a point listen, you've been there, won almost everything, you've not won a Saltire, this could be the day, no, but do you ever get a point where you go, well, do you know what, I probably should have been out, so I'm free rolling here? Do you get that, or does it still just be same old? I just have to go and...
No, because I mean, I come into an event looking to win the event.
Aye, of
so
course.
Regardless, always like if I look at, I should have been out. But sometimes you can look back in your career and you see like, oh, I should have been out that round, and the gods are with you, and you just seem to get that wee bit of luck. But listen, it's only halfway done, and there's still the final to play, always against Boyle, which will be a tough game. But hopefully that's me found a wee bit of form at the right time, and I've always managed to get through all the rounds without kind of playing well, and I'm playing well now, breaking well. So hopefully the breaks continue, and always get the chances in the final.
Yeah, well, mate, I won't keep you too long, because obviously the final maybe get started in the next 5 minutes. I don't know what your plan is, mate, what your ritual is if you get into the toilet and say your prayers or whatever it is you do, but
Good certainly know your prayers, I know that.
Good luck in the final, mate.
Cheers, mate, thanks.
So Scott, yeah, I don't know what that was on the screen there, but Scott is in the final. He hasn't managed to get over the line in the Saltire events, but he will have his chance against none other than another Scottish legend than Mark Boyle. Both of these guys it's just absolutely insane, the longevity that they've got. They're still only young men. They're only in their 40s. I don't even know if Scott's in his 40s. Scott might still be under 40, so I don't think he's played in a seniors event. So I think Scott's still under 40, and yeah, these two guys will be, as long as they want to play and succeed, I have to say that I think they can probably go on forever. You've got Gareth Hibbett as well, who's obviously in his older kind of statesman, so they just don't seem to go away. And absolutely brilliant, now sitting down next to me, is Mark Boyle. Well done, mate. Another final.
Another one, yeah. It's been a while. I don't know how I'm in the final, Stevie, to be fair.
Well, we had a couple of words out there, and you were saying it's like this kind of up and down. You're doubting things, but then it doesn't look like it when you're at the table. And I know that's...
Trust me, I'm out there, everything looks hard. It's not coming. I just feel like everything's a pint of blood, you know. I'm not enjoying it.
Right.
Because I'm not feeling it, you know, so I don't know how I'm in the final, but I'm here and we'll give it a good crack.
It's a hard game for everybody at the best of time, and everybody that comes here, no matter what level they're at, there's people that come to these events and might never get by a first round, and that's at least they're coming and giving it a go, and playing better players improve you, I believe that. But
yeah,
you're coming here and you're not really feeling it. It says a lot about you that you can still grind out these wins.
I don't like it, Stevie. I'd rather flow. I just feel like I'm doubting myself most shots, and you're seeing about 10 different patterns, you know, and it's hard. It's probably harder to watch. Never mind, you know what I mean, play. But I'll try and flow. I'll try and flow in the final. And whatever happens, happens.
You know Renzi, right? Renzi's all about the taking your time, pre-short routine, map it out, all this stuff. He was enjoying there because probably a wee bit slower than we're used to.
Yeah,
Mark Boyle
million% slower.
You are looking at every eventuality and stuff like that, but there's obviously times when you're absolutely buzzing, and you can't just go down and pop balls. So I know you're that's not your thing, but
I'm just trying to find my game. That's all. I'm trying to find my game and feel steady out there, and I'm far from it. I'm just lucky my opponents haven't played the best, you know. So, and I've played well when I've had to play well. You know, I've took out a couple of good finishes, but I just feel like I'm just trying to find my game. It's hard when you can do that in your practice, but you shouldn't be able to do that in a match environment. So it makes it doubly hard. So, but I'm trying to find it.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of finishes. The one at the end, the little ghost onto the knuckle, and there's a shot when you played to get on the black that you cut up the right-hand side, and Renzi had said, he might try and come through, and I said, I think he'll just take his medicine, and you just came up the centre and kind of drifted it up, but these shots are, I see these shots as your kind of shots, and so they seem quite obvious to me. But if you're saying that you're not really, but yet you're still playing, there's things that you're doing there that maybe just don't feel right, but see, watching maybe a wee bit slow, that's all I would say.
I know myself, I've said to a few people today, I just see different patterns, but it's just lack of play, you know. When you're playing all the time, you see these things, you know, you just go, that's what I'm doing, away you go. I'm seeing about 4 different patterns, and then I'm doubting things. Anything that looks hard, I'm like, right, hold on a minute. No, that could go wrong. That could go wrong. That could go wrong. But when you're playing all the time, you just look at, no, I'll do that, and that. But my head just now is just, oh no, that can go wrong. That can go wrong. You know, I'm just, yeah, it's broken.
But I know, and listen,
You know.
including myself, who was in this tournament, I actually felt as if I was playing quite well. But it's no easy to get through even a round at these events because the quality's unreal. But yet here you're in another final.
That's it. That's what it is. You know, we'll just, whatever happens, happens. I'll try and flow for the viewers a wee bit, right?
I know. I think there was somebody saying.
I do apologise.
Did you see that?
Aye, JD, you try. I'll give you 2 seconds in my head, and then you'll understand why. I think Renzi wants us to go and play this final.
Hey guys,
I would rather sit here and watch it.
I know. This is the best seat in the house, mate.
Exactly.
But listen, good luck in the final.
Right,
Mark.
cheers, Stevie.
You're in another one.
Right.
And
Tell you what, guys, I'm going to take 4 minutes a shot. Tune in, buckle up.
there will be no shot clock as Mark Boyle heads to the match table. Well done, mate. And he will go head to head with none other than Scott Gillespie. What a final this promises to be. Yeah, so guys, I mean, for the few hundred sitting watching, having a little insight from the likes of Scott and Mark, telling you how they feel and getting to this point, and it's actually quite funny that there's slight similarities. Scott saying that he hasn't really played at his best, but his opponents have let him off, and then Mark comes in and says he's not been at his best and doesn't feel at his best, but his opponents have let him off. Two of them probably doing themselves a disservice at how mentally strong and how they grind and dig and just find a way. And I mean, being a serial winner, people can think that's just, but you need to have a type of mentality, Renzi, to be that kind of character.
Mark was excellent there, right? But anybody wants to see an unreal performance, watch back the game it wasn't commentated on, because Scott Gillespie was unbelievable.
Yeah, spoke to Scott, but he'd said that's
he was brilliant, honestly.
Stevie, I played against yourself. He went and a lot of you basically let him off. He said Vince had an absolute 99 out of 100 finish to put him out.
Yeah.
And I'd asked him, do you feel like you're free rolling then? He went, well, no, really, because I came into these expecting to win. That's my mentality. That's the game I'm playing, rather than, well, I'll hope for the best kind of thing. And that's. And I said, obviously, you've not won one of these. And he went, oh, thanks for reminding me. But, but this is the one that he is really seeking out more than probably any other title. I think he would love to get an IPA title since coming back. But this right now would probably go a long way in kind of satisfying his desires.
Both of them want it bad, though. Mark looks more jovial, right? But, come on, Mark's an animal on the table
He
as
was
well.
reading JD. He went, JD, I'll try my best to take 4 minutes a shot for you.
Did he read it? Oh, right, okay.
And he just said, listen, I'll be honest, I'm really struggling. I'm seeing problems rather than solutions. I'm looking at 3-4 different patterns, and then I'm saying, oh, but this can go wrong, that can go wrong. He went, I'm not meaning it.
You can actually see it in his game. That's even more testimony to how good they are to get here. So anyway, sit back, relax, and enjoy this over 40s.
Well, that's what I actually said.
Final.
That's what. So I said there. I said these two guys are obviously in the early stages of 40s. Then I thought, is Gibbs 40?
I don't think he is.
I don't
That's
think
how
he
I like
is.
to wind them up.
He can't be far
Oh,
away.
he's 39 and a 3/4 or something like that.
Tell you, all the guys that have had their little seniors tour for a while, if these guys decide to start turning up, better off keeping your tenors.
And Mark's got one there, but he didn't hit them his usual self, and they're presented lovely because the Reds look. Well, it's not hard to say that the Reds are going to be the ball of choice, but
Yeah, I'm looking at it back, and it was like he took a bit off it. Yeah, he did. He didn't leather that.
I think he was hitting it too hard the last couple of breaks for the last match, but who's around 30? No chance. Honestly, he's 39 3/4. I genuinely think he is 39. I think he. Let's find out. How are we going to find this out? I bet you Paul McCutcheon knows. Cutchy, if you're listening. Okay, so realistically,
I thought you could check a Facebook profile and the age would be there, but apparently his is hidden.
Handy winner.
Yeah, I actually think he's at. I think he's about 47.
This is the only position shot Mark has to get right here. If he gets this one, he's okay, I think. I'll take the inner of the two yellows. Sorry, that's the outer of the two yellows. That's what I meant to say. As he came just a little bit too far, he might have to change. Now, might need to go upstairs unless he can pinch this in, Stevie.
I'm not sure he can. Can he come 3 cushions towards the yellow at the right-hand side? Left cushion, bottom
Yeah,
cushion.
he can. He can. And I don't think there's anywhere he could go wrong if he plays that shot. Because even if he's not on the one he intends to play for, he could go upstairs. But he keeps on looking upstairs now. Then he keeps going back round to the one at the middle now. Then he's going back upstairs again. I think he's only doing this because he's seen that comment for that fella. Yeah, nicely played.
Well, that red at the bottom is always going to be slightly tricky, but is he going to play on it right now?
I think he's just going to slide the gap, really. That's like a nice shot. Really nice shot. Yeah.
Yeah, because he had to jack up there, had to control it.
And he's just going to slide over to the left-hand cush.
That shot was not as easy as it might have looked because you're jumping the cue ball instantly. Just made it look so easy. And it was anything but.
Yeah, good finish, good start.
He said, he went, listen, I'm just not feeling it. And he went, I'm not liking it. He went, I don't like second guessing myself.
Really
I don't
honest,
like,
didn't
yeah,
it?
He
Really
said,
honest.
He went, I would rather just be flown, and if it works, it works. He says, and right now I'm not. He said, I'll try my best in the final to flow for these, but and then while he said that, he seen the comment, the comment and said, in fact, I'll try my best to take 4 minutes a shot.
There he was. The Marky boys think of the punters, think of everybody. I'll try my best to flow for you. So while Mark's trying his best to flow, Scott's just desperate to win, so that should be a cracker. Great to see both of the Saltire guys here. Paul's in with the family. Santa's here because his men are still in the final. Scott can ill afford to come up dry against Mark. Another presentable chance. I think he might be on the tough red right away.
Yeah, I think he is. The red to the left of the yellow range on the bulk line.
It goes to the right,
top right corner,
yeah,
and it's got an auto connector.
Aye, it has to.
So the reds definitely stand out. obviously the big thing here is as soon as he pops this red in, you kind of need to get them because it opens up all the yellows at the same time. So it's. But these guys don't play without going all in.
All in. Absolutely all in. There's no if I miss with these guys. Having a wee chat with both of them, and obviously we interviewed the two of them, but I had a wee chat with both of them. I was winding the two of them up, and I was like, guys, I says it's good to see you back. Just because all these young guys have taken over for you, from you. Morgan and Gio and Ryan Davey, and I thought they would like, but they were so complimentary. They were like, you're not wrong.
No, I think that's. Listen, these two, they've won that much. And they know how hard it is to win. I think they respect anybody that can manage to get themselves into that similar kind of category, if you want, as a winner. And it's, I just think that's the testament to the kind of people that the two of them are. Score predictions. Oof. Right.
2-0 mark, I'm going to predict.
I'm going to go for. I'm going to coin toss the winner, right? But I'm going to say this is going to be an all-time Saltire classic and finish 8-7. That's my score prediction. Who wins it? Don't know.
Oh, that's on the fence. Okay, I'm going to predict the score. I'm going to predict the score that I want to happen, and then the score that I think will happen. So that I get home quicker, I hope it's 8-0 to Mark Boyle. Because he's already on board. No, all kidding aside, I think this will be I think it could go down to the breaks. I'm fudging here before I give the score prediction to see if Mark gets these. Because I think Mark's going to have a 2-frame lead, I've got to tip Mark to win this match 8-5. Give us your score predictions, guys. Who's going to win it?
Get them on the chat function, guys. Please do not shy away from tossing us what you think this final score might be. And if you want to be adventurous, tell us who you think might win.
Is that the Mo? Is that the Gizmo? Is that the surprise package?
Yes, it is. Hector had a decent weekend.
Great weekend.
I did say to him, he's just one of the guys. He gets the draws, Renzi. You know what I mean? These Saltires throw up some easy draws every now and again. So, but he's had a cracking couple of weeks as the photographer, man, and the guy that tells him to take what photo and where. It's 2-0 up. Gizmo is a huge part of the Lola's team. Not only, people think he just stands there and takes photos, Renzi. He goes and sets up, he travels up and down, he clears it away. I mean, he's non-stop, and he deserves a huge amount of credit for the work he puts in to help Mark, because it's not easy. I've done a few events with him, I've travelled to a couple. It is a shift.
Oh, I know.
I've
seen it, and it's like,
they deserve so much credit for the work it goes in.
I give it so much praise, and I was at the one in here. And, as Boise just rightly says, I'm getting slow and old, and that's why like an hour and a half or 2 hours at the pool party, and I'm off ski. Empty bottle, please. That's all the staff here in McGoldrick's looking after us as per normal. Taking Stevie's empties away because he can't make it up to the bar. He sat in here like 12 hours. 8-3, Richie McDonald. Oh, wow.
Does it come with a chance? Reds are okay. The red on the side cushion connects to the red to the bottom left. I think the reds are all right here.
I think the reds are okay as well. think there's a chance on both, but there's one really bad ball that doesn't go, which is the yellow. That would need dislodged. And the starters, no, yeah, that's fine. He can put the yellow into the right middle, but I think reds will be his choice as well, Stevie. Put the red into the right middle and screw into the other one, as closest to the left middle. They're Jeff Dunn and Richie catching up to snooker friends. So, Mark has decided to take a reds. I'd say they could have worked out better, Stevie.
You think? I
think can he go straight through for the one down the rail?
I think he can. I think he's perfect.
Okay. Okay.
The only thing that sticks out for me, Renzi, is the black. Or the zebra. I know you call it the 8-ball, but that does my head in.
Okay.
Do you know
Why did you not tell me earlier that they're not saying it?
No, but it is. I'll be honest, right? I can't for the life of me figure out why it's got a number 8 on it in our game.
Ah.
Not in the sense of, I know they call it English 8-ball, right? But that when the game was already around at the beginning, that was fine because they all had numbered balls, if I remember correctly, and then they changed it based
Spots and
on
stripes.
yeah. So they changed the obviously the reds and the yellows, and that was fine. I can't remember the reason for it, but I remember somebody telling me whatever it was. So they took all that away, and I always thought at the time, right, English pool is kind of what I see it as.
I call it small ball.
Right, that's
Maybe
fine.
that's right. I'm a wee bit.
No, and that's fine. I don't mind that small ball, but for me, I just think they should have took all the numbers away and just had it as a colour.
Yeah.
Even if it's just a black and white stripe, it doesn't matter to me. Just, I don't know.
Okay. Why do you think they had an 8 on it instead of just making it black, the black ball? When they took all the numbers away. Is there logic behind that, do you think?
No, that's the thing. I would have to go and do a deep dive into that, and it's something that arguably my night is going to be spent finding.
Okay, can I
Do
try?
you know?
No, but I think I know.
Right, okay, I'm listening.
Right, I think
Everyone, hold on to your seats. As we're about to get educated
I
here.
just think it's because that would be synonymous with snooker. The black ball. Whereas the 8-ball and the black ball are two different things. The black ball for me is snooker.
But we've
A
already...
1-4-7, reds and blacks, red and black, red and black.
There's a red and a yellow in snooker as well.
Yeah.
So why did we not just make our own colours then?
We could. There's plenty of different colour sets you can use at this game, but that's why.
Like at Lola's, we've got pink and green. Oh, snooker's got them as well.
8-ball says to me pool. If anybody says 8-ball to me, I think automatically pool. And this is, at the end of the day, pool.
But if someone says pool to me, I just think pool.
Oh, come on. Guys, we've got to be sticking these microphones down shortly, right? We're having a wee dispute here. A tiff.
Pot 7 balls, then the 8. Someone wrote. It's the
eighth
8th ball.
Ah, okay. And there's that in it. Well, it was originally 8-ball, American 8-ball, wasn't it? And it's always been the money ball. Aye, good. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Still would
Still
rather
doesn't like it.
Yeah, I'm
that.
still not having it, but in that case, we could still have a small circle on every single red or yellow. They don't need to be potted in order. You just need to pot the 7 of them in any order you want and just make sure the 8th ball's last.
Yeah.
Just being now devil's advocate type thing, Renzi, rather than... It doesn't bother me that there's an 8 on it. I just find that I can't really, for the life of me, see the logic in... It would be different if you didn't know what ball to pot last. You need to make sure you pot the 8. Right, that's fine. Because, as I say, back in the day, they put numbers on them. I know they put numbers on them because of colourblind people. So the Spots and Stripes had numbers because people were colourblind. So I always knew that story, and that's great. So then that way they could differentiate between what ball was what. Because some, like the Blues and the Browns and stuff, could look really similar, and that's fine. But
Reds and Browns would look very similar. Yeah,
I knew there was a couple that.
Aye.
So it was. I knew that story, but generally, it just kind of out with that. You might not have even had a number on them. Do you know what I mean? So, but I do like that. It's the 8th ball you pot. So yeah, I mean
that's
that
why it's called 8 ball.
Makes total sense.
Yeah. Now, while we were disputing the origins of the game,
this might be a future proposal at the WPA.
Aye. Is that me, Julian? Is that the Julester?
Yep.
My man, 9-ball referee, works with Matchroom, top man. Can't really see Jules because I'm a mile away from you.
Yeah,
and even with my bifocals on, I can't see what you're typing. I rely on Stevie.
He was just asking why they changed from, I didn't even know this, but he says, why did they change from blue and yellows to red and yellows? So I had no idea they actually did that, but...
Oh, they do blue and yellows.
Yeah, I know they do the balls, but...
sets, yeah.
You can kind of get any set in the sense of, as a special order, but they have to be... So, what I found out about ours is, if you were to order a set of, say, Aramis snooker balls, and you get the pink, the blue, all the colours. So technically the colours are made up like that. So if you order blues and yellows, you can get them. If you want blues and reds, you can get them. Because they're all the colours that they already make.
Yeah.
I think to get an actual single set made of a rare colour, Mark has obviously tried because he wanted the bright certain colours, and they had said to him they would need like 1,000 orders or something to make it viable for the resin makeup. So. So generally the ones that you get, so he's got the reds, the greens, and the pinks.
Because the template's so expensive on anything. It's
exactly.
Like,
So they've took them from small ball snooker sets and gave him his 2 sets of, or the sets of obviously the greens and the pinks for the low listing. So it's, and I mean that's fair enough. I understand that most things that are custom require a wee bit more investment, if you want. But
of course they do. Getting back to this, Mark, gradually...
That's his shot as well, he missed.
Yeah.
That's the Mark Boyle shot.
But it was the fact that he had to hold position that made it even more difficult. But he just kept on running a wee bit further and a wee bit further out of position each time. Oh, Scott's played that.
I mean, he's okay, but it's not what he's played.
He's not happy with it, is he? He's played that bit thick there, I think.
Yeah, he's kind of stunned back. And I don't know, is that one of them where he's caught between just playing the delicate stun and the power stun off the bottom cushion, where he's ended up between the two, and then he's done neither?
I just think he didn't put the object ball into the part of the pocket that he wanted to, and that sometimes then makes the cue ball deviate. JD's question, I'm not sure about the politics of who owns the rule set, what the rule sets are. I'm not sure about that at all, if it's the WPA or... I just know there's 2 rule sets, and all these top players are good at both.
Yeah.
But when I talk to the players, and I'm not being biased here by any stretch, I think that they see black ball as the best set of rules.
Yeah, I think most of the players that play the other rules, and a lot of them are quite open in saying it, and you don't have to be like Jim Taggart or Ken Boone or all these investigators, Poirot out there. All you have to look at is almost every time, and I'm not saying it's constant, but almost every time they put on a money match, it's generally black ball rules.
Yeah. That
for me stands out as quite a damning, kind of decisive thing when it comes to the rule set choice.
Good finish, Scott.
Yeah. He had to recover this shot that we seen when he came round off 3. Renzi, I think I've seen that shot today in more than one tournament than I have in a long time.
Yeah.
You know, the shot running off the 3 cushions and back round.
Yeah.
And And it's probably, like I was mentioning to you yesterday, well, last night, and even today, the way the cushions have got that little bit extra. So they're ending up slightly too far on certain shots and then having to run that. It's just, it's mad because you might see things, there's certain patterns will arise when you're sitting here, but yeah, that stood out to me.
MCG, I think you're right. I think if you play a slow follow shot into the middle, it kicks a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's because of, how can I say this? Because you're not cueing it truly, and also the cue ball's smaller.
So
Don't forget.
They done a thing, Renzi, on the video should be available. I would imagine. Oh, he's an off.
That's a sick enough.
Yeah, that's horrible. The video, I would imagine, would be available. It was on one of the, just let's say it was the World Championship snooker 5-6 years ago, whatever it was, and so it was a couple of might have been McManus and John Parter, whoever it was at the time, and they were doing the slow-mo, close-up camera, the ultra HD, all the stuff they were doing.
Yeah.
And they were showing the way the kick presents itself. And when they were playing the shot, it was almost every single time, almost, because there was bad contacts on some shots, but almost every time it was on the follow-through. And when they're cueing the top of the white, it was making it bounce slightly.
Yeah.
And on the point of contact, it was like a bounce. And they did it so many times around. I would actually love to get the video and share it. I'm going to actually look for it, but it was
but you're right.
so insightful, and it seemed to be 90% on that shot. But obviously, there's others where you get the contact.
No, I know, but it is the majority is on the follow through.
Yeah, it is. And it just seems to create a tiny little bounce that we can't see. But they had to get a super kind of close-up camera to show that it's actually leaving the table slightly. It's mad though, because it does. I always say to myself, it's always on that shot, and
There's MCJ doing our work for us, Stevie. That's class, isn't it? Because we were asking earlier on, we were asking Buzz if Buzzbot was on.
So Richie's saying about the cue ball being bigger. The thing for me is, I think it would change the game drastically for something that people have been playing for 40, 50, however long pool's been about. It would be a totally different game.
Yeah.
People's cues would then have to get bigger. The tips would need to get bigger. There's a lot of people's...
If they made the cue ball the same size, totally different game. I believe that the other body...
Right.
It's not the other body. The Saltire here. And it's, the other rule set asked their pros. And I think it was to come in conjunction with the American game.
Right.
Because the American game, they're playing with the bigger balls because they went kind of global, if you want to call it that. To introduce a 2-inch cue ball instead of a 1 1/7 inch cue ball. And all the players were like, no chance.
No, because it's... You would have to relearn your weight distribution, the way you play shots, every single element of pool.
It would make them look quite foolish, and it would make the professionals look for, and that's the last thing in the world you want to do. One thing that's not foolish is Mark's just played a magnificent shot with his free shot there.
38-39. We're not getting any closer to the Goobsy age. Everybody said 38 and 39. Mark Nairn, get us something that cements it.
Concrete.
I mean, a birthday card, a birth line, anything. But if he is 38, his full paper round must have been up hills.
Need to check my phone, see if people are actually messaging me his age.
Now, somebody said that to me years ago. He went, your paper run must have been up some hill. I said, aye, but I came back down the way. It was only half of the round was uphill. Nah, I'm myself, Robert Stephen, Mark Boyle and stuff. I was looking not so long ago, and it was like John Owen, Brian Taylor, Chris Payne, Robert Stephen, like myself and what have you. And it was Jonesy that said, he went, I tell you what, the seniors is in really good hands over the next while. And then you go, you've got Boyle and you've got Goobsy not far away, and it's like, it's actually a frightening prospect. The thing is,
that is a frightening prospect.
Jamie McCutcheon, I don't know, Jamie, I know you're only in your 30s, but you'll probably be 60 and we'll still be calling you Young Cutch.
Young Cutch.
Young Cutch.
It's just older. Cutch is a bit older.
Steed has cemented it, Renzi. Goobs is 39.
Told you.
Charlie Shaw says 35. Charlie, have you been in a coma? Needs to find his gap, Renzi.
He's found it.
Lovely shot. Wonderful, wonderful shot. Charlie's saying 1990 for Gibbs.
Wage is Jason,
I'm
Charlie.
not buying that.
Wage is Jason. Good. I think Jason's older than Gibbs. I think Gibbs is older than Jason.
He is. See, Jason, my missus is nearly 38,
Oh,
and Jason's a year younger, so Jason must be 37 or 37 this year.
Because Junior's 36.
Aye. I can't mind if Jason was in Claire's classes or she was,
Right,
or he was a year below, but Jason's got to be kicking about 37. Mark Boyle.
Brilliant.
This has been some finish, by the way.
It's starting to get into the stroke, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the thing I'm taking out of it, Renzi, is if this is Mark Boyle no feeling it,
Yeah.
what's the rest he's got to do?
A bit scary. That's what I'm saying. This is him not feeling it. And he genuinely means that. Mark's the most genuine
so
guy you'll ever meet.
Jason's 37. I knew that.
Aye, okay.
Charlie, I actually think Jason was in Claire's class in St Andrews, if I remember right. I knew she said she was either in the class or he was like run about that kind of age anyway. So I thought that was close. So Gibbsy's 39 and he's basically keeping his 40th birthday a secret. That's how it's known on his Facebook. That's why he's deleted his date of birth.
Right, we'll have to have a campaign then.
37? I never said I was 37. He's done his nut. My missus, you madman.
Oh, Jeff
I know, I'm like,
keeps his
what?
going, didn't he?
No, mate, I never said I was 37.
It's 35.
Charlie's just digging his heels in. Charlie's digging his heels in.
Look at these yellows after Mark Boyle monster break. Steve,
What a question that is, by the way. Oh, who wins when all the top boys are at the top of their game?
That's just an impossible question, isn't it?
I'd love to have them all at the very top of their game, all playing like races to 25, all simultaneously. That would be a spectacle.
But see then, whoever won the lag would win then.
No,
Because all these guys playing at the very, very top
Oh,
of
no,
their
they're
game
not
are
gonna
all
miss.
just, yeah. So
Aye, I
it's,
know.
you know, it's,
You could actually say that about most of the guys that walk in the door if they're at their very now.
yeah.
It's like Jamie Burnett said earlier, you can kind of throw a blanket over a wad of people because they've all got the ability to do it. It's just the unforced errors. But if they're all at the top of their game and not making any mistakes, then yeah, it's no
It's a
mispool.
great question, but
It really is.
to me, it's an impossible one to answer.
Yes, there. Steve said exactly that. Whoever breaks is best. See, and that's what I hate, Renzi, because everything's now became about who breaks the best, and that's the reason why it bugs me. And Paul McCutcheon, who I spoke to, had said get the nominate back, because then that way it's not just about who breaks best, it's about who's the best pool player. And remember, it's pool. It's not breaking this challenge, it's pool.
Oh yeah.
And we forgot.
That's
I
fine.
think we forgot that. The purists have forgot.
No, there's no issue with that because it's a. But you do see my point that the game's negative. It could be negative because you're coming there and you are.
But you're calling tactical negative. I don't think it's negative to play a good safety shot.
Yeah, but
To hang in there and fight.
Yeah, it's slowing the game down. Right, as I say, for me, I agree. I agree with you guys. I agree that you know, you need to take finishes away. You need to take finishes away on the second best set, right? But also you need to be clever and say, right, okay, well I can't finish it because I've got the worst set here, so I need to try and make it hard for you or stop you from finishing it, and that is much more.
Let me throw something out to you as Boyle takes another monster. So I think obviously there would be a lot of people that agree with that, Renzi, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm going to throw in actively being obviously involved in playing some of these guys, and
Brilliant finish.
I actually mentioned to Mark Farnsworth earlier about the fact that they tend to be more attacking regardless of however the balls land on the TV. And a lot of times you break, Renzi, and you don't land on the good colour set. So you have to then go for a finish, and they do that. More times than not, they go for it. So,
Stephen, are you talking about like if all the players, right, in the world play their best at Boyle wins? Is that what you're saying I'm being on the fence with? Or are you talking about this tournament that I've actually tipped Mark Boyle to beat Gibbsy in the final of? I think it's it's the first one, isn't it?
Renzi, what are you talking about?
See Stephen Lenz.
Oh, right. I see it.
Stephen Lenz. No, I don't think he does. I think Dunster's the best player. There you go. No, in the I actually think Tom Cousins is the best player, but
well, I'm going to go right out on one here because guy who I've became good mates with over the last wee while, Gav Robinson, is on, and he says break decides too many matches. It's basically boiling down to luck so often, and that guy had more dry breaks this weekend than anything else.
Is he here? Never heard of the guy.
If he could have nominated and picked a cut, listen, the debate will rage forever, and it won't change. But it's good to have a wee bit of healthy debate.
Yeah,
I do.
Especially with all respect, Gav. Especially with all the pros and all that, and you know, it's really really healthy, to be honest with you.
I'm just getting. Like the other now, you've got so many guys on here talking about the break will decide, the break will decide, the break will decide. That annoys me with the game because we're then forgetting about the actual match and how it goes. It's all boiling down to a break. And for me, the element of pool and having to play good shots at good times, shots to hang in there, whatever it takes to win a frame, we're getting further away from that and more in the sense of exhibition type, smash them open and get a finish. And that's great. It's good for the viewing, and it's good for viewers sitting at home if that's what they want to see. But most of them sitting moaning at home, shouting about they want to see breaking dishes, have not broken dish in their whole life.
Charlie, online I'm 28. The harsh reality is my birth certificate says totally different.
Yeah, that's a good point. Goobsy's been kicked in off the same top right corner twice. It's a hard enough game.
And Mark only needs a wee dislodge and he's staying for the one at the top left here, so aye. Could it come out better? Yeah. Does he need to take the one he's hampered on? No. Could he take this into the left middle? Probably.
Oh, that's the
beauty.
Yeah, it is. And you know, he was in here saying that even in these situations he's seen the problems. And it's why he's taking that bit longer. He's then going, oh, should I play this? Should I play that? What if this happens? And that's obviously, and he said, Stevie, I don't like it. I'm not liking that.
No, but see the difference between the two, right? And I'm not talking about in general, right? I'm talking about just prior to this final. Gibbsy's totally desperate to win this, right? And Mark just looked super relaxed, as if he's just like, he's glad to be in the final.
No, that's it. And
it'll be interesting to see if Mark gets close to the winning line, if that changes. His relaxed nature in the match changes. Because I think that happened in against Jamie there. He was starting to overthink it close to the end. He's okay. He can even like just screw on and off or stun on and off the cushion.
yeah, I will not be part of that campaign, though, this bringing back the D stuff.
Okay.
Unless we're going to put three balls along the lines.
They want to bring back corporal punishment and all that, bring back hanging.
No, it's just...
why? Just tell me what. Give me the reason. Why would anybody want to bring a D back?
Renzi, I don't know.
What's the purpose does a D serve?
Do you know, apparently there was a few murmurs yesterday about a cut break and something like that. I think Gio had maybe nailed a few cracking breaks. I think it was against John. And so I know there's a few guys that are quite openly, most of them are actually from down south, and they'll post on they need to do away with that break. And there's only maybe 3 or 4 guys that are incredible at it. But Liam said the best thing. He said, but if it's that good a break, and it should be banned because it's that good, why is everybody not doing it? And it's a great point. If it was that easy to get down and smash the balls and get a ball and get a finish, why is everybody not doing it? Because it's not that easy. To hit them as hard as, say, Mark hits them, keeping the cue ball on the table is next to impossible for most days.
Yep.
Liam controls it, and he's worked on obviously getting that certain ball and what have you. And yeah, there's just so many aspects to it that.
If you ask the players, what Struan says there.
Yeah, I know. Mark Farnsworth said it in the chat earlier.
Yeah. So, I mean, why has that not been implemented, especially IPA wise? I think I maybe know the reason to that. So, yeah, maybe it's just to come into terms with the WPA sort of a thing. But I just think, see, if you're a professional body, you should make it the best set of rules for everybody. And if the players the pros are feeding that back, that should just be a case of.
Well, I think they had to get special dispensation from the WPA
for the break rule.
Not just the break rule, for the 30 seconds, because in black ball it's a minute. So they had to get special kind of on you go, then you can use that.
And the break.
Yeah, the break. What do you mean the break?
The points. 3 point.
Oh, yeah, the 3 point rule.
Because that's not a black ball rule. Black ball rule's 2 balls by an imaginary line.
Yeah, there is a few that's the IPA kind of loose version.
The cheating
rules.
Stephen Campbell said the cheating from the cop deck.
Cheating? How's the cup break cheating? I don't get it.
Unless he's talking about people
turning the rack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could essentially do that for the front as well.
But that's down to the opponent and to go on it.
You could do that for the front as well. I don't know. I don't know if that's what it means, but yeah, even Gav's saying the breaker to have the advantage in breaking. And Freddie Williams, I don't know if Freddie's watching, has been championing this for years. Is that when you break, you play the next shot regardless.
Freddie's no chance of watching. He'll be in cloud 9 now.
But that's something that Gav's. It's quite similar in sense of, in doing so, you're going to get to pick the colour set you want. So, just by playing the next shot. So, I don't mind that. I just think there's got to be an advantage to breaking and not just smashing them open, being dry in your opponent. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and that's just my take, as you know. But I
think at the end of the day, it'll probably not make any difference to who the top 8, 10, 16 players were, because I just think the best players are the best players. Aye. What he's saying is that there's too many players tilting the rack, and that's. That just should not happen. It's that simple, and I think that's down to.
I've actively kept a wee eye at times on that.
I know.
I have a wee look, and I go.
Loads of the guys.
Mate, have a look at that.
Loads of the guys that have a wee look.
I did it in the Normandy, and to be fair, the boy ended up quite nice after the game and stuff. But I'd said to him, mate, they're no right. They were actually about half a ball high and slightly tilted.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I didn't realise what I was doing there, and I thought the back line had to be, but all that kind of stuff, the 2 points on it. And yeah, I think it's just, as you say, Renzi, it's probably, we have to be a bit proactive and keep an eye on that, because essentially your opponent is cheating you, so you want to stop it.
The fact that there's loads of people here putting their input while they're enjoying the performance of Mark Boyle here. Oh, I knew he'd be on.
Yeah, there he is, Renzi. Morgan, you mentioned, he tilts it quite a lot.
I did not, Morgan. I did not. But me and Morgan have obviously had quite conversations about this situation, right? And Morgan's a top player, and he doesn't shy away from. I think it's getting to a stage that I think what Morgan's feeling, and a lot of the players are feeling, that do they have to continually say to their opponent?
No, I know.
No, as your opponent actually trying to gain an advantage? Are they meaning it? And that's the issue. It doesn't mean that it's going to, it doesn't mean that it's going to go back to the days of the opponent sets them up for you, and then you check the rack and say, yeah, that's fine, or that's not, because that's what the 9-ball guys still do. Unforced error with Mark Boyle while we chat. But I do notice that some of the tournaments in America, that what happens is, and this used to be the case. It used to be the case that you didn't set your own rack up; your opponent set the rack up for you.
I don't mind that either.
You could then check the rack, but then what ended up happening is, arguments get heated, because I would say to you, Stevie, they're not right. You'd say, oh, just do it yourself then, or what have you. But then that didn't solve an issue either, because then I might have slanted them when I did it myself, and you're saying, but you've slanted them. Well, do it right then, Stevie. And you know, so I don't know. We don't know all the answers.
But you know
here.
what I would say? I would say we have got a line up the table now, right? We've got a couple of spots so that you can use the back ball and the black ball and stuff to put on these certain positions.
Yeah.
We used to play with a dot. And if anybody on this right now believes that rack was ever straight, you're off your rocker.
Yeah, sure.
If we were to get a laser and check this, they would be squinting every single time, one way or another, because there was no way to gauge it apart from with your eyes. So now we're obviously looking a wee bit more at it and trying to. I would say there is people that probably suit themselves ever so slightly, but they can't do it as bad, because if you go and have a glance, you say, mate, I think they're squinting, you go and have a look, that line will tell you the answer straight away.
That's true.
How much they're doing it. So I get all the arguments, but I mean, we used to have a dot, man. We used to have a dot.
That's right.
In fact, it was a hole because the black get banged into it.
It became a hole.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
for sure. That's an important visit for Scott Gillespie. Yeah, and if they're not getting slanted, they're high. If they're not high, they're low.
Well, I think the first pool table maker that comes out with a laser guided setup where you just press the button to the side and two lasers, one up the way and one across the way, comes across the table. I work with lasers every day. It is so straightforward. So until a table maker fires some lasers, well, we're going to have a slight tilt here and there. So if you want to change it, do something to fix it.
Yeah.
And I also can't believe at this day and age that we don't have automatic feet, that you just push a button up and down to fix the level of the table. Why we're still having to put knees and jacks and everything under it to turn them is beyond me in the world that we live in, of electronics and simple. I mean, it should be simple as just plugging a charger into it. Charge the tables every day and just a wee simple up and down. It is so straightforward. I don't know why anybody's not doing it. Morgan taking notes right now.
Aye.
I honestly, every single thing, I think it's because I see it every day in the building trade.
Yeah.
The simplicity of some of these things.
But some of the best ideas are the simple ones.
It's
Isn't
just, the thing is, somebody will be listening and they'll go and do it and make fortunes off it, and I'm sitting here with not a bean.
Stephen Brown said, copyright, you've got to copyright it.
Don't worry, mate, because this is recorded. So that recording is enough to get me something.
Yeah, deliberately slanting, deliberately high-racking. Of course it's cheating. Of course it is.
Of course, 100% it is. 100%.
Who's ever going to admit to that?
No, I know. I've actually...
Who is ever going to admit to that?
I think, you know, and he's on right now, Morgan. He's one of the best, I think, in the whole game at checking the other people's, and he'll have a look, and if he thinks it's slightly off, he's straight over.
And so he should be.
And I love that. I love the fact that
he's not going to get many. The thing is, as I say, I've had this conversation over and over with Morgan, and he knows that people are going to take umbrage with that, and people are right. But at the end of the day, Morgan's trying to make his way in the game, and I don't blame him for doing that at all. Yeah. This isn't like a couple of games down the pub. This is like people's careers at times.
We were talking about you, Paul Crawford, earlier as well, and talking about Gav Robinson as well. The same idea.
Mark's been presented with a chance here that he probably should never have had.
To be fair, Mr. Stevie Brown, I did talk about it probably a decade ago about doing it, and I didn't know why it wasn't done then, and I thought by now it would have been straightforward.
Great chance to the middle, yeah.
Whoa. And then that's exactly it, Mr. Bill. The laser, it only needs to be a small button that you press, and it just fires across from under the cushion. So straightforward. But the problem is with these things is most of the things already exist, So you wouldn't be patenting and making something new. You would just have to use existing things to improve what we've already got, and that's where putting that into practice. You need to get obviously someone with a bit of decent engineering, and then come up with the idea.
Yeah, and a bit of finance behind you as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, Renzi, they're already out there and other things, so it should be simple to get these things together. It's all right copyrighting an idea, and it's obviously on here now and recorded. It's no black and white, but it's you need somebody that's got a wee bit of nous that can come up with these things. And you know, I just feel that we complain about the same things over and over and we do nothing to change them.
Yeah.
That for me is the old definition of insanity.
Yeah. I just think there's ways and means to get around things, and
Bags that I've not heard that in years. That's class, man.
bags. Yeah. That's an important visit for Gibbsy.
Massive. The race to 8. He knows himself from being in big leads and stuff like that. It's a good place to be in. But on the way to 8, it's a long road.
Okay, so Gibbsy's down, but he's certainly not out as yet. Still a long way to get to 8.
You know, I wonder, now someone says, you know, you used to get into the clubs and on the 9-ball tables there would be the triangle drawn around it, and obviously it would need to be placed, and then...
Do you know why that can't work? Because sees the cloth loosens and the table wears.
That's just bad workmanship.
Oh, has it? Okay.
I'm not having it.
Okay, sorry, then it'll work then.
I've never seen it loosen out with shoddy workmanship.
And then what do you and what do you actually draw it with? Pen, pencil?
I think it's got to be the same stuff that we use to do the lines with.
I think that could be brushed away. I think that could be honestly.
Are you brushing the lines away, don't you?
Aye.
Are you?
At times, yeah.
Well, I think we just need to get a better marker.
There we go.
I've got some good markers. I've got a chrome marker in the house. We'll put some chrome on it.
And see, without the triangle, how do you get the balls tight?
You still need the triangle.
Aye, that's what I thought. So the answer is yeah, you need the triangle.
I'm talking about it that way. If you've got it drawn on, then you lift it off. It's very easy to see if something's
okay.
Because you wouldn't have to go over and check the line.
Okay, now I know how the equation's been loaded. Right, okay. Yeah, actually pretty clever then, if the truth be told. I would be interested to see somebody getting that done.
Yeah, I know.
And then to see after 2 months, to see if it was in the exact same place.
Yeah, Gibbsy loving the top right pocket from the break, indeed. It's been a bit of a nightmare, his break here. And there again, I've just done what I hate doing. I'm talking about the break being so important.
Yeah.
But then this is where my argument comes in.
He would have nominated jail, is there?
And on the other two frames where he's been kicked in off,
he would have finished it on the Reds.
He would have, but that, at least it's just something being able to kind of. But get on the Dragons then with your strike partner Renzi. Let's go. Right, Dragons, we are here for 40 million.
Yep.
For 100% of the company. You can have it. We're just going to throw you the idea. We're just looking for cash today.
I can imagine.
Yeah, Morgan, I agree. I think that there was an issue with the way I think there was maybe some problems with the cloth the last time, and when it started to pull, it kind of squiggled a wee bit.
Yeah.
But I think generally, in general terms, that the tables are normally absolutely perfect and they don't really move that much. I think that was the only issue, but you're spot on. That was absolutely spot on because.
What does Morgan think of the idea of the whole triangle being on the table?
Yeah, it's not a bad shout actually, with a smart rack type thing, having just 2 marks on the table. But again, Listen, I think that the big issue we've got, and this is probably in the world of American pool as well, because on the outside tables there's not referees, so you're having to put your trust in your opponent. That's just the nature of competition.
No, but the difference is, aye, the trust in your opponent that he's racking for himself properly.
Yes.
Put the trust in yourself then. Rack for him.
No, I know. I don't mind it. I've not got an issue with it. I think in seeing an event like this, listen, you might get the odd little, but I think there's a lot of respect at the high level of pool. Seeing a Tuesday night league night,
yeah,
that might cause some issues. But I think in the individual game, I couldn't imagine, even myself, with any of the guys on chatting here, if they set the balls up for me, I might go away and go, that maniac setting them up for me, I didn't get a ball all day. Listen, tongue in cheek, you might have days where you
fun, though. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? Getting up, shaking the guy's hand, fist bump, whatever it may be.
Cheers for the
listen,
cracks.
by the way, your reputation precedes you here. I'm going to be racking your balls for you, okay with that? The guy just turned around and said, what? Yeah, mate, I've talked to somebody and they've told me that you like high rack or slant rack. I'm going to rack for you, okay with that? So it needs to be a hard, fast rule, Stevie. I'm kidding on there, but it needs to be a hard, fast rule.
What about tiny arrow at the top, tiny arrow at the left, and tiny arrow at the right, at the 3 points of the triangle? I think that's what Stevie Brown's trying to say. Oh, there he is again. Jamie Smith. No, Jamie. He's just agreeing with you. He's texted us saying, there's that Jamie on again. No, it's exactly what you've got, Jamie. Exactly what that was obviously on all the tables in McGoldrick's, and it was absolutely perfect. I remember that when they went a wee bit squiggly, and it was Chick that was saying to me there was an issue with the glue or something, and it meant that it pulled them slightly. But
Chick put the blockers on it.
Yeah, for the main, it was absolutely spot on.
Mark Boyle edging closer to victory. 6-2 Mark Boyle.
No, Stevie Slater, you're listen, I can buy a laser for my work, right, that I charge, or I put batteries in, and it costs me £100. £100 for a laser that'll last me for years. I've got a DeWalt laser that's probably had for 10 years. And you can buy them right now for £99 for a good laser. So if you've got that attached to the table, and it was, I would imagine a table company getting all these lasers for so much cheaper, fitting them in, it would not cost as much as you would imagine, and it wouldn't drastically change the price of a table, not at all. Burning?
Morgan's got a list. Like Arya starts dead list for the Game of Thrones. Oh, come on, Morgan. Come on, give us a couple
Morgan,
on your list,
you're
man.
talking about calling them out on socials. We're live.
Come on, Morgan.
Oh, there's one back. Mark Boyle's in off this time.
Scared if you don't, Morgan. Scared if you don't.
Three markers on the rack points, actually bang on. One to the left, one to the right, and one at the top with the three balls.
Saltire sponsored by the wall.
But the thing is, there's really good cheap ones in the market that you get from China and stuff like that. And I just think, listen, if you do it, obviously I'm going to take you to court and try and get some cash out of it. But I hope somebody does, so that I can make sure I've got this recording and then say, hey, Chief, I'll have a £5 off every table you sell.
I don't know if I'm more amazed at the fact that we're having this conversation, right, while this final's going on, or more amazed that the input it's had on the socials, as Morgan would call it.
It's incredible.
Everybody's got the input in.
The buzz. But do you know what's good? Everybody's trying to think of things that improve our wonderful game. And that, for me, you can't have enough of that. See, if everybody sits in silence and moans about stuff, then how do you improve anything?
I can't wait. Bent is the next tournament. Cannot wait.
No, you're right. You're right. They call them the boomerang lasers.
Oh, in fact, Morgan's playing next weekend, isn't he? I'm getting the biggest popcorn. The family pack of popcorn for Morgan calling out on the socials next week.
And
the IPA.
The thing is, I know he goes home and watches, right?
Oh,
so there's a good chance he's going to hear me going, oh, I think they're squinting. I don't think they... he's going to go crazy when he sees this when he gets home.
Have the full family round.
Hooded son, yes, you have, mate. This, he's obviously been kicked in off 3 times, Gibbsy, and he's been handed one back.
And he's still making a fist. You can still see the determination that he's showing to try and recover this deficit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree.
JD's got some good points, to be honest with you. It's no chance of happening, JD. Just no chance.
No, listen, there's loads of... I know there's, like, numerous world titles in boxing, and there's loads of sports that are like that. It's just, I think, rather than... Probably for me, I'm not really a big thing about let's unite the rule sets. I'm not one of the guys, because there'll always be somebody else that comes along. There'll always be that. I think what you should be doing is, as a collective, trying to market the game, because in American pool, they don't all play 9-ball. They don't all play... There's loads of different variations in the big ball game. And I think
but when they play 9-ball, it's the one set of rules. When they play darts, there's 2 bodies, but it's the one set of rules.
Yeah, I know, but there's loads of variations. It doesn't really change anything. There's loads of different games. Yeah. I know what you're saying, but it doesn't really... I don't do as you please, but I think everybody should be pushing together. It doesn't need to be the same rules, because there'll always be something different. It's like, it doesn't really matter what walk of life there is. Differences. He's missed a double.
I think these are... I think these... Having played most rule sets or watched them,
there's no doubt in my mind
I think these are the best. Right? To unify small ball pool and have one set of rules, and then to try and globalise small ball pool, it would need to be the other set of rules. And the reason for that is because that's what they play at Chinese 8-ball.
I know, but that's what they play in
Chinese
America.
8-ball. No, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
That's why I don't think it'll ever.
Yeah.
Because we should be just pushing it all together.
I understand why they're using that set of rules. I totally understand it.
I just think it's nonsense, to be honest.
Snooker. 8-ball, and what they're saying is like...
And then you've got Live Golf and PGA. Yeah, they swing a club, but it's 2 different games.
Same courses, same pars for the courses. I just...
Same table, same balls.
Yep.
It's one of the... Let them go and do their thing. You push yours, but I don't think there should be a division. That's where I think if you come together and go, well, this is what we've got, and then let's have options. Let everybody play. Go and play in that. That's where I think the problems are, stopping people playing. I don't think the problem's in the rules. Let there be 2 sets. Why can we not push the 2 of them together and give people an option? That series
of events that they had just pre-pandemic, that they actually changed the rules. They changed the rules because Dunster was fudge breaking into the last 16. But Gibbsy won a couple of the events. I'm sure Dunster won the grand final. He was
No, Billy, you're not getting that one. We're not changing the break rule. Break box.
I like that because one event was world rules, one event was black ball rules, the other event was international rules. So they actually changed it and they gave everybody scope to play their preferred set of rules.
And I've not got an issue with that. That's what I'm meaning. My thing is, let's not stop people playing. Let's unify it in a sense of everyone has it accessible to whatever rule set they decide to play. And rather than trying to... Listen, if everybody was to go to one rule, somebody would start up another one in a heartbeat.
That's why I don't think it'll ever happen.
Yeah, but that's where you've got 2 bodies that are pretty damn cemented right now across the UK, and another one's trying their hand across the water, costing them a bomb. That's their prerogative right now. But on the grand scheme of things, I think if you just let everybody play, then I think that's the...
But that's the biggest black ball playing nation, right? probably unbeknownst to quite a few people, is probably South Africa.
Yeah, but they're, yeah, I suppose they used to play a totally different game of black ball that was vastly miles away from what we play right now. But yeah, I mean, they're generally a black ball nation.
The Supreme Series, Mark Neal, and
Aye, that's it. Yeah, I've not got a problem with the different rules. Me and Marcy have spoken about it as well.
Yeah.
We would like to have slight variations even in this, whether
Yeah,
it be
sure.
the break rule and different things, and have the tours just broke up slightly. I've not got an issue. I never will have. Each to their own. But I think you can't unite pool by saying let's have one rule set, because you could have two different black ball bodies like we have right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think
So
when
that's us under one set of rules, and you've got two different bodies.
when you've got like an association of professionals, I just think you should get them round the table and say, right guys, is there anything we need to sort here? Yeah, we need to sort that with the racks. We need to sort that rule with the free shot in the visit if somebody's penalised for smashing the balls open, so we make that one shot. We need to put the 8 ball back in the spot if somebody does a void break, or even if they do get a break in the pot. And once you get that, then you say, right, okay, we're going in the right direction here. For me, the top players should always be the ones dictating. It shouldn't be.
No, you're right.
The suits.
You're absolutely right. I know there's been the odd mention of the putting the black ball back in the spot as well, and I think that rule for me only works if the person breaking gets to take the next shot.
Yeah, I just think it works full stop. It's just a very frustrating.
I know, but it's a drastic change. So you can have the worst break ever. The black goes in, you go, oh, thank God for that.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, so I just think, right, well, if we're going to change it that way where the breaker's getting that advantage, then by all means put it back in the spot.
I just think it's a simple one. But I thought Mark had missed that there. Where's Fred? Fred's stuck his champagne down. No chance, Fred, you're right. We can only but dream. Aye, Paul, that's another debate. Leave that for Stevie's podcast and get Ross on, I would suggest.
Well, my fingers are crossed that I can get the full McInnes gang together in one go.
Oh, wow.
I've mentioned it to Morgan, and as I say now, I've spoken to the team at Bulletproof Studios, and we're kind of getting things moving.
So Ross and Michaela will be brilliant, right? We know Morgan's going to talk about like the break constantly, right? And all you'll need's like a plate of food for Preston. That'll be something to show.
Oh my word! He couldn't have hit them much better. Nothing's fallen.
Aye, just a plate of nibbles for Preston and let the other three get on with it.
The triangle will end up square. Oh, it's fantastic debates that I absolutely love. Over 600 of you. Quite a large number getting tore in.
Julian, see the next time you're here refereeing the 9 ball, I'll take you up to a place called Garthamlock, right? They've got their own set of rules up there, my man. Oh, unreal, honestly. You can't ever beat any of them. You can't pot the black in the Garthamlock set of rules.
Does he drift the plant down here?
Obviously, he's got an issue. So, he's got more than that.
That's fair enough.
He's got lots going on here. If he takes this will be.
Oh, that's a wee stroke.
No. These ain't easy, but they're a wee bit easier at 7-2 up than you are if you're 7-2 down, that's for sure.
Does that red above the middle go though, Renzi? That looks as if it's almost welded to the side cushion.
No, but what it does do, Stevie, is you could play that off the yellow, off the hanger. That's actually maybe a touch he's had there. But how do you get on it is the issue.
Yeah, exactly. I think here, the one to the bottom left, he's going to have to screw. Missing the yellow just, I don't even think he can. He might need to take his medicine and then play the 3-ball plant at the top, but again, I think that's kind of what he's looking at right now, but
This would be some finish to actually win the match.
Socko has put 8-2 at the beginning, and he might not be far away here.
Davy Ross, there was a guy that united the clans. One of them was the Supreme Series that was mentioned earlier on, but also one of the guys that run the Saltire Series, Stephen Santa Allison, had an event, a hotel event, in a hotel that he knew the guys that owned the Scottish Singles Reserve. What was the name of that hotel?
The Dumbuck.
The Dumbuck Castle, or the hotel. And I think Michael Hill, who I probably consider the best that's ever played, came up and won the event twice. It was long races, all the best players in it, and that's not a bad miss at all. And I think it was a miss. I don't think he tried to put it over the bag. That is, and that had all the best players from both sets. This isn't a new thing. I can remember Paddy Moyer, the Kentish Town kid, a blast from the past, won a massive event down in Kentish Town with all the best players from both pro organisations at the time, Mick Hill, Darren Appleton, Chris Melling, Phil Harrison, all the top guys. And then all the best players from the PPPO as well, Paddy, Steve Sanders, Andy Lucas, Andy Crosdale, Ross McInnes. So these tournaments over the years have happened. And I think that was by playing both codes as well. What happened was it was like a double eliminator, and then you played black ball rules on one side and world rules on the other side, or what have you. So these events have, but there's always been a separation. I don't want to get too political, and it's probably been money dominated because everybody wanted their wee piece of the pie.
Yeah, of course. It is the most played Cuesport in the entire UK pool. It is most snooker clubs have now been transformed into kind of pool orientated clubs, and I don't know, I think maybe we're just not there yet, but I don't think it's going to be far away, because you can't have a participation sport as big as this not get the traction that I think in the future it will get. So
yeah. There's too many sets of rules and too many rules. So it makes the public just instantly say, unless you're in the pool.
Well, the problem you've got, Renzi, is there's a bunch of guys in right now playing pool, right?
Yeah.
They don't play pool rules.
No chance.
They don't play normal rules. You need to double blacks. You need all these daft things that they do.
That's what I'm saying. They'll make them up as they go along.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So,
but see if they were
there's
playing,
the old pub rules thing.
Yeah. See if they were playing 9-ball on the American tables, in it. Do you think they'd know the rules then? They probably would, wouldn't they?
Do you know the funny thing is?
Because there only has 2 or 3.
But yeah, I've never seen a normal guy come in and
it's
get the American
it's
balls.
8-ball, isn't
They
it?
set them up and play 8-ball.
That's true. That's true.
You know what I mean?
That's true.
It's very rare, if at all, that you see them come in and set up the 9 balls. Which is mad when you think about it, because that's not what they see on the TV.
Yeah.
But that's generally they're in for a game of pool. Spots and stripes kind of thing. And yeah, it's a mad reality.
Did Dave McClellan say the Dunkirk Vegas challenge?
Yeah,
was that back in 1945? Dave?
He's been watching some some old videos, I think. Yeah,
when Winston Churchill presented the trophies.
I'm with Fred. I think the biggest hole back in is the break shot. I actually like just the advantage is you break, you get to play the next shot. I like that.
Gibbs pushing the ball out here, I'll tell you that. Pot this, then play a double. I mean, how is he getting out here?
Maybe that red. I always said plants, right? We know what plants is.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, unlucky.
Wow.
See if that drops, he had a half chance because he can back down and either comboed that or doubled it. But Stephen, you're a player. You know the rules and all that. Not many people do.
No, exactly.
No, a lot of people go at first date. Where will we go?
But that's the thing as well.
We're
So
going to play pool and then they'll be playing 8-ball if I have you, yeah.
it's even if they come in and they play and they go, right, oh, I think it's just 1 to 9, right, that's cool. And then they foul. Do they know it's ball in hand anywhere?
Yeah.
Do they know they have a push out? Did it? No, there's all these. It's just no.
You've got to be into it, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely.
But it's the same as snooker.
100%. But snooker, that was
You
the
know it's
one.
red colour, I suppose, so there's wee rules that you're not going to know about, like where does it spot now? You know?
The funny thing about snooker is some of the videos that I've watched over the last while are referees and players having little arguments and then getting rules checked. So a lot of the refs and even the players question some of the rules.
Yeah. That's a hard question to answer that. If it's good to be played. Cross double. Feel it's over, Stevie.
Yeah, because even if the red doesn't go, he's got 2 balls, he can plant it in off.
I may be wrong here. You know what? I may be wrong.
He's also got the perfect angle to nudge it right now if he wanted off the top right.
I see, I wouldn't even... It's the one he's closest to.
Yeah, that's the
Is
ball.
that the one you're talking about? Right, okay. Because he doesn't want to plant it if he can avoid it. Because it could go wrong and fall to the right-hand side of the yellow.
Yeah, I'm sure we can get the winner in.
Have you not heard enough, guys? No? Nah, I'm only kidding. But I think that's essential to have the post-match interview.
TV streams, where can you get an up-to-date set of black ball rules? I'm pretty sure Morgan's on the...
Well,
I don't know.
Morgan made a couple up yesterday, I think they've just been changed. Morgan, can you enlighten us to like these new black ball rules that you were talking about?
I'm sure
when
Morgan...
you were moving the cue ball with your queuing that last night.
Lindsay, I think I could be wrong, so Morgan would probably have to pop it on, but I think he had some copies. So I don't know if he can maybe get in touch.
So Morgan's ahead of the game now.
Yeah, I think he's
so
got some copies.
When we thought he was at it last night, he was basically...
But then he did say guess himself. I think so.
Morgan, what were you doing last night? Because he then said, IPA Saltire, it's all the same. No, it's not.
You're going to have to send us the rules so we can check on you, boy. Yeah, but I'm sure, I might have been wrong. I think he might have posted on Facebook that he had a couple of sets. But he'll be able to confirm.
It'll be interesting to see if there's any changes.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's probably the head ref in the SPA. I would expect then any changes to be given to the secretary, who is Dave McLaren.
Oh, yes.
Dave, hello, you're the secretary of the SPA. Any rules been sent to you, mate? Any new rules for black ball? If so,
big shot.
Could you email them to me, please?
Okay. Okay then.
Oh no, we've started something. Mark, don't do it in an SPA event until it's all treble checked. That's all I'll say. You're not allowed to just now. Until Dave McLaren issues me with a directive that says that's changed, and then I can let everybody know, all the referees and players alike, with a post on Scottish Pool.
Oh, look at
this. No, don't do that.
Frozen ball. Oh, I think if it's frozen, it's frozen. What is the confusion, Stevie Brown? I think the simple thing is you need to hit a cushion after it. If you don't, then it's a foul. I think that's quite straightforward. Well, this is a bit of a result for Mark Boyle here. Mark. I mean, he's played the 2 shots in one range when he's cut it down the cushion, but the fact that he's landed the cue ball behind the black.
This is developing into a pretty strange frame. It's be very interesting to see what Gibbs does. I think he's looking at this to see if he can pot the red, follow the white through, pot the yellow, and then leave an angle to pot the one up the top right and screw over. That's what it'd be like.
Yeah, I get what Stevie's saying. So if
no updates, guys, no updates. He has done. He's very unlucky. And I think he knows the match is over now, however, but he's very, very unlucky.
Yeah, he is. He's managed to get that second spin and follow through, and it's just, yeah. But then he was left with almost no options whatsoever because of where the cue ball landed. So I think the issue, Renzi, is the red on the left-hand cushion there, right? Just for instance.
Yeah.
Assuming it's frozen, what they're saying the confusion is if, say I'm at the table and I'm going to play towards it, is it my job to say it's
that's
not
changed.
Frozen?
Initially, in fact, let me get this right, okay? Sees the referee, Stevie. So if it's a refereed match...
No, I think they mean a local league
yeah.
night.
Well, that's a refereed match.
Yeah, refereed
that's
match.
That's a refereed match.
Right, okay.
Local leagues are probably, right? That's a refereed match,
you're right.
So if that red's frozen there, the referee has to say it's frozen.
Right. So the player can't say anything?
No, but...
Can he ask?
But yeah. I mean, if I don't think the referee's doing the job properly, I'm going over and saying to the ref, could you check that's frozen, please? Whereas what it used to be was it was the player sitting in his seat. It had to ask if it was frozen. And if you're sitting in your seat or what have you, it's... So, that's changed. It's the referee that does it. And the two players agree on that. It has been a great day's pool.
Yeah, a weekend of...
With a strange frame for Mark to win it.
Considering...
Worthy winner though, Stevie.
Mate, I just can't... This is a guy that sat next to me about an hour and 20 minutes, whatever it was ago, saying he's no liking it, I'm no feeling it.
Yeah.
Yet here he is on a black to win another title. Renzi, what does that say for the rest of us?
It's incredible. Brilliant.
Mark Boyle,
what a fantastic finish.
The Belhaven Brewery Scottish Saltire Series Event 4 champion. The guy just does not know when to stop winning. This is him coming in, no practice, no preparations, just winging it, and he's got another trophy.
Don't go away, guys, because I'm going to go over and have a quick chat with Mark and just ask him to come in. Stevie will be hanging about, so stay tuned, keep the arguments going. We might even get Mark involved. We might get Mark, ask him a few questions as well.
Definitely, guys, if you load up with a couple and we get them in, we'll definitely fire some to him. Stephen Leslie, I mentioned that earlier, it is coming very, very soon. I had a few, basically what I was trying to do was sort it all myself, and then I had the quick realisation that I did not have a clue what I was doing. So I've got in touch with a couple of different people that do know what they're doing, and the studio and the people that are going to be dealing with all the kind of cameras, editorial, all that kind of stuff. That's all coming soon now, so all that dialogue's been more or less sorted, and they are going to travel with me to certain places where I want to try and get it done. So I was hoping Craig was going to help me with it. I was hoping he was going to point me in the right direction, but then there's a huge amount of work to be done, editorial kind of wise and stuff. But hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I've got a definitive date for the first one. And it seems like he was only here 5 minutes ago. But it is Saltire Series Event 4 champion, the man who wasn't feeling it. Are you feeling it yet?
Oh, I went my way there with Gibbsy's break. You know, he got kicked in off twice and then went in off, and I got kicked in once, but I was way ahead at the time, so it's tough when you're playing catch up and then you're going in off, and then that's you're sitting in your chair again. But the balls went my way. The finishes I had were quite easy. There was a couple of tricky wee shots I played, but I think it just fell my way today, just as well, because it's probably the only way I would win. You know,
it's incredible. I just says to Renzi there, if this is Mark when he's not feeling it, what does it say for the rest of us? Because it's a habit to win, right? It's a habit, but it's no easy. I don't care what anybody says. To be there and the longevity and win time after time, and just to have that fight to keep going, Mark, it's exceptional.
Steve, it's just one of the things you kind of roll up the sleeves, and that's how, like, you see today I was taking my time. It's because I'm not there, so I'm just a wee extra 2 minutes a shot. And I was just trying to compose myself and try to. It's more a mental thing than anything. You just see problems and you're just trying to reset your brain to try and go, right, come on you, but you've just got to roll up the sleeves, Stevie, and just try your best. That's all you can do. And pool's a funny game. It'll go your way sometimes, and some times it doesn't. Today it went my way. You could tell with the breaks it was going my way today. So I was just lucky that it went my way, and that's how I basically finished up with the trophy.
Well, it's funny you say about the breaks going your way, because there was a raging debate about the break. Just Gav Robinson's on talking about. I mean, I've probably never seen someone have dry break as much as him over the weekend. Paul Crawford, a few other people, and people were throwing their oar in about maybe the person that breaks takes the next shot regardless, and all these different things. I know we've spoken about it before, but the debate is raging. Is there any subtle changes? Mark Farnsworth's only change would be that you get one shot if you go off the table, or if you go off, sorry.
That's fair enough, right? See this rubbish, I'll call it rubbish right now.
Oh.
Right? See, if you break and you don't get a ball, you don't deserve to be back at the table. Simple as that. That gets spectators watching, and it's all about the break. You know, you would lose that otherwise. You know, like, it's like a guy playing tennis, and he doesn't hit an ace. Well, we'll give him another shot. You know, no, if he hits an ace, we'll give him another shot. Or double fault, you get another shot because it's your serve. No, if you don't get a ball off a break, that's all part of the fun. Sometimes you get balls, sometimes you don't. But the biggest rule I think that should change, obviously, with the one shot if you go in off, I think after the break, you can't hit a red onto a yellow and pot the yellow kind of thing. You know, you've got to, if you're hitting a red, you've got to pot a red.
Right.
Right, so you're going that colour set. You're not hitting, say, even a yellow onto a red, you know, to pot the red and clear up the cluster area. I think that's a big change.
Right.
Because then if you've got a problem there, you've got to solve it. Otherwise...
Yeah, rather than having a gift.
Yes, you've got a free shot to burst it open and play a plant, and then that's you, you've opened up the frame. It makes the frames quicker that way, but on a skillful level, I think you've got to get rid of that shot. You've got to, if you're going to hit red, you've got to pot a red. Simple as that.
Well, there's another thing that was mentioned about basically the way the racks are. Morgan had highlighted, loads of them had highlighted that the problem we've got in the nowadays game. The thing is, I've not really heard that a lot, is that the racks getting tilted and stuff, and what can you do to solve it? Do you get your opponent to set them up for you? Apparently that was an old rule, Renzi was telling me, but...
Yeah. It shouldn't happen.
It's
obviously,
cheating.
No, I know, but some people... I've seen it, obviously, throughout the years, right? Some people, when they set the balls up, they don't notice it. They honestly don't notice it, because one hand's stronger than another. So when you squeeze the pack, you're more tended. Say if you're right-handed, you'll squeeze it the right-hand side.
That's a fair point.
That's a natural for you to twist the pack to the left a wee bit. You know, you just see it like with people setting balls up. Obviously, some people, if they're doing a side break, they can twist it and stuff like that. It's happened before.
So Fred Williams has said there, it shouldn't be fun, Mark. The break shot has far too much luck attached to it.
But
Gav Robinson said the same. He wants the luck taken out.
That's the whole thing with the game and people watching. You've got to think of spectators. You know, that's why this game is starting to get spectators out with pool players now. So you've got to think of them rather than us. The luck is a massive part. It's like, well, you're saying it's luck. It's always the same top guys winning the same tournaments.
No, listen, I've said it for years that whether we're in here with the greatest of tables and cloth and balls and everything, or we're in another venue where they maybe don't have the upkeep that you've got over here.
Yeah.
And I said it was to Liam a while ago, I said, but yet at the tail end, at the last 8, 16, whatever it is, it seems to be the same names you see over and over.
Well,
There's something in that.
I'm a lucky bee. No, it's just that's all part of the game. It's like getting your driver out of golf here. I hit it right down the middle. You could hit it down the middle, 350 yards. That's how far I hit it, Stevie.
That must be in the PlayStation.
You could hit it 350 yards straight down the middle and land in a divot. Or you could land in the bunker that's in the middle of the fairway. You know, you're landing in the water.
That's a rule they're actually looking to change in golf, that you can take it out of the
That
divot.
makes sense because you're on the fairway.
No.
Right,
Yep.
so I just think you need it. You need it in pool because otherwise it would get boring if you get another shot after the break.
Yeah, so Fred's saying, but that's because they're the best players, not the best breakers.
Well, in my opinion, you've got to be the best breaker.
The break's so
The
important.
break's massive. See, before I was winning events, my break was terrible. So you work on it.
Well, that's what I was going to say there, because
Still terrible.
but
at
there's
times.
people that will say to me, this is like, obviously I coach football and stuff like that and all, and they'll say, so I worked at getting good with my 2 feet, and they would say, Stephen, how did you get so good with your so-called bad foot? And I go, well, I practiced.
Fred's thought about the break. It's the most important shot, Fred. It's like your drive off the tee. It's the most important shot. That sets you up for the rest of the frame. It's massive.
I will say that it has become a point where everybody will say, yeah, my break killed me. I break this or running the balls, but it's mostly the break. And I said to Renzi, the thing that bothers me the most is you very rarely get a conversation about the match. There's never the big moments, and it's always like, yeah, it was my break, and that annoys me a wee bit.
Yeah, but it's
Rather
true.
than the
it's
context
true.
of the game.
But then you might not hit the breaks very well. I know.
No,
I know.
and you don't deserve to
Yeah,
get anything.
exactly. I know when I've hit my break well, so I think I'm going to get a ball then, and sometimes you don't. And then there's one break I hit really well and I got kicked in off,
kicked
3
into the
balls
right
in
middle.
off. It's just not your day. When that happens, you know, it can happen. Well, look at Gubbsy in the final there; he got kicked in off twice.
I know.
You know, so
Same
it's
top
just,
corner.
Yeah, it's just, and then the third one he went into that top corner, but it's like it's just part of the game. Sometimes it goes with you, sometimes it doesn't. And that's the whole intriguing part of the game. Take that away, it becomes boring.
No, I suppose if you see if it was, because I'm a big advocate for the team event, the team pool, right? And I think like a UK-wide Premier League and money getting thrown in the atmospheres and stuff, right? I've always thought there's something there, but it would need a lot of kind of planning and support. But I could imagine if you're stepping up in a decider for your team and there's a big crowd there and you break and it's dry and it's in the eyes and one goes in and is the last ball moving, and it obviously it's a wee bit like VAR, I suppose. You don't know if you're getting something or not, and then all of a sudden something drops, and I think this debate will rage forever, but I can't see it changing.
But you see, it's like there's Fred saying that the break shouldn't be the most important shot though. So what shot should be the most important?
That's actually that's a good, because
Or should they all be the same? But then in no sport, nothing's always the same.
No, true.
There's always peaks and troughs with different things, you know. It's like that's saying like a penalty's the same as a corner.
No, true. You would say that off the tee is the most important shot in golf, but then others would say it was putting. So
yeah, well, there you
putting
go.
the black down or
Look at darts. Hit the double at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's like taking that away, or just hit the big 20 to win.
Just get out.
Aye.
No, it's one of the.
That's a good
everybody
debate.
was like, listen. Obviously, when I says when Mark comes in, we'll fire it to him and see what he's in. But what Renzi thinks needs to happen, Mark, is he needs to be
the
like
black ball, but Fred's thought about the black ball's the biggest shot. So what do you do when somebody's on the black? Do you move it to make it harder?
No,
do you know what I mean? It's like the black is always going to be a big shot. So you're starting a frame with the biggest shot. Oh, the two biggest. You would say the black is the biggest shot already before the break, but at the start of the frame, it's all about the break, and at the end of the frame, it's all about the black ball. So you've got two big shots. The two biggest shots of a frame is what really matters.
Yes, listen. I'm one of these. I hate the rage debates on the sense of I don't want the break to be the biggest shot, but do you know what? It is arguably. It's came that way now where it is. There's
the winners.
Oh, there's a couple of people getting a photo. That's class.
There's a pre-final.
That's brilliant. Getting a photo with the trophy.
This is the real final, guys.
Sebastian Coleridge, I need to mention him. His name's disappeared there, but he's in South Africa and he watches every.
Legend.
He does TV and radio stuff, I think, over there, and he watches everything. And you're his favourite player, mate. So he asked me to send the wishes to you, Sebastian, in South Africa.
Send me your address and I'll send you a T-shirt.
There you go. He's I don't know if he's even. He messages me on Facebook and stuff on the Walker the Talker, but he's always on. He's always really complimentary to all the guys, and I just thought he's so far away. Give him a shout. So.
No, but there's Fred just contradicted himself a wee bit. He's saying the break shot is more important than the black. Now, if you miss the black, then you've not won the frame. Every shot is important when you think about it, but the break shot, just because it's the start of the frame, it gets you in the frame, is massive, and potting the black's massive, but every shot in between, it just depends on the layout.
No, and the thing is, it's a good point that you made about the best players getting towards the end, and probably the guys with that mental strength that have got something a wee bit different, because you can have the best break. I know a lot of guys have got a phenomenal break. They don't win tournaments.
Right, let's say this, right. Without the break, you won't get to the black, especially at this level, right? So, you're basically wanting to degrade the game so it's easier for the lesser players with the worst break. That's what you're basically saying. It's like, and you're trying to bring levels into the game here. You're trying to say, like, oh, the elite's always winning because they've got the better break. The better breaks always win. It's not the case. It is the case. So it's a case of, if you take that away, then you're making, say, the B standard, you're bringing them up.
There's been a lot of talk about breaker nominates. There's been a lot of talk about breaker following off in his shot. There's been a lot about obviously the putting the balls back. If the black goes in, put it back in the spot. Different things for different reasons. Yeah. But based on the actual break, probably the two that come up most is that the breaker gets to play the next shot, whether he pots or not, or the breaker nominates. And that's the two that you probably hear more than anything else.
Fred, that's the way I see it. I see it, if you want to reduce the break from being lucky, because there's guys actually working on it and hitting the balls harder. I see it every day of the week. See the guys that don't hit the balls very well, they'll not get balls. No. You know, you've got to, it's a part of the game, you've got to practice. It's like being a professional golfer, but you can't drive the ball 350 yards. You know, you've lost an advantage. So that's what you should work on. If you're struggling with your break, work on it. Like anything in life, you've got to work at it. You can't have just been given things. You know, I think the break's a massive part, so work at it. Then the rest of the game's just as big once you're in.
It's funny because...
Exactly, Ferrier. You just said the exact same. Go and work hard on your game.
That's the thing. If you want to be good at anything, you need to work hard at it. I think the argument a lot of them are thrown out is the break boils down to luck. Not in the sense of getting a ball. It was Lee Shepherd actually at one of the last events said, you can time it as good as you want, get a ball, whatever it is, but to actually have a chance from that is down to luck. Which obviously you're saying that's the exciting part of the game.
Well, there's Fred just hit a nail on the head as well. If you don't, it doesn't matter how well you hit the break, you're not guaranteed. Nobody's guaranteed a ball. The best way for the break to work for you is hit it good, hit it hard, control the right, and then that's you. It's down to luck a bit, yes, it's down to luck. Gods. But if you do the three things, you've got more chance of potting a ball than the other players that don't do the things. The golf is all about a second shot. We could be here all day. Well, what have you started, Stevie?
Well, that's it. Never mind the raging debate. The thing I think most people should learn for you is the fact that no matter the adversity that you seem to be facing, you always seem to get yourself in the winner's circle. Not always, sometimes, but you do it. No, but you do it.
It's been a while, but I've just got to put it down here. I've got my lucky T-shirt on again. I put this back on today. I'm sick of wearing grey, black, you know, and these are my T-shirts, so these are my colours, pink and green.
Maybe August is the month.
Maybe we'll see, but I'm definitely not feeling it, but we'll see. See what happens.
Just thinking, obviously, what this month and obviously the lowest pool party coming up the 23rd. We've obviously got the IPA coming next week.
Yep.
But it's a busy month for you, mate. But it's a special month, obviously, a remembrance as well as being able to do something that not only remembers but creates a legacy for what Laura and yourself, obviously the dreams you had.
Laura Mine's idea at the start, you know, like before COVID, and then COVID came in, and then obviously everything Laura went through. So to bring it to life is just unreal, and it's amazing everybody's getting behind it. You know, we can't do it without everybody being behind it, and the more people that get behind it, the bigger it gets, and everybody wins. I was at the hospice, yesterday, the day before, and chatting to the three ladies there, and it was just the amazing response that I got from them. they're wanting to support the event now because they didn't realise what it was all about, and they've obviously been keep following it, and they see it's like it's the potential it's got. They see it from the outside
100%.
and getting people, and they're going to help us get people. They're going to share with their audience our stuff, and then that gives us a whole new audience as well that are not pool orientated, but there'll be plenty of people that once they watch it they'll love it because pool's good to watch because it's all about the break, you know. People want to watch people hit the balls and hope one go in, you know. But no, it's I've created a monster and I've burnt myself out this year.
Well,
so
I've actually I mentioned
it's good.
Gizmo was on and I gave him props for obviously the work he puts in when you're travelling up and down. And I've got to see firsthand numerous times what it takes, not only to turn up and put on the show. That's only a small part of it. What it takes, getting everything there, getting it set up, making sure everything's working properly, making sure all your balls are in order, making sure. I mean, it's just there's so much. But then once it's finished and everybody goes home, you've then got to basically take everything down, get it all transported, get it back into the van, get it. Well, it is not just a case of turning up and doing it. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and I think you deserve all the credit in the world and all the success in the world because nothing comes easy, and you know that more than anybody.
Guys. Yeah, no, 100%. There was Wales. We went down to Wales, left the house at 7 in the morning, got down there about 2-3 o'clock, set up, done the show, got back, packed up, got into the hotel at 2 in the morning, and then drove back up the road at 8 in the morning to get back about 3-4 o'clock, and it was just. But we had 100 players down there, and
incredible.
That keeps you going. You know, it's amazing. I've burnt myself out, but it's all worth it. It's all worth it because I can't wait to see somebody pull out the 10 grand ball at the grand finals.
That's what I keep talking about.
to see who wins it and gets 25 grand. You just want people to win. I love seeing people win, you know, like, because I know how hard playing pool is, right? It's so hard. It's mentally frustrating. You've got to, like, see watching Dunster, people slaughter him because he's slow and he's methodical, but that guy's granite.
Oh, unbelievable.
To play at his level and for so long and everything's a pint of blood, that's unreal.
No,
you know, that is unreal, and there's a lot of players like that out there, and it's people obviously that don't play the game or play at a lower standard don't realise what it takes to win major events like that and do it so often. It's unreal.
That's the 10 grand ball you just mentioned. So I think Don Stanfield, Morgan and Mark Fleming were sitting, and I said, listen guys, I'm just hoping I go and win a frame, pick a 10 grand ball out, and I'll just say, right Mark, take me out, I've done my thing. And they kind of looked at me, I know, looked at me, and Don went, what do you mean 10 grand? I says, yeah, well, you won the frame, and if you pick the 10 grand ball, well,
that's true.
You're cruising. And he went, that's unbelievable.
That's where I get my fun for. That's where I get. Can
you imagine the reaction that I'm going to give off when I get that?
Oh mate, it's going to be unreal. It's like, it's one of these. We do the shows, right? You know yourself. It's stressful to start because you're setting up, doing a million things. I'm babysitting Gizmo, you know, like he's standing there. No, but Gizmo's brilliant. You can't do it without him.
Honestly, just exceptional.
It's that much going on, and it's like it's just. Some points we wing it, but we don't adjust to the whole event. But things can happen in the night that can take you off road, and then it's 100%, just. And that's a good thing.
That's exactly it. That's what keeps it fresh. And I think it's infectious. See when you see somebody. It's not just, obviously you've created it with the idea that you and Laura had to create a monster, as you just put it. But it doesn't just happen by chance. You need to you've got an idea, you then need to make it work, and you need to make sure the stuff, the kind of aura that's coming off you on the nights, it needs to be infectious, because if people don't buy into it, then it can't succeed. Yeah. And that's a massive part of it. And I know from first hand, seeing what it takes and the amount of hours and travelling to then go again. Honestly, all credit to you.
No, but so bigger picture, Stevie, innit?
That's it. No, I know. That's what you're looking at.
The charities win, right? But the charities, if it's Strathcarn or local charities, wherever we are, then you've got, obviously, we need the money to help grow the event because we need to buy new products, new trophies, everything, you know, T-shirts, the lot. Like, we want to grow the event, so you're going into, say, the grand finals in 2 weeks. You're going in there and going, wow. Oh,
no,
look,
that's it.
You know, you're not going back, it's the same old.
Yeah,
it's the same old. We want it to grow every year, but that costs thousands of pounds.
Yeah, keeping it fresh does not come free.
Oh, I wish fuel was free and vans were free. I need to get a van.
You need to get a fuel card, mate. You can save some money on a fuel card. I don't know why you've not done that.
I've got one with my work, but I've kind of
You've
maxed
maxed
it out. I've maxed that one out. You know, I'm waiting for the P45, Mr. Boyle. You've used up too much fuel this year. You're not getting any wages. You know, so that's right. Because I work full time as well.
Where's my bonus? It's in your fuel tank.
No, you owe us more than we owe you. But it's just we just want to grow it every year, and the clubs are winning as well. The clubs that help promote it, they get bigger crowds and they get a good turn behind the bar. So it's one of them. Everybody wins. We want to share it to everybody. Because if you gave everything to charity, you've not got money there to grow the event.
No, of course.
You know,
and
they said that myself. They have golf outings, right? So say you pay £40 for a golf outing to go for your meal and your round of golf. The charity probably get £5 off that.
No, I know that's right.
Because you've got to cover the golf, you've got to cover the food and the drink or whatever, you know. So they understand that. I spoke to them and they says, Mark, you'll get it everywhere. Everybody's the same. People think everything's for free, you know.
No,
and I was
that's
like,
exactly it.
but I'm learning as well. It's all new to me. You know, I've got to just try and build something up and take the positive out of everything and just go for it. And then if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I've tried.
No, well, that's it. At least it's not because you didn't try. You didn't just... Someone said to me before, it was my good mate Wally Lemon, who's obviously in the Sky right now. His dad said to me, he called me Steph. He went, Steph, do you know where all the best ideas are? And I says, on people's heads. And he went, no, they're in the graveyard. Because loads of people had them and they done nothing with them. So at least if all fails, it's not because you didn't try. And that's the big thing. And you deserve all the success in the world.
No, I appreciate it. But guys like yourself, Stevie, helping out on the day and helping out whenever you can. Because not everybody's busy, you know. And that's why I know I've got to go and do it myself. But if there's guys available like yourself and that come along when they can, and it's appreciated.
100%.
Because we're all in a big... We want Pool to grow. Pool's massive. Like, for us, it's getting bigger and bigger.
Exactly.
But we need to open up to new people.
Yeah, there needs to be fresh eyes, because the world of pool, there's enough people that are involved in the pool world. And I actually said a number of years ago I didn't even know it existed until I was in it, and I was like, oh, I never realised this game was as big as this. And that's where my daughter, as you know, she came in for a wee chat last year, and she was like, I can't believe now. It was like the carnival atmosphere. That she's been to Petticoat Bay and stuff and go out to Claire, come on, I want to go home. Now, it's no, but then that night she had the time of her life. That's what it's about.
I hear from pool players a lot. We normally go home when you get beat. I'm the same. You want to get up the road, back to the family, you know. But we've had people saying, oh, I've stayed to the end. This is brilliant, you know, because it's fun. You know, it's fun. Obviously, there's fun, but there's a serious side. That's what I've got John McGinn in me here every 2 minutes. I've got a light up suit. I've got pink and green trainers. I was like, no, John, it's a professional pool event. I want that side that you can do whatever you want when you're in the crowd.
No,
but
exactly.
We've got. There's a lot of money at stake. You know, I was like, you can't wait for you to walk about and you've got light up gloves on.
He's coming in like something out of Two Unlimited.
Oh,
it's
exactly.
Like 1990s rave.
I'm like, steady. I was like, go and do whatever you want out there. But when we're in the arena, that's where you've got the referees. They'll look after the arena. You've got Fiona, Kev, and Brian Moss. So they're your three referees for the day, so you can't get any better than that. And they'll just take control of that.
Yeah.
They're out there, that's your professional environment, and the carnage is everywhere round about it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's class. And that is coming, guys, in a couple of weeks. Next week's the IPA, mate.
IPA,
this has been a good start to August for you.
Yeah, can't complain. You know, can't complain. Just need the lottery numbers next.
Well, if you get them, you can share them with me, mate.
About a £1 million golden ball.
Oh, I mean, now we're heading somewhere. Listen, if I win the Euro Millions, you'll be getting that golden ball. £1 million. Imagine that. Wow. First prize, 25 grand. Golden ball, $1 million.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Watch everybody fold.
It's good to dream, isn't it? It's good to dream. Well, Mark Boyle is the Saltire Event 4 winner. He's been, in his eyes, not really at it, but he's got the title, and he's going to the IPA next week in good form. Hopefully it continues, and then the Lolas is coming soon.
Thanks a lot, Stevie. Hope you are all keeping well. Enjoy the rest of your night, and I'll see you next week or at the grand finals in Hamilton in 2 weeks. So thank you very much, guys, and take care.
Cheers, mate. Top man, legend. We'll maybe get Mark in for a bit of commentary next week, but we are heading. Mark, the wee boys might want a wee 40. I think the boys want a picture. Right, guys, so that is us all done and dusted. Craig dying to switch this off. So we will be back next week for the IPA, guys. Please stay tuned, and thanks every single person for tuning in.